Chapter 919. His name was Qin Yan. It had been 18 years since he entered the ancient world from the lower plains. He knew that he would never be able to make a name for himself in Wushan City, but he had no other way to leave Wushan City. He had to rely on the Four Seas sect and had been looking for an opportunity to enter the House of Bai. He waited and waited and waited and waited. In the crowd, he did not make a move. He was waiting for Bai Xian's words. Otherwise, even if he killed Luo Tian, because of his talent and cultivation, he would still not be able to enter the House of Bai. But it was different now. Bai Xian said such words in front of the entire Wushan city. He could not deny it. So he walked out. It's Chen Yan. Sect Master, it's senior brother Chen Yan. He's at the Four Symbols tier. On the stage, apart from Elder Bai, his cultivation is the highest. Luo Tian is no match for him. No matter how strong a rank 9 spiritual martial realm warrior is, he can't be a match for a Four Symbols state warrior. There was a lot of discussion below the stage. The sect master of the Four Seas, Sect's expression changed slightly. Then he smiled gently. Since he had already stood out, there was no need to hide anything. He also had to build momentum for his disciple. He shouted loudly, "Chen Yan, this is your only chance. You must perform well in front of Elder Bai." On the stage, many disciples retreated. They automatically made a path. Chen Yan walked out of the crowd with a trace of unconcealable joy in his eyes. Looking at Luo Tian's panting body, he laughed. He laughed very proudly and said, "Luo Tian, your life is destined to be mine. Ha ha ha." The aura of the Four Symbol state was different. Luo Tian could clearly feel the oppressive aura from Chen Yan's body. He could feel a strong sense of oppression. This feeling was like pressure. It was a little uncomfortable. It was also a feeling that Luo Tian hated the most. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Even a Four Symbol state warrior can't enter the House of Bai. You're doing pretty well." Humph. Chen Yan snorted coldly. His face changed when Luo Tian exposed his old wounds. He sneered, "If I take your head today, I can become a disciple of the House of Bai. As long as I get enough cultivation resources, I won't have to worry about not being able to break through to the condensed prime realm. Even if it is the martial void realm, it is not impossible." Cultivation resources. It was something that all warriors needed. The higher the level of the organization, the more cultivation resources they would be allocated. An ordinary disciple of the House of Bai would receive more cultivation resources than the 13 sect leaders of Martial Mountain City. This was the benefit of joining the House of Bai. This had been Chen Yan's only goal for 18 years, and he believed that he would achieve it today. Luo Tian chuckled and said, "Come at me if you have the ability. Why waste your breath?" Chen Yan's eyes darkened, his arms shook, and a streak of power burst out from his body. He clenched his fists, and a series of cracking sounds came from his joints as he took a step forward. Woo! It was as if a giant elephant was behind him. Imperceptibly, the power of the Four Symbols surged out from his body. The Four Symbol state was to possess the power of the Four Symbols. The higher the realm, the more one could unleash the power of the Four Symbols. Chen Yan was only at the first level of the Four Symbols, but compared to Luo Tian, who was at the spirit martial realm, his aura was much stronger. This was the difference between realms. Prepare to die. Chen Yan channeled his strength and moved his body. His body was like a mantis. With a kick of his hind legs, his fists were like blades as he slashed towards Luo Tian's neck. Mantis arm fist. Rip! A series of sonic booms sounded in the air. Luo Tian's heart tightened as he desperately dodged. However, he increased his speed again. His cultivation was still at the 9th stage of the spirit martial realm. His strength and speed were clearly inferior to the Four Symbol state. Chi. Although he dodged the fatal blow, his chest was still cut open. Moreover, if it was a fist, Luo Tian would have been able to dodge it. However, in the end, the fist suddenly turned into a palm. With a stretch of 5 fingers, the slender fingernails were like blades as they fiercely cut open a long wound on Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat as he thought to himself, "Luckily, I retreated a little, otherwise my neck would have been cut open by him." "Humph! Trash! Let's see where you can hide." Chen Yan laughed arrogantly as he looked at Luo Tian. He had already seen the scene of him entering the house of Bai. "Die for me!" Suddenly, the power on Chen Yan's body rose once again as he unleashed all of the power of the 4 symbols that he cultivated. His speed was twice as fast as before, and his power was several times more violent. In this situation, Luo Tian had no way to dodge. The difference in realms was a hard wound, an insurmountable existence. However, Luo Tian's brows sank. He did not plan to dodge, but stared at Chen Yan, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up. "It's still not certain who will die." Ding! Target locked. The divine fire was ready. When Chen Yan was only a step away from Luo Tian commanded with his mind, "Attack!" A flame shot out from his palm. Chen Yan was startled and said in disdain, "You want to hurt me with this little fireball?" Luo Tian, before he could finish his words, he realized that he couldn't dodge the ball of flame, and it directly exploded on his body, breaking his mantis arm fist. His face changed slightly. "You dog your ancestor." Luo Tian's body leaned forward and once again used his shoulder to rush forward, crashing into Chen Yan's chest, and punched out with both fists. Mountain River Fist! Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! 2 punches flew out. Chen Yan was about to be sent flying when Luo Tian followed up and roared, "Wolf King Claw!" He grabbed it again. 2 punches flew out once again. Bang, bang. If Luo Tian had a skill that could send a person flying into the air, he would still be able to use it. However, after 2 punches, he could only send Chen Yan flying. His skill was still on cooldown, so he could not use it. "Feels good." Luo Tian roared. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yan's chest was in unbearable pain. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his body kept retreating, almost falling off the stage. His right foot stomped heavily, and a deep footprint was left on the blue stone, and his entire body instantly stabilized. He did not wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyebrows sank, and his face was filled with rage. "Die!" He endured the pain in his body, and this time he rushed forward even more crazily. Luo Tian's heart trembled. The divine fire was on cooldown and could not be released in a short period of time. He did not have the chance to release the Mountain River Fist and the Wolf King Claw. The 9th stage of the spiritual martial realm was not a match for the 4 symbols realm. What to do? The most terrible thing was that Luo Tian's body was already full of scars, and his body was already exhausted to the limit. At this time, he was even less of a match for Chen Yan. Facing the furious Chen Yan rushing over, Luo Tian's eyes turned and stared at another place and coldly said, "If the 9th stage of the spiritual martial realm is not a match for you, then I will break through, and let's see who is stronger." The 5th chapter has been delivered. This is the 100th monthly vote. Today's votes are 130, and I still need 10 more votes to be able to update 7 chapters today. Brothers, give me a little more effort. Old Cow can still write, and his hands are still very nimble. Chapter 920. The difference in small realms was huge. Not to mention the difference in realms. The power of the 9th stage of the spiritual martial realm could not be compared to the 4 symbols realm. Just now, Luo Tian's series of attacks only caused 1/3 of Chen Yan's HP. It seemed like a lot, but it was actually very disadvantageous for Luo Tian. The reason was simple. The cooldown time of the divine fire was 10 minutes. In these 10 minutes, Luo Tian did not have the slightest chance to hit Chen Yan like before. Moreover, there was still 2/3 of his HP left. He only needed to use the divine fire twice, which was 20 minutes. In these 20 minutes, Luo Tian would die 100 times. There was no other way, since the ninth stage of the spiritual martial realm was no match for him. Then what about the four symbols realm? Suddenly, Chan Yen saw Luo Tian suddenly move. His expression was shocked, and his chrysanthemum was secretly tight. Because of the series of attacks just now, there was a trace of fear in his heart, so naturally a defensive force surged up. However, Luo Tian's target was not him. It was a warrior on the stage who was stunned and thought that he was an ordinary spectator. Bam! A punch was thrown with all his strength. It directly blasted that warrior off the stage. This warrior had been hit by Luo Tian a few times at the beginning, so his HP was low. This time, Luo Tian used all his strength again. He fell to the ground and struggled for a while before he stopped breathing and died. It was also at this moment a notification sounded out from Luo Tian's body. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Currently at the first stage of the four symbols realm. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the system's ability reward. The reward ability is Power of Invisibility. A few prompts finished. The power of clairvoyance that Luo Tian had always been thinking about did not appear, and he sighed in his heart, sigh. It's not the power of clairvoyance. The power of clairvoyance is so good. I can see the bodies of all the girls clearly, ha ha ha. A reward of combat-type power. This power was similar to the Hulk transformation card. It could be Superman, it could be Tathagata, it could also be a beautiful young girl, and it could even be a very amazing woman. However, the supernatural ability reward, on the other hand, was the supernatural ability of the protagonists in the urban novels. They would definitely be able to see through things such as passing through walls, invisibility, and all sorts of mysterious and wretched auxiliary supernatural abilities. Luo Tian was not too surprised to obtain the power of invisibility. In the arena, everyone was shocked, and Chen Yan was even more shocked. Why did you kill Lu Hai? What's the use of killing him? Luo Tian is like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. If he can kill one, then that's one. It seems like he's afraid. A person in the ninth stage of the spirit realm cannot defeat a person in the four symbols realm. Even a 3-year-old child knows this. Wait, look. Look at the aura emanating from his body. It carries an extremely dense energy of the four symbols. Could it be? It can't be. He broke through? He actually broke through at this kind of time, reaching the four divisions realm. It was as if a bomb had been dropped in the crowd. Instantly, the crowd boiled over. They were all stunned. How could he suddenly break through? And it was in the middle of a battle, and after killing someone. How could he break through? They could not understand. This was something that did not exist in their minds. It was definitely impossible. But the truth was right in front of them, and they had to believe it. Good kid, as expected. As expected, he's different from normal people. Dongfang Shua's face was filled with joy. He could feel that Luo Tian was different from other cultivators. Even if he used his toes to think, how could he cultivate when his dantian was broken? How could he break through to the perfection realm from a lower realm and enter the ancient world? That was simply impossible. Interesting, this is too interesting. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Shua laughed out loud. He was even happier than when he won 100,000 cultivation coins. In the crowd, a woman with a cold and peerless face under a black cloak was also shocked at this moment. She muttered in a voice that no one could hear, "He can actually break through after killing people. It seems that I have underestimated him." Immediately, she smiled faintly and looked at Luo Tian, who was on the stage. She softly said, "The Cloud Mist Academy awaits your arrival." She turned around. Just as she was about to leave, she turned around and looked at Luo Tian. She smiled and said, "I will also await your arrival." Then she disappeared into the crowd. Demon sect disciples. The 4 of them were shocked. He broke through? Is there such a technique in the demon sect? To be able to level up after killing someone, This technique is too powerful. Senior brother, we should go. Don't be anxious. This kid's potential probably exceeds those with superior talent. If he can become a disciple of our demon sect, then interesting. Old 4, go to the edge of the stage and protect him. No matter what happens, we can't let him die. It's best if we save his life at the crucial moment. This way, he will be grateful to us and become a disciple of our demon sect. Once the sect leader knows of his potential, our good days will come. This is much easier than killing the green monster. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Because of Luo Tian's breakthrough, the entire Martial Mountain City was in an uproar. Only a few people in the entire square could tell that Luo Tian had broken through after killing Lu Hai. Moreover, the others thought that it was all a coincidence. It was just a moment of epiphany and a breakthrough. How could killing people level up? Luo Tian felt the power of the Four Symbols realm. At this moment, his HP was fully recovered. His primordial qi was fully recovered. Even the cooldown time of the divine fire was instantly restored. The wounds on his body were all healed, and he was as good as new. This was the benefit of leveling up. Luo Tian's neck shook slightly. He clenched his fists and his entire body exploded. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked at Qin Yan and smiled playfully. For Symbol's realm is amazing, right? You want to climb up by stepping on my corpse, right? Come. Let me see your strength again. Qin Yan's expression was shocked. However, he understood the Four Symbols realm. He understood that Luo Tian had just broken through and had not grasped much of the power of the Four Symbols. He had already broken through the Four Symbols realm for 3 years. His current cultivation was already at the peak of the Four Symbols realm. He was still confident in dealing with Luo Tian, who had just broken through the Four Symbols realm. Qin Yan sneered, "So what if you broke through? Luo Tian, you don't even know what the Four Symbols realm is. Do you think that just because you broke through, you will be my opponent? Just now, I was careless and was sneak attacked by you. This time, I will definitely not make the same mistake again." Qin Yan's face hardened, and he said in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, go to hell!" Chapter 6. This chapter is 120 monthly votes. Chapter 9:21. As soon as he finished, Qin Yan's figure blurred. His footsteps were like the wind, and his fist carried a violent sound of breaking through the air. The power of the Four Symbols erupted from his body, forming a pressure that surged forward along with his attack. Very quickly, the power was very fierce. However, Luo Tian was like a boulder, unmoving, and laughed. "If I was still in the 9th stage of the spirit realm, it might take some effort to kill you, but since we are in the same realm, then you can prepare to die." Within the same level, Luo Tian had never been afraid of anyone. Saying that he had not grasped the power of the Four Symbols? With the system, he did not need to grasp it at all. As long as he leveled up, he would completely grasp the power of that level. This was his advantage. Facing Qin Yan's attack, Luo Tian extended his palm and said with a playful smile, "Since you won't make the same mistake, then I'll make you make the same mistake. You don't have the qualifications to step on my body and climb up." Divine fire! Boom! Whoosh! A ball of flame shot out from his palm. The flame was incomparably fierce. As Luo Tian's level increased, the power of the divine fire would also increase correspondingly. "It's this move again." "Luo Tian, do you think I'll fall for it again?" Qin Yan sneered disdainfully. This Luo Tian really treats Qin Yan as a fool. Using the same move twice, even a fool wouldn't fall for it again. Isn't that so? Even if it was me, I would be able to dodge this move. Qin Yan is the eldest senior brother of the Four Seas sect. If he was hit by the same move twice in a row, then would he still have the face to live? It's impossible to succeed. Many people began to discuss. The sect leaders of the sects also thought so. Using the same move twice, This Luo Tian is also at his wit's end. It's impossible for Chen Yan to be hit this time. If he misses, then Luo Tian will be instantly killed. This time, Luo Tian is dead for sure. Their cultivations were much higher than the commoners in the square, so they naturally had a deeper view of the situation. If Luo Tian missed, Chen Yan's attack would instantly land. At that time, Luo Tian would have no time to defend himself and would only be slaughtered. However, to everyone's surprise, even Chen Yan didn't expect this. That ball of flame could actually turn. He kicked off with his right foot and dodged to the left. Furthermore, he had suddenly changed directions when the flames were only half a meter away from him. No matter how strong the flames were, they would not be able to hit him. However, Chen Yan had never dreamed that the divine fire would actually change directions. It was like a homing missile. Boom! With a loud explosion, the flames accurately exploded on Chen Yan's body. The surrounding people were shocked. His mouth was so wide open that an egg could fit in it. That was impossible. Can the attack turn? This they had never seen or heard of such a thing. At this time, Luo Tian did not waste even half a second. He predicted that Chen Yan would dodge to the left. The divine fire was the evolved version of the heavenly fire. Once the target was locked on, no matter how far they ran, even if they hid in hell, they would still be bombarded. If he couldn't even do that, then Luo Tian would directly delete the divine fire from his skill bar. The moment the attack hit, "While you're down, I'll take your life." Luo Tian continued his combo. Leaning his right shoulder, he punched out with both fists. Chen Yan was forced to retreat. Wolf King Claw grabbed back and punched out again. It was exactly the same as the previous attack. There was no change at all. However, the damage this time was twice as much as the previous attack. This was the power of the 4 divisions. Luo Tian did not need to master the power of the realm. He only needed to level up and then release the power he obtained. In terms of the power of the 4 divisions, he was not weaker than Chen Yan, who had been cultivating for a few years. Boom! This time, Chen Yan did not manage to stabilize his body at the last moment. Instead, his body was sent flying in an arc before crashing into the ground. His eyes bulged out as he stared at Luo Tian in disbelief. How could this be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He muttered a few words under his breath. His body fell to the ground, dead. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Chen Yan for obtaining 310 experience, 80 primordial energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining an essence building pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for +1 sin. Several notifications sounded. Luo Tian's eyes turned cold. He sneered and said arrogantly, "Who else? Let me ask you, who else?" The disciples in the 8th and 9th stage of the spirit martial realm quickly ran away. Even Chen Yan, who was at the 4 symbols realm, was not a match for him, much less them. What's more, the current Luo Tian was already at the 4 symbols realm, so they had no chance at all. Fierce. Too fierce. I've never seen such a fierce person before. Handsome. Too handsome. I've never seen such a handsome person before. He was going crazy. All sorts of screams started to come out from the plaza, and many people were shouting Luo Tian's name. The strong were respected. The strong made their blood boil and made them admire him from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the sect leaders of the 13 sects were filled with regret. Why didn't they accept Luo Tian as their disciple? A chance to reach the heavens was gone, just like that. The one who was the saddest was none other than the sect leader of the Heavenly Feather sect. His expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Yao Hai a few times and wanted to say something, but he did not. Now he could no longer hold it in and said, "Elder Yao, can you let Luo Tian join our Heavenly Feather sect? He can ask for any conditions he wants. I can even give him the position of vice sect leader. What happened just now was almost upon me. I was too short-sighted. If I had listened to you earlier, our Heavenly Feather sect would have already shaken the entire Martial Mountain city. Yao Hai sneered in his heart, listening to the sect leader's words. He felt that it was laughable. He started to reject them, but now he was kneeling and licking them. This kind of sect was really boring. Yao Hai let out a heavy breath and said with a faint smile, "I'll try my best, but I don't know if I can succeed." The Heavenly Feather sect leader was extremely happy and said, "The future of the Heavenly Feather sect is in your hands. You must rope him in for me." Yao Hai sneered in his heart once again. Below the stage, there was someone who was extremely shocked. Extremely shocked. Bai Lei, seeing Luo Tian continuously send opponents of the same level flying, seeing him break through, and now even Chan Yen, who was at the Four Symbols realm, was instantly killed by him. Such a person was too fierce, too powerful. He must become a disciple of the House of Bai. He must become a valiant general under him. Suddenly, Bai Xian's face was extremely ugly as he walked down the stage. Hiding in the crowd, he went behind Luo Tian and suddenly attacked. Bai Lei's face suddenly changed and immediately stopped him, shouting, "Bai Xian, you dare!" "Luo Tian, be careful!" A cold voice came out. "The 7th chapter has been delivered. 140 monthly votes plus chapters." "Brothers, you are too fierce. I thought that today's chapter would be at most 7 chapters, but you all rushed to 200 monthly votes. I kneel to you, I really kneel. It was Old Bull who dragged everyone down. Old Bull is guilty. It's almost 12 o'clock. I can't write today. I owe 3 chapters today. Tomorrow, Old Bull will rise up. Tomorrow's chapter. If you can give me another 140 votes, then tomorrow's chapter and today's chapter will be 10 chapters. If you can't finish writing, I'll chop off your hand." Chapter 922. A cold voice came. Luo Tian's heart immediately tightened. He naturally thought of the silly queen, Yunming. Thinking of her, Luo Tian's mind flashed back to the scene where his clothes slipped off his body in the cave. His reaction was obviously delayed for a short while. Although it was very short, it was less than 1/10 of a second. But this was enough for Bai Xian, who had been waiting for a long time. In an instant, Bai Xian jumped up with a thin layer of frost on his palm. He shouted in a deep voice, "Ice Flame Palm! Kid, you're going to die." Bang! Bai Xian was a warrior of the 3rd rank of the 4 Symbols. Even if he did not sneak attack, Luo Tian would not be able to dodge this palm. The difference in cultivation level was too big, not to mention it was a sneak attack. Even if Luo Tian reacted in time, he still could not dodge this attack. Boom! He felt pain in his back, and his body suddenly fell forward. He staggered, his body and mind were unstable. He directly fell to the ground. The cold air from his back attacked his whole body. In the cold air, there was a trace of hot fire. Under the double pain, Luo Tian directly spat out a big mouthful of blood. His body could not help but twitch a few times. It was very uncomfortable. What happened so suddenly caught the attention of the people around them. "Elder, Bai has made his move. Bai Xian from the house of Bai has made his move. He sneak attack. Isn't this a bit too despicable?" Some people felt injustice for Luo Tian, but of course, there were also people who were gloating. "Good hit. Look at how arrogant that kid is. What does he think Wu Shan City is? He is a newcomer who just entered the ancient world and is already so arrogant. Does he really think the ancient world is a low-level place where he can do whatever he wants? Good sneak attack. That's the way to deal with this kind of arrogant kid. Kill him. Elder Bai, kill him." Many people clapped and cheered. Most of these people were newcomers who had entered the ancient world with Luo Tian. They were jealous and couldn't bear to see Luo Tian become so powerful. The trash that they had mocked in the past had now become a 4 Symbols realm expert. His cultivation was far superior to theirs. They simply couldn't accept this fact. Therefore, they wanted nothing more than for Luo Tian to be killed by Bai Xian. Bai Xian sneered disdainfully and said righteously, "Slandering the House of Bai? Provoking the House of Bai? Even if you are a genius with extraordinary talent, you will still die here today. The dignity of the house of Bai will not be violated by anyone. Another huge accusation was placed on him. He wanted to kill Luo Tian. However, with Bai Lei present, he could not act recklessly. If news of this reached the house of Bai, he would definitely be punished. However, he was in the right first. It was Luo Tian who didn't know how to appreciate kindness and insulted the house of Bai first. If he killed him, even if Bai Lei reported this to the house of Bai, he would not be blamed for this matter. He would even be rewarded for defending the dignity of the house of Bai. Bai Lei's face changed slightly and he shouted, "Bai Xian, stop!" He quickly closed in on the arena. In addition to him, there were several people quietly closing in on the arena. In the crowd, they did not expect that Bai Xian would suddenly launch a sneak attack and attack so ruthlessly. He wanted to kill Luo Tian with one palm. Bai Xian's disdainful expression disappeared. He was not in a hurry to attack Luo Tian again. He knew very well that if he was hit by his ice flame palm, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He looked at Bai Lei and said, "Brother Lei, you saw it just now. This boy does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He openly despises the house of Bai." Bai Lei was angry and said, "How did he despise the house of Bai? Bai Xian, don't confuse right and wrong. I am here. I am not deaf. It was you who wanted to kill him. I have just accepted him as a disciple of the house of Bai. You launched a sneak attack. I will report this matter to the house of Bai truthfully." He thought highly of Luo Tian. He thought that Luo Tian was a rare genius. Therefore, he did not care so much. He directly jumped out and openly questioned Bai Xian. Hearing Bai Lei's words, Bai Xian's face darkened and his expression became cold. He sneered and said, "Bai Lei, don't forget that you are only an internal steward. You have no right to interfere in the recruitment of disciples. Do you want to overstep your authority? Do you know the consequences of overstepping your authority?" Humph! Bai Xian was not afraid at all. If he did not kill Luo Tian today, how could he stand in the house of Bai in the future? How could he show his face in Wushan City? How could he allow a new disciple to live after being provoked like this? No, absolutely not. Bai Lei's eyes narrowed and said, "Everything I do is for the house of Bai. Even if I overstep my authority today, I will still take care of it." For Luo Tian, he was willing to take a risk. Overstepping one's authority in the house of Bai was a felony. He might be expelled from the house of Bai. However, if Luo Tian's super talent was recognized by the patriarch, then everything would not be a problem. Bai Xian was shocked. He did not expect Bai Lei to overstep his authority. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Bai Lei, is it worth it for you to do this for a new disciple? What's more, his dantian is broken. No one knows if he can break through again. Maybe he will be in the initial stage of the Four Symbols realm for the rest of his life. You are gambling with your life. You have to think carefully." Indeed, in the world of martial arts, a broken dantian could not break through. Why was Luo Tian able to break through? No one knew. Bai Lei was naturally the same. He was not sure if Luo Tian could break through again. If it was really like what Bai Xian said, he would be in the Four Symbols realm for the rest of his life. Then his fate would be ruined by Luo Tian. Gamble or not? At this moment, Bai Lei was hesitant. At this moment, Luo Tian grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and laughed coldly. "I will not join the house of Bai. Thank you for your kindness." "Same. I heard that as long as you are in the Martial Mountain City, your life and death will be decided by the heavens. It is not against the law to beat someone to death. No matter who dies, is there such a rule?" While they were talking, Luo Tian struggled to get up from the ground. His face was pale, but his eyes were unusually firm. With a cold killing intent, he stared at Bai Xian and laughed coldly. "Elder Bai, is there such a rule?" Bai Xian grinned and sneered disdainfully. "I didn't expect you to be able to stand up." Luo Tian "O Luo Tian, if you did not offend me, and obediently listened to me and became a dog by my side, you would have lived a little longer. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you, so your dog life won't be able to live." Luo Tian's expression was cold as he shouted, "I'll ask you one thing. Are you going to die without paying for it?" Without waiting for Bai Xian to speak, many people in the audience said loudly, "In the martial arts arena, your life and death will be decided by the heavens. After death, you will not be held accountable. All hatred will vanish." Luo Tian looked at Bai Xian and smiled gently, then prepared to die. After that, he took out the Heaven Xian pill and swallowed it. The first chapter has been delivered. This chapter is yesterday's 160 votes plus an update. Chapter 923. Don't, Luo Tian, you can't take that pill. A few voices sounded out. Seeing Luo Tian swallow the sky profound pill in one gulp, their hearts immediately sank, and at the same time, a voice came out in their hearts. "It's over, Luo Tian is over. It's over. It's really over." The third grade heavenly profound pill could instantly raise one's cultivation by 2 realms. But the side effects were too severe. There would be a backlash to one's origin energy. If it wasn't for the fact that one was in a life or death situation, no one would use such a pill. Otherwise, how could this elixir only be 3rd grade? Then again, Luo Tian was hit by Bai Xian's ice flame palm and was already seriously injured. If he swallowed the sky profound pill in this situation, the backlash would be even stronger. Luo Tian must die. The cold eyes under the cloak trembled, the corners of his eyes were a little wet, and he said in a low voice, "Why are you so stupid? You clearly know that I'm here. How can I let you die? You're a big fool." Yi Yunming's heart ached. She didn't know why. After watching Luo Tian swallow the sky profound pill, his heart inexplicably twitched in pain. She had a cold expression for many years and had never smiled. In the time she spent with Luo Tian, she couldn't remember how many times she had been amused. However, she cried. Since she was 8 years old, she hadn't shed a single tear. But now a tear actually fell from the corner of her eye. If those people from Cloud Mist College knew about it, they would definitely be shocked. How could the cold and elegant queen on the iceberg throne have tears? The hesitant Bai Lei's eyes sank. His heart died. For Luo Tian, his heart died. If a second ago he was still very fond of Luo Tian, but now he instantly gave up. Bai Lei smiled bitterly and said, "Little brother, why do you have to do this? How can you take the sky profound pill so easily? In your current situation, you can't take it. You're finished. It's completely over." Sigh. Bai Lei sighed for Luo Tian and for himself. There was even a trace of regret in his heart. If he didn't hesitate, Luo Tian wouldn't need to take the sky profound pill. There was a bit of self-blame in his heart. Dongfang Shua's expression instantly changed as he clenched his fists. "Too reckless. Don't you know the disadvantages of the heavenly profound pill?" Sigh. This is really... In his heart, he admired Luo Tian. He felt that Luo Tian was like him, being suppressed all kinds of ridicks. But he was different from all heaven, because he had chosen to endure all sorts of ridicule. He had been forced to stay in this remote place for over 10 years by Dongfang Xiong, and he was filled with resentment and hatred. But he didn't resist. However, Luo Tian didn't stop resisting. Facing the 13 sects of Wushan City, facing the average talent Wu Feng, even facing Bai Xian, facing the incomparably huge house of Bai, he didn't have the slightest fear. From his eyes, he could only see excitement, constant resistance. Kill, resist, and kill again. So what if the enemy is strong? Just do it. This was what Dongfang Shua admired about Luo Tian. He really wanted to befriend this newcomer from a lower plane. But now, when Luo Tian took the Heaven Xian pill, his heart twitched fiercely. He hated it. He hated this world. He hated injustice. If it wasn't for Bai Xian, if it wasn't for the house of Bai, Luo Tian's growth would be limitless. Even some super talented geniuses would have been trampled under Luo Tian's feet. But he thought of himself and his hatred grew. At this moment, the old manager walked up. He could feel the hatred in the room and carefully asked, "Young master, what should we do now? Do we still save him?" Dongfang Shua didn't even think and immediately said, "Save him. If he dies on the stage, I, Dongfang Shua, will collect his corpse. And this Bai Xian, I want him dead." He almost gritted his teeth and said it. The old manager frowned and immediately said, "Yes." Immediately he quickly left. Then there were the demon sect disciples hiding in the crowd. He sneered and didn't say anything. He turned and left. The demon sect had no interest in a person who was about to become a waste. There was no need to waste time on him. The few demon sect disciples also shook their heads and sneered. The leader sighed and said, "What a pity, what a pity! Senior brother, let's go into the mountain. Let's go, there's nothing to see here." A newcomer is a newcomer. He even dared to use the effects of the pill. He really such a good seedling, gone just like that. Finished. A group of 4 people immediately left Wushan City and headed towards the Wushan mountain range. Their target was the big green man, the man who was ranked 10th on the bounty list. On the stage, Bai Xian laughed loudly. He pointed at Luo Tian and laughed so hard that he slapped his thigh. "Ha ha 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 ha! Unexpected, unexpected, too unexpected. I wanted to let Wu Feng eat it and then let him kill you. Who would have thought that he didn't eat it? But you took the Sky Xian pill from him and ate it. Ha ha ha, this is all heaven's will, ha ha ha!" Arrogant and proud of himself. As if Luo Tian was a joke. Bai Xian never dreamed that the Sky Xian pill would appear in Luo Tian's hands. He also didn't think that Luo Tian would eat the Sky Xian pill. Then he would definitely die. Bai Xian laughed and said, "Do you feel that your body is full of power? Do you feel that your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the 4 symbols? Do you feel that there is a vigorous power in your body that you want to release?" Luo Tian looked at Bai Xian and didn't say anything. Bai Xian thought that Luo Tian was stunned and said, "I was right, right? Trash is trash. Do you know what the after effects of the Sky Xian pill are? Eating the Sky Xian pill when you're seriously injured, kid. Even if a god comes, he won't be able to save your life. Your body will definitely be devoured by the Yuan Qi in your body. No one will be able to save you. It's scary to be uneducated. Ha ha ha, it's too funny. It's really too funny." He didn't think that the ending would be like this. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh coldly and said, "I don't know what the after effects are, but I know one thing, and that is that I want to kill you." The target was right. Sometimes the process wasn't important. The result was important. Luo Tian's personality was to fight if he didn't accept it. You, Bai Xian, think that the 3rd level of the 4 symbols is awesome? The House of Bai is awesome, right? You like to be domineering, arrogant, and proud in front of me, right? I like to kill people like you who don't accept it, and beat up all those who don't accept it. Immediately, Luo Tian moved. The 2nd chapter had been delivered. This chapter was the one that was updated by the 180 monthly votes from yesterday. Today, there were still 12 more votes, 6 votes, to be able to update 5 chapters. Adding on the 3 chapters from yesterday, it would be 8 chapters. But was 8 chapters enough? Old Bull wanted to update 10 chapters. Brothers, the monthly votes were more intense. Chapter 9:24. He moved. Luo Tian moved. The power of the heaven, profound, pellet exploded. Luo Tian could clearly feel his power and body getting stronger. Looking at Bai Xian's laughter, he moved. Fast, very fast. His figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he was standing in front of Bai Xian. Bai Xian's face slightly changed. His smile disappeared and his eyes turned ferocious. He angrily shouted, "Dog, you think you can beat me just because you ate the heaven profound pellet? The first rank 4 symbols is the first rank 4 symbols. Even if you take the profound sky pill and become the third rank 4 symbols, you still won't be a match for the third rank 4 symbols. Go die for me. He wasn't afraid at all. He didn't dodge. He predicted that Luo Tian would suddenly attack. However, Luo Tian's cultivation was slightly stronger than he expected. However, he still didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes. A vigorous Yuan Qi was released from his dantian. A palm of ice, a palm of fire. Both palms sank. His sleeves moved without wind. The moment Luo Tian landed, both palms suddenly pushed out. Insidious. Quite insidious. Bai Xian grinned. Trash, go die. At this moment, Luo Tian's right palm also moved. A ball of flame shot out from his palm and directly attacked. The god flame's cool down wasn't up yet. However, the heaven profound pellet allowed Luo Tian's cultivation to reach the third level of the 4 symbols. All the skill's cooldowns were recovered. That was why Luo Tian could use the god flame. Facing the god flame in Luo Tian's palm, Bai Xian's palm went up. Flame against flame. I can't do it. You are my opponent. Bai Xian attacked with one palm. The other palm was lowered and aimed at Luo Tian's abdomen. It was fast. He had a lot of battle experience. It was too easy to deal with a newcomer who had just entered the ancient world. One palm attack and one palm sneak attack. Countless people died under these 2 palms. Not good. Luo Tian is going to die. What should we do? Young Master Dongfeng asked us to take action. But at this time, even if a deity were to come, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Ha ha ha. He was too arrogant. Look at him now. Let's see how he's going to dodge the combined might of Elder Bai's 2 palms. This damn trash doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He's definitely going to die on the arena. Discussions broke out everywhere. There was a commotion below the stage as a black shadow rapidly approached. Everyone stared at the stage with their mouths agape. At this moment, they even forgot to breathe. Boom! The 2 palms were the first to touch each other, bursting forth with a burst of intense flames. The divine fire had the ability to interrupt skills. At the same time, it also had an instant kill effect. However, the 5% success rate was too difficult to trigger. Luo Tian had used it more than 100 times, but had never succeeded once. He had given up on the 5% success rate and directly treated the godly fire as a skill that could interrupt a skill. This way, he could rely on his previous life's experience in the game to quickly chain attacks. Flames splashed everywhere. Bai Xian's body did not retreat. His face was abnormally excited as he laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, your flame palm is only SOZO. Now it's my turn to attack." The cold ice aura on his left hand suddenly pounced over. The godly fire did not cause an instant kill. Luo Tian was already prepared. However, he actually did not interrupt the ice flame palm that Bai Xian had released. How was that possible? Could it be? There was a chance for this too? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. System. UF asterisk king tricked me. Luo Tian's heart was filled with shock. He had never thought that he would not be able to interrupt Bai Xian's skill at this critical moment. What the F asterisk CK was he doing now? His heart sank as he used all of his strength to defend. However, Bai Xian's attack had not landed yet, and there was still a thin layer of frost on his left hand. It was only a few centimeters away from Luo Tian's abdomen, and did not take another step forward. His eyes bulged out as he stared at Luo Tian in shock. At this moment, both of his arms began to peel off. The godly fire turned into threads of fire and wrapped around his arm bit by bit. It was as if Bai Xian's arm was burning from the inside. It split apart piece by piece, from his arm to his face, to his chest, and then spread to his entire body. They were all covered in fire threads. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering instant kill. The system suddenly sounded out. Luo Tian was completely stunned. Wow, I finally F*** King triggered at once. I'm so moved that I'm about to cry. He saw. Bai Xian was burning from the inside out. He wanted to take a step forward and grab Luo Tian, but at this moment, with a boom, his body exploded. A ball of flames shot up into the sky, and his body turned into dust, falling all over the sky. A light breeze blew past, and the dust flew into the sky. Not even a single bone was left behind. It had completely disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. Domineering. It was 2F** King domineering. The instant kill was so domineering that even Luo Tian was excited. He swallowed his saliva heavily and said excitedly, "Wow, wow, wow! Do you have to be so fierce? Not even a speck of dust is left behind. This is 2F** King Valiant." The instant kill was finally triggered. The trigger was abnormally valiant. Luo Tian was completely unprepared. This was much better than being blasted down by more than 100 deviant fire-s. Awesome! Luo Tian roared out in his heart. The godly fire had always been treated as a useless cultivation technique by him, but now that it had finally erupted, it gave him hope. If I were to cultivate it to the great perfection realm, how high would the chances of him instantly killing it be? Even if he were to meet an ancient overlord, he wouldn't have to be afraid anymore, ha ha ha. At the same time, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing boss Bai Xian. The reward is 10,000 experience, 300 essence values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Ice Flame Palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. As soon as his voice faded, another notification sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the boss and obtaining the system reward. Experience values 1,000,000. Profound Chi 1,000. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the system reward Hulk Transformation Card, a permanent transformation. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level 4 symbols stage 2. A series of notifications. Luo Tian was completely dumbfounded. He was dumbstruck. He had never been so shocked before, and had never felt so surprised before. He muttered to himself, "The reward is 100,000 experience and a Hulk transformation card. The most frightening thing is it's permanent. Oh my god, shocked!" The green giant could directly blast a martial void realm expert to death. A permanent transformation. This was too awesome. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. This chapter is yesterday's 200 votes plus an update. Chapter 925. Happiness came too suddenly. Luo Tian couldn't take it anymore. His heartbeat was the same as when he saw Yi Yunming's naked body. Everything was like a dream. Too unbelievable. Immediately, Luo Tian immediately opened the system to check. He had to know that this wasn't a dream, this was reality. Item: Hulk Transformation Card Duration. Permanent Transformation Time. 300 seconds Transformation Cooldown Time. 10 days. Description: This transformation is a system reward. It can be used forever. The system will not give out Hulk Transformation cards. Apart from the slightly long cooldown time, everything was perfect. Luo Tian was someone who was easily satisfied, so what if the cooldown time is a bit longer? I can use it 3 times a month. Just these 3 times will be enough for me to sweep through. This is the first thing I relied on in the ancient world. If he met an expert, he wouldn't be his opponent? No problem. I'll transform and use Hulk to crush them. And once Hulk went berserk, that kind of strength, that kind of dominance, that kind of violence, was something that no one could block. After checking the system, Luo Tian finally relaxed. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the square. The tens of thousands of people in the square were stunned, all looking at Luo Tian in a daze. Not in a daze, but in a daze. It was as if they had seen God. It was completely unbelievable. Even Bai Lei, the sect leaders of the 13 sects, and Dongfeng Shuo in the gambling house. The most important point was, even Yi Yunmeng in the crowd was the same. She was someone who was very familiar with Luo Tian, but she couldn't understand Luo Tian at all. She thought that Luo Tian broke through by killing demonic beasts, but she didn't think that he could break through by killing demonic beasts. She thought that Luo Tian wouldn't be able to block Bai Xian's attack, but she didn't think that Bai Xian would be killed by Luo Tian. Her brain couldn't process what was happening. Even if her IQ was ridiculously high and her comprehension ability was ridiculously high, she was still shocked by Luo Tian. Instantly killing the rank 3-4 symbols Bai Xian, he was too strong. What was even more amazing was that Luo Tian had actually broken through after killing him, directly advancing to the second level of the 4 symbols. Was there anyone who cultivated like this? How could there be such a breakthrough? The ancient world was a mid-level plane. Breaking through to the next realm was much harder than breaking through to the great perfection realm in a low-level plane. However, Luo Tian had broken through twice in the blink of an eye. Wasn't it a little too easy for him to break through? How was that possible? Suddenly, Dongfeng Shuo, who was in the gambling house, clapped his hands and gave Luo Tian a thumbs up. It was as if he was venting all the anger in his heart. He roared, domineering. His voice broke the silence. In an instant, the square was like a stormy sea, emitting waves of sound that were louder than the previous one. Too strong. I've never seen such strength before. Luo Tian, from today onwards, I'm your fan. I love you. You're a man. Why do you love him? I'm a woman. Luo Tian, I love you. I want to marry you. I want to give birth to your children. A fat woman whose waist was as thick as a water bucket and weighed several 100 kilograms shouted loudly, instantly killing Bai Xian. This Luo Tian is really amazing. How did he do it? Bai Xian clearly blocked that flame just now. How could he still be killed? You don't know. Who is Luo Tian? He's a super expert from the profound sky continent. How many years has it been since the profound sky continent had a great perfection realm expert enter the ancient world? The last person who entered has already flown into the desolate ancient god realm. Profound sky continent. I've never heard of it. Is there such a plane? Waves of discussions were louder than the previous one. All sorts of rumors and transmissions were sent out. There were even people who said that Luo Tian had entered the ancient world long ago. His cultivation was actually suppressed by himself. Now, it was just that the suppression was released. Another group of people were saying, although there are rules in the arena, the person who killed the House of Bai is a steward. The House of Bai won't let him off so easily. The House of Bai will know about today's matter tonight. This is something that will damage the dignity of the House of Bai. The House of Bai will not let this matter rest. Yes, this kid is indeed strong. However, he doesn't know how to keep a low profile. Entering the House of Bai with Bai Xian is the dream of many warriors. However, he openly rejected it and didn't give them any face at all. Now he even killed Bai Xian. This is great. Does he think he can still live after offending the House of Bai? Others continued to talk about it. So what if he killed Bai Xian? Does he think he can live? The Yuan Qi backlash from the profound sky pill hasn't started yet. Let's see how he can withstand it. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the backlash. It will be difficult for Luo Tian to survive. The backlash from the profound sky pill is too strong. He definitely won't be able to withstand it. Indeed, the backlash from the profound sky pill was very strong. Luo Tian didn't check the properties of the profound sky pill before he took it. However, even if he knew the properties of the profound sky pill, he would still swallow it without hesitation. His character was to fight if he wasn't convinced. If you were stronger than him, he would still take advantage of you. However, what no one expected was that the backlash from Luo Tian's body completely disappeared the moment he leveled up. Leveling up would completely heal the injuries in his body. The backlash from the profound sky pill had been eliminated before it even started. This was an unexpected surprise. Otherwise, even if Luo Tian didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. The feeling of hundreds of millions of ants burning his body was indescribably uncomfortable. Bai Lei walked into the arena and looked at Luo Tian. He couldn't help but sigh and whisper, "What a good seedling." "What a pity," sigh. He walked in front of Luo Tian. Bai Lei said, "I saw everything that happened today. Bai Xian died on the arena because he wasn't strong enough. He can't blame others. The House of Bai won't pursue this matter. Don't worry. The House of Bai won't make things difficult for you." He had to do this. Otherwise, the reputation of the House of Bai would be damaged. Of course, Bai Lei's words came from the bottom of his heart. Luo Tian had already taken the profound sky pill. Even if he broke through, he wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash. Even if Luo Tian didn't die, he would become trash. If they pursued this matter, it would make the House of Bai seem too stingy. Luo Tian clasped his hands and said, "Thank you." At that moment, a white shadow flew down from the gambling house. Dongfang Shuo. He smiled politely at Luo Tian, then looked at Bai Lei and said, "Luo Tian is my brother. Whoever dares to touch my brother, I, Dongfang Shuo, will be the first to not let him off." His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the square heard it clearly. Their faces changed as they were stunned once more. Bai Lei's face darkened. Dongfang Shuo's words were for him to hear, but also for the House of Bai. The meaning was obvious. He was a member of the Dongfang family. Whoever dared to touch him would die. Luo Tian said gratefully, "Thank you." However, his eyes weren't on the arena, but looking at the crowd. Chapter 4. This chapter is today's chapter with 20 monthly votes. Today's monthly votes had already reached 158 votes. According to the agreement, he only needed 2 more votes to add 8 more chapters. Old Neo didn't hold back and said that he would at least update 10 chapters today. It doesn't matter if your monthly votes are a bit more fierce. If you have the guts, then let Old Neo update 10 more chapters tomorrow. By the way, the double monthly votes will end at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Those who have monthly votes, don't let it go. Old Neo will do his best to update 10 more chapters tomorrow. Chapter 926. Senior sister, where did you go just now? Yunmeng said coldly, "I just took a walk." "Oh, senior sister, who is that person?" Yunmeng glared at him coldly and said, "I don't know him." The man's expression immediately darkened. He bowed and said, "Oh, I was talking too much." Yunmeng didn't want others to know about her relationship with Luo Tian. It wasn't that she was afraid. It was that she didn't want to bring trouble to Luo Tian. She knew very well how vicious and merciless this seemingly harmless and handsome young man beside her was. Moreover, the man behind him was even more ruthless. Most importantly, his talent and cultivation were both at a very terrifying realm. He was in the top 10 of the demon sect's bounty list. Suddenly, the handsome young man said again, "Senior sister, I saw a few demon sect disciples just now. They seem to be here for the Green Giant. Cloud Mist College sent us here for the Green Giant. Should we?" Yunmeng knew their purpose of coming. She just happened to meet them. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to be with these people at all. Yunmeng said coldly, "If you want to go, then go. But don't blame me for not reminding you. You can't deal with that Green Giant. Don't try to bring him back to the college. We can't do it, and neither can the demon sect. Of course, if you want to die, you can try." Her heart trembled slightly at the thought of the green, berserk giant. An expert at the peak of the martial void realm was smashed to death by him. There was no room for resistance at all. It was too fierce. Although she didn't know why the Green Giant wanted to save her, she was grateful and even wanted to marry him. In order to be grateful, she could only stop the people of Cloud Mist College from interfering in this matter. She thought to herself, if he appeared, he must have appeared very early. The reason why he hasn't been discovered should be that he wants to be a rogue cultivator. He is free and doesn't want to be disturbed. The handsome young man's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Thank you for your reminder, senior sister. I understand." The demon sect issued a bounty. Naturally, the sect would issue corresponding policies. Whoever could recruit the big green guy would receive the same amount of bounty as the bounty on the Demon Gates bounty list. This was the reason why they had come all the way to Marshall Mountain City. However, the handsome young man did not appear for Hulk. He had been ordered to come here for Yi Yunmeng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in such a small place. "Senior sister, are we leaving the city today? I'm tired, I want to rest. Let's spend the night in the Marshall Mountain City and return to the Misty Cloud City tomorrow," Yi Yunmeng said coldly. Then she left in a flash. She didn't even look at the handsome young man from beginning to end. The handsome young man didn't mind. He looked at Yi Yunming's back, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. Gambling house. Dongfang Shua was a little too passionate. After coming down from the stage, he supported Luo Tian. He was afraid that Luo Tian would fall or something. He was afraid that something would happen to Luo Tian. When Luo Tian arrived at the gambling house, Dongfang Shua directly ordered, "Quickly bring me the Imperial Dragon Pill." The old manager was stunned and said, "Young master, that was left for you when the head of the family was still alive." "That is a grade 6 spirit pill." Dongfang Shua stared and shouted, "I told you to bring it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The old manager looked at Luo Tian, who was sitting on the chair, and then left. Only Dongfang Shua and Luo Tian were left in the room. Dongfang Shua kept looking at Luo Tian and kept staring at him. "Good, good, good. I won't let you die. I definitely won't let you die. You little brat really are interesting, ha ha ha." Luo Tian was confused. Being stared at by Dongfang Shua like that made his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but say, "That big brother, I'm not gay." From the stage to the gambling house. Not allowing Luo Tian to reject, he dragged Luo Tian here. Luo Tian wanted to find the silly queen, but there were too many people, and he couldn't find Yi Yunmeng. Plus, he didn't have a place to stay in Wushan City, so he could only come to the gambling house. Now that he saw Dongfang Shua's gaze, he muttered in his heart, "Is he really gay?" "Gay? What's gay?" Dongfang Shua was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "It must be the dialect of your plane, ha ha ha. Brother Luo, you can rest assured in this gambling house. No one will dare to touch you. From now on, you are my brother." He was very happy, very excited. The grievances that he had suppressed for many years were completely released the moment Luo Tian killed Bai Xian. These years he had been working hard to return to the Dongfang family, and now he had completely thought it through. Luo Tian saw that he was trying to curry favor with him for no reason, and knew that it was definitely nothing good. Thinking about his bet, he immediately jumped up from his seat and said, "Even blood brothers have to settle accounts. Big brother, you can't not pay me my cultivation coins, right?" Dongfang Shua laughed out loud and said, "Brother Luo, don't worry. I, Dongfang Shua, can still take out that bit of cultivation coins of yours. Furthermore, if it wasn't for you today, our gambling house would have suffered greatly. You made me earn a huge sum, ha ha ha. Come, bring out the cultivation coins that Brother Luo won. Money to pay, even giving out a rank 6 Imperial Dragon Pill? Treating him as a blood brother, what was he doing? It wasn't that Luo Tian was suspicious, but that he really didn't understand what Dongfang Shua wanted to do. Luo Tian didn't know. The reason why Dongfang Shua treated him like that was because Luo Tian helped him untie the knot in his heart. From Luo Tian, Dongfang Shua saw his past shortcomings and also saw hope. He thanked Luo Tian from the bottom of his heart. Not long later, a worker walked into the room with half a sack of cultivation coins, a total of 76 to 700 cultivation coins. It's all here. Dongfang Shua waved his hand, You can leave first. Yes. Dongfang Shua smiled. You won all of this. Luo Tian was stunned. Before, he didn't have much concept of money, but now he was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the half-sack of profound coins, he was secretly happy and said, "After a few more times, I should be able to buy the blood spirit force, right? When the time comes, I will unlock the bloodline seal in my body." Thinking about unlocking the bloodline seal, Luo Tian couldn't help but think of Yunming, and asked in his heart, "What does she want the blood of the 4 mythological beasts for?" Brother Luo. Brother Luo! F***CK. Could it be that the profound sky pill's backlash is acting up? Dongfang Shua's face immediately changed and shouted towards the door. "Hurry up! You still haven't brought the Imperial Dragon Pill? Hurry up! If Brother Luo has any questions, he will ask you." Chapter 5 delivered. This chapter is a chapter with 40 monthly votes. Chapter 9:27. Luo Tian was just thinking about Yunming. But to Dongfang Shua, he was extremely worried. Hearing his roar, Luo Tian was shocked and immediately said, "I'm fine, I'm really fine. You can keep the Imperial Dragon Pill for yourself." Dongfang Shua felt that Luo Tian was being polite and did not want to accept his kindness. He was afraid that he would have conditions, so he immediately said, "Brother Luo, don't worry, I will not ask you to join the Dongfang family, and I will not ask you to do anything for me. I just want to thank you. The Imperial Dragon Pill can cure hundreds of poisons. Even if it can't resist the backlash of the Sky Xian Pill, it can alleviate some of the pain." From his eyes, Luo Tian could see the sincerity. He was secretly moved. In this dog-eat-dog world, to have a brother who treated you sincerely was a very precious thing. Luo Tian would cherish it. At the beginning, if it wasn't for Dongfang Shua's words, Wu Feng and Wang Huan would have denied it. Then the ending would not be like this. At that time, Luo Tian was grateful to Dongfang Shua. In the arena, Dongfang Shua was afraid that someone would harm Luo Tian, but he disregarded the family rules and openly interfered in Wushan City's affairs. He even protected Luo Tian in front of the whole city. Luo Tian was once again grateful for these things, although he was not afraid of anything, but someone was willing to stand up for him. This kindness was engraved in his heart. Now, Dongfang Shua treated him as a brother. Luo Tian did not want to hide it from him. He said seriously, "Brother, listen to me. The backlash of the Sky Xian Pill is not a threat to me, and the backlash has already passed. Look, I'm fine. The Imperial Dragon Pill was given to you by your father, so you have to keep it." "You're fine?" Dongfang Shua was shocked. "How can you be fine?" "Even with my current cultivation, taking the Sky Xian Pill would cause serious injuries, but you're fine. You're not lying to me, right? Then you don't treat me as your brother, and I will look down on you." Luo Tian said, "I'm really fine. If there is something, I will not refuse." "Really?" "Absolutely. Don't lie to me. I'm not lying to you." Dongfang Shua felt that it was strange, but he still believed in Luo Tian. He laughed and said, "I told you that you were different from ordinary people, and I was right. Brother Luo, your performance today was too spectacular, ha ha ha." He was also a sentimental person. After untying the knot in his heart, his entire person had changed. Luo Tian scratched his head and said, "What's so exciting about it? Everything was forced by them. I didn't want it to be like this, haha." The two of them laughed at the same time. At this moment, the old steward walked into the room with an exquisite box. Dongfang Shua said, "You are really stingy, isn't it just one Imperial Dragon Pill? It's not yours. Asking you to take it is the same as asking for your life. Now put it back." The backlash from the profound Sky Pill in Brother Luo's body has been resolved. However, you have to keep this a secret for me. Don't tell anyone, otherwise. The old man was shocked and immediately said, "This old servant understands. All right, you may leave." Luo Tian had a lot of things that he didn't know about. The most important thing now was how to get the blood spirit force. He wanted to break the blood seal of the 4 mythological beasts and give Yunmeng a portion of the 4 mythological beasts' blood essence before she left. Immediately, Luo Tian immediately asked, "Big brother Dongfang, how much does a portion of high-level blood spirit force cost?" Dongfang Shua was shocked and said, "Blood spirit force? And it's high level. Do you want the blood spirit force to cultivate? With your current cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult to absorb the blood spirit force." Luo Tian shook his head and said, "I have other uses for it." Dongfang Shua said, "Only rank 7 monsters have the blood spirit force, and a portion of it costs 2 to 3 million cultivation coins. Martial Mountain City doesn't have the blood spirit force for sale. Even Lingyinqing only has 1 or 2 portions. Very few people can afford it, and even if someone gets the blood spirit force, they won't sell it easily. The blood spirit force is a holy cultivation item, and no one is willing to sell it. In a world where martial artists were respected, cultivation resources were everything. The blood spirit force contained the densest essence, qi, of the monsters. It could provide a high-level martial artist for several years to refine, who would sell it. *CK. Sure enough, it costs a few million cultivation coins. Luo Tian's heart sank. At first, he thought that he had made a fortune with more than 70,000 cultivation coins, but now it seemed that he was simply a pauper. The difference between 70,000 and 3 million was too big. He thought to himself, "It seems that buying the blood spirit force is too unrealistic. Even if I buy it, just like Dongfang Shua said, no one will sell it. It's too difficult to buy it." If he used the Hulk transformation card to kill a rank 7 monster, it was hard to say if he could kill a rank 7 monster in 5 minutes. Even if he killed it, Luo Tian couldn't use it for 10 days. How could he walk out of the dangerous forest? It was completely impossible. More importantly, could the blood spirit energy of a 7th order demonic beast undo the bloodline seal in his body? The system didn't prompt him. He was not confident and muttered in his heart, "Damn, is it so difficult to unlock the seal?" Dongfang Shua looked at Luo Tian in deep thought and couldn't help but ask, "Is the blood spirit force very important to you? If you have it..." Luo Tian didn't wait for Dongfang Shua to finish and immediately said, "Big brother Dongfang, I want to work hard myself. There's no need to trouble you. This wasn't 100,000 or 80,000. This was more than 3 million cultivation coins. Moreover, it was rank 7 blood spirit force. If it was rank 8 or rank 9, it would be even more expensive. This was an extremely difficult matter for any family, not to mention Dongfang Shua in this kind of place. One could imagine how much he was disliked in the Dongfang family. He might be able to help him, but he would definitely have to pay a huge price. This was something that Luo Tian didn't want to see. Brothers were meant to be cherished. Luo Tian said again, "I'm not in a hurry. I'll think of a way myself." Dongfang Shua looked at Luo Tian with some blame in his heart. "Brother Luo, I'll try my best to find out more about the blood spirit force. When the time comes, even if I can't help you, with my Dongfang family's power, I should be able to help you get less money." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Thank you, big brother Dongfang. You must be tired today. You should rest in this room. I won't disturb you." Dongfang Shua left the room. He immediately went to find the old manager. "How much cultivation coins does a rank 7 blood spirit force cost on the market?" "At least 2,800,000. "How much do I have left?" "Young master, why are you asking this? Just say it. What nonsense are you spouting? Your monthly allowance for the past few years, plus the inheritance left to you by the old master, is about 1,500,000 cultivation coins. I know. In this period of time, help me gather information about the blood spirit force. See if anyone wants to sell it. Don't ask why, just go. This old servant obeys." In the room, Luo Tian laid on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Looking at the sack of money on the floor, He smiled bitterly. Then, thinking about the shop system in his system, his eyes lit up and said, "Now I have 70,000 cultivation coins. Let's see what I can buy." Chapter 6 delivered. This chapter is today's 60 monthly votes added chapter. Brothers, there are still monthly votes. Be a little more aggressive. Old Neo can still take it. Chapter 928. In the past, when he had no money, Luo Tian did not pay much attention to what was sold in the system shop. He still had no money. However, compared to when the system had just been upgraded, Luo Tian could be considered a tycoon, or at least a nouveau riche. More than 70,000 profound coin was enough for a small family to spend for more than a year. He opened the system's shop. Holy artifact. Heaven-splitting axe. 88 million profound coin. F*CKU. Holy artifact. Heaven-flipping seal. 100 million profound coin. Brother, can you be any more ridiculous? Holy artifact. Angel set. 8-winged golden wings. 230 million. Your sister. They were all good things, and they were all so expensive that even his mother wouldn't recognize them. Luo Tian's expression became uglier and uglier. I thought that 70,000 profound coin would be considered a small amount of money. Damn it, looking at the holy artifacts column in the shop, I have the urge to die. This is too much. System sister, can you be any more ridiculous? In the shop, the lowest price of the holy artifact was the heaven-splitting axe. It wasn't expensive, only 88 million profound coin. Luo Tian's head was about to explode. 70,000 profound coin. 88 million profound coin. Wasn't the difference too big? Next column. Luo Tian was no longer in the mood to look at the items in the holy artifacts column, although he was about to drool when he saw the holy artifact on the shelves. Even if he worked hard for 10 lifetimes, he probably wouldn't be able to transfer that much money. He could only give up. However, Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, "When I have money, I will buy all of these holy artifacts. If I don't need them, I will just put them at home." Damn it. Let's take a look at the heaven artifact. The level of the ancient world's spirit treasure was the same as that of the profound sky continent. They were all from the 1st to the 9th grade. Above the 9th grade was the spirit chi, the earth artifact, the heaven artifact, and then the holy artifact. The difference was, even the super holy artifact of the lower planes were not as powerful as the ancient continent's 1st grade magic treasure. Although the ancient continent's 1st grade magic treasure was the most trashy existence, if it was brought to the lower planes, it would definitely crush the existence of the super holy artifact. This was the influence brought about by the difference in plane level. Carefree fan, heaven artifact, price, 18 million cultivation coins. That's too much of a blow. Go around it, earth tier weapons. Netherworld cloak, earth tool, 8 million cultivation coins. Luo Tian rolled his eyes and almost fainted. The spirit treasures in the shop were all extremely good. Looking at them made his heart itch. However, he could not afford a single one of them. It was as if he was impulsive and robbed the entire shop. I wonder if I can rob. If I can, damn it, I'll burn this entire shop down. It was too hateful. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and directly filtered out the spiritual weapons. Even if he looked at them, he could not afford them. He might as well look at the 1st grade spiritual weapons, first to regain some confidence. Long sword, 1st grade, 3,000 cultivation coins. Scam. Doran sword, 1st grade, for 1,400 cultivation coins. Mother ***, you're not scamming me just because it's an item from LOL? Others only got 440, but you **King got 440. Is there anyone who's more fraudulent than you? That's too much. Luo Tian wanted to get angry. He wanted to pull out the designer of the shop system and give him a good beating. Although he could afford these 1st grade spirit treasures, what was the point of buying them? He might as well undo the seal on the refining technique and forge them himself. Undo the seal? F asterisk CK. I almost forgot about this. Luo Tian's heart sank. He immediately chose the spiritual medicine column. The shop system contained a lot of goods. There were only things that you could not imagine. There was nothing that he could not sell here. After looking at the spiritual treasure column, Luo Tian did not have the mood to look at the prices of the items. He immediately opened the spiritual medicine column. The page in his mind instantly changed to the page of a large pill furnace. The shelves were filled with all kinds of spiritual pills, from 1st grade to 9th grade. Then there were spiritual pills, basic pills, earth grade pills, heaven grade pills. Finally, there were God grade pills. God grade pill, resurrection pill. The user can be resurrected within 3 days after death. Cultivation will not decrease. Price, 1 billion. Luo Tian looked at the long string of zeros and was speechless. However, after thinking about it, as long as he was alive, everything was possible. 1 billion profound coin to buy a life. Luo Tian only wanted to say, "Brother, can it be cheaper?" If he could have a resurrection pill, it would be equivalent to having 2 lives. Wasn't this too amazing? He looked all the way down. Suddenly, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Experience pill! Wow, you can even buy experience pills. Luo Tian's eyes widened. This was too unexpected. He needed experience to level up. If he kept swallowing experience pills, he wouldn't need to go to the dangerous mountains to hunt demon beasts. He could directly eat experience pills to level up. 10 million experience pills. 10 million profound coin. 30 million experience pills. 30 million profound coin. 100 million experience pills. 100 million profound coin. F asterisk CK, my butt is rotten. This is too much of a scam. Luo Tian wanted to cry. He really wanted to cry. This was too much of a blow. Not only were there experience pills, there was also double experience pill, double attack pill, double gale pill. What made Luo Tian gasp in amazement the most was that there was actually a double endurance pill. Your sister, Lian Zhuang, you're even selling young medicine? He did not find any items that could unlock the seal in the spirit medicine shop. Luo Tian did not give up and continued to flip. He flipped through page after page, but he couldn't find anything. The last page, special item bar. This is the last page. If you can't find it, then there's no hope. Luo Tian was already speechless. He suddenly realized that if he had tens of billions of profound coin on him, he wouldn't need to do anything and could directly level up to become an ancient emperor realm. He would become the strongest king in the ancient world. He continued to flip through. The items in the special item bar were indeed very special. Moreover, Luo Tian's brain was filled with blood as he read. Nurse's outfit, priced at 1,000 profound coin. If this outfit was worn on Qin Yu's body, gudong. Thinking of that scene in his mind, Luo Tian couldn't hold it in anymore. Policewoman's outfit. Cold and elegant policewoman cold frost. Wow, I can't take it anymore. Luo Tian exclaimed in his heart. These special items were all things that could only be found on Earth. Furthermore, they were all extremely awesome sets. What professional OL, what fun! There was even a blow-up doll with asterisk asterisk. F asterisk CK. If these things were to be brought into this world, it would be a crazy rhythm. If those temptations were given to Cold Frost, the Poison Widow, and the others this night, there was really no way they could survive. It would really be a asterisk 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 existence. Luo Tian thought about it and felt as if tens of thousands of grass mud horses were galloping past him. The most important point was, these things were all very cheap. Calm down. You have to calm down. Calm down my ass. Luo Tian roared and said, I want to work hard to level up. I want to work hard to earn money. I want to buy all of these temptations and then bring all of my wives to the ancient world. I want each of them to have one. Chapter 7 has been delivered. This chapter is today's 80th monthly vote. Chapter 9:29. It was unknown when. A trace of blood flowed out of his nose. Those scenes that were not suitable for children were too awesome. Luo Tian really couldn't hold it in. Black silk, white silk, durex, all of them. There were all kinds of bikinis, sexy underwear, and even fancy ones. Luo Tian was about to go crazy from these special items. If he could return to the profound sky continent, he would instantly make a trip back. Who could endure this? Huff! Huff! Luo Tian tried his best to calm himself down. If he thought about those things again, he really wanted to buy a blow-up doll and find the fifth mist to blow it up first. I'm here to find the power to unlock the seal. I can't think about it anymore. Following that, Luo Tian continued to flip through the pages. Although he couldn't help but want to know what the Poison Widow should wear, what the Yunling and Yun-Yi sisters should wear, and what Li Shuer should wear, his eyes continued to search. Found it. Suddenly, Luo Tian's mind shook, and he finally found the power to unlock the seal in the last column. The power of fire. Unlocking the seal of the refining technique. Price: 98,000 pieces. The things I need are so expensive, damn. The power of the heart of the formation. Unlocking the seal of the formation inscription technique. Price: 89,000 pieces. I still can't afford it. Along the way, Luo Tian discovered that all the auxiliary skills had the power to unlock the seal, and all the attacking skills could unlock the seal with one type of power. It was completely universal, but its price was more than 160,000. Luo Tian sighed once again. The poor really have a hard life. It's so difficult to even buy something. However, among the many auxiliary skills, there was one that Luo Tian could afford. The power of the medicine spirit, unlocking the seal of the alchemy technique. Price: 73,800 pieces. This was the only sealing power that Luo Tian could afford. You want to buy a few more? Isn't this too much? Luo Tian muttered, but he was not in a hurry to buy it. He continued reading and thought to himself, if there is the power to undo the seal on the cultivation technique, then there is also the power to undo the seal on the 4 divine beasts' blood meridians. How many profound coins would it cost? Shortly after, Luo Tian continued to look. In the last item in the special item window, he found the blood spirit force. However, Luo Tian shut his eyes and nearly cried out, UF*** King F*** King system. You let yours truly see hope, and yet you let yours truly fall into despair. All I wanted was to unseal the bloodline seals of the 4 legendary beasts. Why must you make things so difficult for me? Did I F*** your A**s? Holy grade, blood spirit power price, 12 million cultivation coins. Description: the power to undo any bloodline seal. The price of the 7th stage blood spirit force was around 3 million, and the higher the grade, the higher the price. It was obvious that the blood spirit force in the shop was definitely the blood essence of a stage 9 demon beast, or even the blood essence of a great circle demon beast. If these 2 types of demon beast's blood essence were to be auctioned, it would definitely be more than 12 million profound coins. But the key point was, Luo Tian didn't have any money. With only 70,000 profound coins, 12 million was too far away. Huff! Luo Tian opened his eyes with an expression that was beyond recognition. He laid on the bed, looked at the ceiling, and started to think, Silly Queen, I really want to help you, but I really don't have a choice. Sigh, it's too much of a loss to buy an ordinary weapon with more than 70,000 profound coins. It's not practical to buy anything else. If I want to buy something better, I don't have enough money. Looks like I can only buy the power of the medicine spirit. There was no other way. Luo Tian wanted to keep the money, but looking at the items in the shop, they were all so expensive that even if he sold his, but he wouldn't be able to earn any money. 70,000 was too insignificant. He might as well buy something that he could use right now. Moreover, alchemy was extremely important to Luo Tian. Life points. Essence points could be replenished through pills. To Luo Tian, alchemy was extremely important. Not to mention that the alchemy that he practiced was the alchemy that the main character Xiao Yan practiced in Battle Through the Heavens, which had a bonus effect on alchemy. Otherwise, he would have directly practiced the alchemy of this ancient world. The idea moved. Once again, he entered the special items page and quickly skipped over those temptations. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and would buy all of those sets. Selecting the power of the medicine spirit, Luo Tian confirmed. Ding, are you sure you want to buy the power of the medicine spirit? Confirm. The system flashed and the power of the medicine spirit in the inventory disappeared, directly falling into Luo Tian's space ring, and the half sack of profound coins beside him was directly taken away, leaving only a little bit of profound coins. He instantly became a pauper. Luo Tian sighed. I'm out of money again. This money is too much. He was too lazy to think too much about it. Without money, he was relaxed and didn't need to worry anymore. Since he didn't have money, he couldn't afford to buy anything. Luo Tian's idea moved. Unlock the seal on alchemy. Ding! The system sounded out. The heaven-melting cauldron flew out. Under Luo Tian's control, the alchemy was like a furnace, and the power of the medicine spirit was immediately placed inside. 3 seconds later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a new skill, alchemy. Ancient. Do you want to cultivate it? Yes. Luo Tian said directly, and then opened the system to check the alchemy skill. Cultivation method. Alchemy. Ancient grade. Ancient level proficiency. 0/300 description. Changes the alchemy technique to the great perfection stage. Reduces the time needed to refine pills by 1/5, increases the success rate by 5%, increases the rate of refining pills by 5%. Looking at the skill description, Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The 70,000 black soldier is worth it. This alchemy technique is much stronger than the one in the profound sky continent. Just the 2 new functions of refining pills and refining pills are much better. This could be considered a return. If it was another seemingly useless evolution, then Luo Tian would really curse his mother. Unknowingly, Luo Tian fell asleep and was not in a hurry to refine pills. He still lacked a pill furnace for refining pills, and the pill furnace he used in the profound sky continent was completely unable to withstand the spirit herbs in the ancient world. He slept soundly, and no one came to disturb him on the way. There were a few times when Li Shuer and the others were dressed in a very awesome seduction suit, and they were just short of bombing them one by one in their dreams. In the evening, bang, bang, Brother Luo, are you awake? Dongfang Shua's voice came from outside the door. He did not want to disturb Luo Tian's rest, but there was someone outside the gambling house who wanted to see Luo Tian. Brother Dongfang, I'm awake, come in. Luo Tian sat up from the bed. Dongfang Shua walked into the room and said, Someone is looking for you. Luo Tian was stunned, and his mind immediately tensed up. Silly Queen is looking for me? Chapter 8 delivered. This chapter is the 100th chapter of today's monthly votes. There are more chapters today. Even if I write until dawn, Old Bull will complete the 10 chapters promise. Brothers, if you have the monthly votes, then go ahead. Even if Old Bull breaks his hands, he will complete it. Chapter 930. Could it be the silly Queen Yunmeng? Luo Tian knew that Yunmeng was in Wushan City. The only person he was familiar with in Wushan City was Yunmeng. Luo Tian was a little excited. He did not expect that the queen on the frozen throne would take the initiative to come to him. But, however, this excitement disappeared as soon as he walked out of the gambling house. The person who came was naturally not Yunmeng. How could the cold-eyed queen come to Luo Tian? This was not in line with the queen's character, and her body had been seen by Luo Tian. How could she have the nerve to appear in front of Luo Tian? The visitor was Yao Hai of the Tianyu sect. Although Luo Tian was very disappointed, he still smiled and went forward to greet him. Uncle Yao Hai, why are you here? If he wanted to thank someone, Yao Hai was the first person he wanted to thank. When he was in the martial arts arena, if it was not for him covering for him, he would not have been able to escape from Wushan City, and he still had the invisibility pill given by Yao Hai. Although this pill was useless in front of people 2 realms higher than him, Luo Tian was really grateful to Yao Hai at that time. It was he who gave him a second chance to test. It was also he who let him go. If it was not for him last time, he might have been killed by a sea. So, Luo Tian was grateful. Dongfang Shua also knew this, so he knocked on the door to wake Luo Tian up. If it was someone else, Dongfang Shua would not have paid attention to it. Throughout the afternoon, many people came to see Luo Tian, but they were all chased out by the attendants of the gambling house, except for Yao Hai. Seeing Luo Tian, Yao Hai looked a little excited. Looking at the sincere smile on Luo Tian's face, he knew that Luo Tian did not put on airs because he had broken through to the 2nd level of the 4 symbols, nor did he have the slightest arrogance. He was completely the same as before. Yao Hai was very relieved about this. Yao Hai looked at Luo Tian and said with a smile, I guess that the profound sky pill's backlash wouldn't have any effect on you. Otherwise, with your personality, why would you take the profound sky pill? Ha ha ha. I was right. Although he was worried, he still had some understanding of Luo Tian. He wouldn't do anything that he wasn't sure of. The backlash from the profound sky pill was indeed fierce, but Luo Tian didn't seem to be injured at all. Luo Tian scratched his head and smiled. It's just a coincidence. Dongfang Shua smiled. No matter how strong the backlash from the heavenly profound pill is, I won't let anything happen to him. Yao Hai said, with Brother Dongfang's words, even those who reported to the King of Hell would be pulled back. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The 2 laughed at the same time. Luo Tian asked very seriously, Uncle Yao Hai, why are you looking for me? Yao Hai's expression changed slightly. No, nothing. I just wanted to see how you were. Seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. Luo Tian asked again, if there's anything, just say it. There's no need to treat me like an outsider. Yao Hai sighed. He didn't want to hide it and said, I was asked by the sect leader to take you into the Heavenly Feather Sect. I almost said that nothing would happen to you. Sighed. The Heavenly Feather Sect is no longer the Heavenly Feather Sect of the past. Immediately after, Yao Hai said again, Luo Tian, you don't need to enter the Heavenly Feather Sect. Even if you do, there's no point. The Heavenly Feather Sect is already a pile of mud that can't be supported. He didn't want Luo Tian to join the Heavenly Feather Sect. This would harm Luo Tian. However, he couldn't stand the sect leader's constant urging. He was forced to the point that he had no choice and even threatened to use his family to threaten him. He could only brace himself and deal with it. After this matter, Yao Hai had totally given up on the Heavenly Feather Sect. Luo Tian looked at Yao Hai. Before Luo Tian spoke, Dongfang Shua said, the Heavenly Feather Sect leader Wei Kunlun isn't a good person and is afraid of death. Since he took over the Heavenly Feather Sect, it has been reduced to a second-rate sect. Even the newly risen Purgatory Sect is stronger than it. The House of Bai will definitely remove his right to be one of the 13 sections. Now he wants to pull Brother Luo to fight for his Heavenly Feather Sect? Brother Luo don't agree with him. Yao Hai's expression didn't change much, as what Dongfang Shua said was the truth. If it wasn't for Wei Kunlun's lack of leadership and his personality being that of a coward, the Heavenly Feather Sect wouldn't have fallen to such a stage. Luo Tian wasn't in a rush to reject. Instead, he looked at Yao Hai seriously and asked, Uncle Yao Hai, if it wasn't for your help at the martial arts field, I would have been killed by Asi. I will never forget your kindness. As long as you nod your head, I will join the Heavenly Feather Sect with you. Although Luo Tian didn't want to join any power in the ancient world. But Yao Hai had helped him before. He was grateful. If Yao Hai nodded his head, he would join the Heavenly Feather Sect and try his best to help the Heavenly Feather Sect rise up. This was a favor that he owed Yao Hai. Luo Tian was such a person Whoever treated him well, he would repay that kindness tenfold, 100-fold. Whoever wanted to harm him, he would repay that kindness tenfold, 100-fold. Yao Hai was stunned. Dongfang Shuo was stunned too. They didn't expect Luo Tian to say that. Dongfang Shuo's face sank and said, "Brother Luo, you have to think carefully. This isn't a joke. If you join the Heavenly Feather sect, you might as well join my Dongfang family. I don't think the Dongfang family is worthy of your potential, so I didn't mention this matter." Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I've thought it through. Uncle Yao Hai, if you nod your head, I will go with you. I will wholeheartedly help the Heavenly Feather sect rise up." If Luo Tian joined the Heavenly Feather sect, then no matter how bad Wei Kunlun's management skills were, with Luo Tian's current influence in Marshall Mountain City, he would definitely rise up quickly and become the overlord of Marshall Mountain City. Would be a simple matter. Yao Hai's eyes were filled with tears. He didn't expect Luo Tian to agree. He blamed himself and immediately said, "I was just joking. How can a small sect like the Heavenly Feather sect, which isn't even a bronze rank sect, be worthy of your potential?" "Absolutely not." Luo Tian said, "Uncle Yao Hai, it's okay. There's no such thing as being worthy or not. I'm just a person. There's nothing special about me." Yao Hai wiped away the tears in his eyes and said, "I won't say anything else. I just want to ask for a drink. I know you won a lot of money from Brother Dongfang today. You can treat me to a drink, right?" Ha ha ha. Dongfang Shuo also immediately said, "Let's drink the best restaurant in Marshall Mountain City. I'll be the host." Luo Tian felt even more sorry for Yao Hai. He knew that he didn't have time to waste in the Heavenly Feather sect, so he said in his heart, "Thank you." At the same time, Yao Hai said in his heart, "Luo Tian, thank you." Chapter 9 has been delivered. This chapter is 120 monthly votes plus an update. Old Cow was still writing, "There will be an update tonight. My arm hurts, but Old Cow can still bear it." Chapter 931. Beyond the Heavens Sect. The best restaurant in Wushan City. A 6-story building with decorations comparable to a 5-star hotel. It was exceptionally luxurious. In the best private room on the 6th floor. Drink, drink, drink. Today we won't go home until we're drunk. Yao Hai drank until his face was red, but he was also exceptionally happy. He raised his wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. To be friends with Luo Tian, despite the difference in age, was the best thing in his life. What Heavenly Feather sect? What sect leader asked him to do? He threw all these thoughts to the back of his mind. Now he only cared about drinking, only Luo Tian, only Dongfang Shuo. Dongfang Shuo was also exceptionally happy. Today, it was Luo Tian who helped him walk out of the abyss in his heart. He let him know that in this world, he would not yield to anyone. No matter how strong or big the opponent was, he would not yield. If he did not yield, he would fight. If he could not beat him to death, what was there to be afraid of? From Luo Tian, Dongfang Shuo found what he had lost. From today onwards, he became a completely different person. A wanton and unrestrained person who would do anything once he set his sights on a goal. That was the young and frivolous Dongfang Shuo. He was thankful to Luo Tian. Luo Tian was also happy. He was happy that today he had slapped Wu Feng's face, slapped Wang Li's face, slapped the newcomers who entered the ancient world with him, slapped the 13 sex faces, and even did not let Bai Xian off. He was happy. He was also happy that Yi Yunming cared a lot about him. The moment Bai Xian sneak attacked, he clearly heard Yi Yunming's voice. How could he forget his queen's voice? Therefore, he was happy. Furthermore, he had made 2 friends in Wushan City who were better than him. They could be said to be good brothers. When drinking with them, he did not need to be reserved or restrained. If he wanted to drink, he would drink. He would drink in big gulps. He would pick up the bowl and gulp it down. Then, eating large chunks of meat, this kind of feeling was like the heroes of Liangshan in the movie world. Very good, very good. Just that if those brothers in the profound sky continent were all here, those women were all here, then it would definitely be even better. Cheers! We have to do it. Brother Luo Tian, I have to thank you for today. Thank you for allowing me to be reborn into my former self. Here's a toast to you. Dongfang Shuo raised his wine glass to welcome Luo Tian. Without waiting for him to touch his glass, Dongfang Shuo downed the glass in one gulp. Subsequently, Yao Hai raised his wine cup and said, I also want to toast you, not for anything else, but for you to still recognize me as Yao Hai. For everything you've done today, I admire you greatly. Let me toast you. After that, he drained the cup in one gulp. Luo Tian looked at them and drank a few bowls in succession. This kind of strong alcohol was like boiling lava in his stomach. It was very uncomfortable, but after the discomfort, this fanatical energy flowed through his body. It was very refreshing. The three of them kept drinking. The private room was filled with wine jars. He still kept drinking. Luo Tian had never drunk so much wine in his life, until the three of them were a little confused. During this period, Luo Tian vomited a few times. If not for his second stage 4 symbols cultivation base, he would have died from alcohol poisoning long ago. While Luo Tian was drinking, in the private room next to his, what kind of dishes are these? If they taste so bad, what's the point of saying that this is the best restaurant in Wushan City? I think it's the worst restaurant. Cloud Mist College, the handsome young man said disdainfully, looking at the cold queen beside him. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, Senior sister, when we return to Cloud Mist City, I will definitely treat you to a good meal to make up for it. Yi Yunming's face was cold. She didn't reply. She didn't even look at him as she slowly ate. Her every movement exuded a cold aura as if she was an iceberg. While eating the delicacies, she thought of Luo Tian's barbecue in her heart. She missed it quite a lot. I wonder when I'll be able to eat his barbecue again. At this moment, bursts of shouts came from the private room next to her. She was very familiar with the voice. Without thinking, she immediately thought that it was Luo Tian. She raised her eyes slightly. He's fine. I underestimated him again. He's really unpredictable. Just like the meat he barbecued, it's different each time. So noisy. The handsome young man's face was extremely angry. He immediately shouted in unison, How dare you disturb senior sister's meal? You're courting death. There was a ball of fire in his heart. He wasn't liked in the first place. She didn't even look at him. She also ignored him when he spoke. This made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Just as he was in a fit of anger, all kinds of shouts came from the private room next door. How could he endure this? He exploded all of a sudden. However, without waiting for him to walk out of the room, Yunmeng said coldly, Don't cause trouble. We'll stay for one night and leave tomorrow. There are several waves of devil sect disciples in Wushan City. If we provoke them, we'll cause unnecessary trouble. The handsome young man was stunned. He immediately stopped and smiled. Yes, senior sister. He wasn't a fool. What? Several waves of devil sect disciples. These devil sect disciples didn't have the heart to care about them. The devil sect disciples were all rushing to Wushan Mountain Range to hunt the green giant. Even if they knew that there was a devil sect bounty hunter in Beyond the Heaven sect, Yunmeng, they wouldn't come. Hunting Yunmeng was too difficult. Without a doubt, Yunmeng was fooling him. Not long after, Yunmeng walked out of the room. The handsome young man immediately followed. Yunmeng said coldly, Why are you following me? Do you want to follow me to the outhouse? The handsome young man immediately took a step back and said, I don't dare. Finished. Yunmeng walked out. It was also at this time. Everything seemed to have been arranged. Luo Tian just happened to step out of the room at the same time as she stepped out of the door. He turned his head to look and shook his eyes. Hey, you aren't you that silly queen? He was a little drunk. He didn't speak that well. Yunming's face was slightly red. Fortunately, she was wearing a cloak, otherwise, her face would be even redder. When she thought about how she was naked in front of Luo Tian, she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. She didn't answer. Instead, she moved quickly and flew out of the window in the corridor. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly chased after him. He stepped on the window and looked up at the 6-story building. His body shook slightly and his heart sank. He wanted to stop himself, but it was too late. Oh! His entire body fell to the ground. The cultivation of the 4 symbols realm could not fly. Moreover, he was also in a half-drunk state, so he couldn't fly. F***CK. This is embarrassing. The moment Luo Tian was free-falling, he had already sobered up. Although the 6-story building wouldn't take his life, it was inevitable that he would be slightly injured. He was also prepared. Just as his body was about to land on the ground, a jade-like hand wrapped around his waist, and his body became light. Then he was slowly lifted up by a force. His right foot tapped lightly. With a slight step, he stepped on the water in the river and flew up. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away. Luo Tian felt as if he was in a dream. Looking at the peerless face under the black cloak, Luo Tian was stunned. Your Majesty, the 10th chapter has been delivered. 140 monthly votes. He was very tired, extremely tired. He couldn't even lift his arms. His eyes seemed to be floating with a layer of fog, making it a little blurry. However, the old cow still did it. Today's monthly votes were also summarized. The brothers were very supportive. 300 monthly votes. 10 chapters were updated today. 3 chapters were owed yesterday, and including today's, the old cow owes everyone 8 chapters. Double monthly votes until 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Old Bull still wants to fight for a bit more. If any of you have monthly votes, please help to vote for me. Today, I will still have 20 monthly votes plus 1 more chapter. Today, Old Bull will still do his best to write. By the way, if everyone has recommendation votes, don't waste them. Vote for the old cow. Chapter 932. On the 15th day of the month, the moon was as bright as silver, shining down and illuminating the Marshall Mountain city. It was beautiful. A gentle breeze blew, and the willows by the moat swayed gently. The branches rubbed against each other gently, making rustling sounds. Everything around was beautiful. On top of the city gate, 2 silhouettes stood there, separated by a distance of 3 to 4 meters. One of them was wearing a black cloak covering her face, but the black cloak could not hide her cold and noble temperament, nor could it hide her incomparably hot figure. She was also very beautiful. On the other side, a man, looking at the peerless face under the black cloak, his heart palpitated and slightly said, "Queen!" From the beginning, Luo Tian knew it was her. Being held in her arms, flying all the way, although it was short for Luo Tian, this was a feeling he had never felt before. It was very cool. That kind of refreshing feeling, that kind of feeling was really cool. The woman was, of course, Yunming. Yunming did not look at Luo Tian, but coldly said, "The backlash of the profound sky pill in your body has been removed." Although she knew in advance, she still could not help but ask, "Is this related to the killing and demonic beast cultivation technique you practice?" Luo Tian scratched his head and said, "Kind of." Yunmeng was silent for a moment, then said, "You have so many secrets." Luo Tian laughed. "I am a mysterious man. What do you think? Do you feel that I am very cool? Very handsome? Are you fascinated by my cool and handsome appearance? There are no outsiders here. If you like me, just say it." "Buffed." Yunmeng chuckled. She was once again amused by Luo Tian. Looking at his glib tongue and hooligan expression, she did not feel the slightest bit of disgust in her heart. This was completely different from her previous self. She did not feel disgust in her heart. However, she did not show it on the surface. After laughing, her expression immediately turned cold, and said, "Be careful, my cold sword will pierce your throat. Let's see how cool you are then." "Huh." Luo Tian shivered and said, "You wouldn't. You love me so much. When Bai Xian attacked me, I could feel from your voice that you were worried about me. How could you be willing to kill me?" "Ha ha ha." Yi Yunmeng was stunned and said, "Don't think too much. The reason why I care about you is because I see you as my younger brother. My younger brother's dantian is also shattered and he is unable to cultivate. The reason why I saved you is also because of this." Back then, in the Wu mountain range, Luo Tian was surrounded by several martial artists. She had indeed taken action because Luo Tian's dantian had been shattered. Hearing her words, Luo Tian's heart was about to break. His body trembled slightly and his expression darkened. He muttered to himself, "Treat me as a little brother? Do you only see me as a younger brother?" Yi Yunmeng said, "What else?" Luo Tian's heart was broken. He felt a little uncomfortable. With one hand covering his chest, he looked at Yi Yunmeng and said, "Do you really only see me as a little brother?" Yi Yunmeng did not think much about it. Under the cloak, she smiled playfully. Luo Tian did not notice her smile. With a voice like a little girl throwing a tantrum, she said, "Of course, you don't really think that I like you, do you?" Luo Tian's heart felt like it had been pierced by an arrow. He thought that Yunmeng had a good impression of him, but in the end, she only saw him as a little brother. Wasn't this a disguised rejection? Moreover, in his previous life on Earth, this was the best excuse for rejection. "Would I only see you as a little brother? I only see you as a big brother." It was complete nonsense. It was completely unacceptable. Because of this sentence, who knows how many people have been used as a spare tire for many years. Luo Tian had been in the other world for several years, but his thoughts had not changed much. It was still the thoughts on Earth. He did not change. The other world was different from Earth. Girls' thoughts were also different, and their opinions were even more different. Looking at Luo Tian's dazed look, Yunmeng felt a trace of reluctance in her heart, but she did not explain anything. She was very clear in her heart that it was impossible for her and Luo Tian to be together. They were people from two completely different worlds. They would never be together. She was not good at expressing her feelings, but she knew that it was impossible for two people to be together. It was better to let the other party give up as soon as possible and let herself give up. After a few minutes, in these few minutes, both of them were silent. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Finally, he smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you, Sister Queen, for taking care of me for such a long time. I don't have anything else to give you, so this white wolf king cub will be my gift to express my gratitude." As he said that, Luo Tian took out the little white wolf that was still sleeping soundly. He had always wanted to give it to Yi Yunmeng, but he had never found a suitable opportunity. He knew that Yi Yunmeng was about to leave his world, and he did not know when they would meet again. If he did not give it to her at this time, then there would be no chance. Luo Tian walked to Yi Yunmeng's side with the little white wolf in his arms. Yi Yunmeng looked at Luo Tian and did not know why her heart ached. However, she still had that cold aura on her body and did not refuse. She took the little white wolf and did not take a second look at it. She said softly, "I will take good care of him." When Yi Yunmeng took it, the little white wolf's eyes opened slightly and looked at Luo Tian very seriously, as if it was looking at its mother. After staying by Luo Tian's side for almost a month, he was a little reluctant to part with him. It was just that, after looking at it, he still fell asleep. Luo Tian did not notice this. Yi Yunmeng also did not have the mood to look at the little white wolf, and directly kept it into the space ring. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "All right, big sister queen, if there's a chance in the future, we'll meet again." Finished. Luo Tian jumped. He directly jumped down from the city gate that was more than 10 meters high. The second level of the four symbols could not fly at all. Yi Yunmeng's face changed slightly and wanted to help Luo Tian again. Luo Tian said loudly, No need, I can do it myself. Bam! It was very sturdy, very gorgeous, and very unswathe. He fell down and fell flat on his face. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. F***ck. I just wanted to make a more handsome mess. I didn't expect to embarrass myself. Sigh, he got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and pretended that nothing had happened. He shouted loudly, I'm fine, I'm fine. Finished. Luo Tian left alone. Walking on the street, he was somewhat dazed. This was the first time he had failed to woo a girl in another world. And it was a bit of a blow. The most important thing was that Yi Yunming's reason was actually an old reason from his previous life, which made him even more sad. What he didn't know was, Yi Yunming looked at his back and actually cried. The first chapter has been sent. Today he was busy with the outer sect matters during the day, and there would be a large wave of updates at night. Chapter 933. After drinking for most of the night. Now, Luo Tian was not drunk at all. His heart was bitter. I don't know if Big Brother Dongfang is still in Beyond the Heavens sect. I really want to get drunk again, really drunk. Heartbroken. Heartbroken. Luo Tian wanted to know what it felt like to be drunk. He made up his mind. Luo Tian walked towards the direction of Beyond the Heavens sect. When Yi Yunming was leaving, the handsome young man Hyosaurus frowned and asked in a deep voice, Did you see who that person was? It was the boy who competed in the arena today. I think he was called Luo Tian. Are you sure? I'm sure. Go down. Hyosaurus's face suddenly changed. He clenched his fists and said in a low voice, I knew there was something fishy. It is impossible for them to stay in this place for a day. It seems like they knew each other in Wu Mountain. Yi Yunming, oh Yi Yunming, don't think that just because you are beautiful. Don't think that you can do whatever you want because my big brother is holding you in his heart. When Yi Yunming left, he also left to look for Luo Tian. Just right. Luo Tian walked on the street. Hyosaurus, who was flying, suddenly landed and stood in front of Luo Tian. His face was full of disdain. You are Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked up. He had not seen Hyosaurus before, so he asked, Why are you looking for me? Hyosaurus sneered, Nothing. I just want to remind you that if you dare to see Yi Yunming again, or even touch her, I will make you regret being born into this world. His voice was full of killing intent. Luo Tian smiled and ignored Hyosaurus. He walked forward step by step. Who was Hyosaurus? The second young master of Haijia, a peerless genius with extraordinary talent. The Fair family was an overlord-level existence in the ancient continent. How noble was his status! Yet Luo Tian actually ignored him. Hyosaurus felt as if he had suffered a great humiliation. His eyes turned ferocious as his figure moved and landed directly in front of Luo Tian. He said disdainfully, You dog, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Luo Tian didn't feel good to begin with. Hyosaurus provoked him again. The anger in his heart suddenly flared up, and he shouted loudly, F***King ancestor. Who the F***ck are you? If you tell me not to see you, I won't see you. If you tell me not to touch you, I won't touch you. Motherfucker. He immediately started cursing. He didn't care who the other party was. If he dared to make a move, Luo Tian was really not afraid of anyone. Hyosaurus was a little stunned. No one had ever dared to scold him, even in Cloud Mist College. No one had ever dared to be disrespectful to him. In such a small place, he was actually scolded by a trash with a broken dantian. What kind of humiliation was this? Suddenly, Hyosaurus's fierce, killing intent burst out. His eyes turned ferocious as he said, You dog, you're courting death! As soon as his voice fell, the sword at his waist moved like lightning. A sword attacked. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He held the Hulk transformation card in his mind and roared, I want to see who's courting death green. Just as he was about to say, Hulk, transform for me. A black shadow attacked. The cold sword moved and directly deflected Hyosaurus's long sword. Yunmeng, who was dressed in black, landed between the two of them and said coldly, "Hyosaurus, I told you not to cause trouble. Are you afraid that the disciples of the demon sect don't know that we're here?" The corner of Hyosaurus's mouth turned cold. He did not buy it and said, "Senior sister, don't forget your identity. If my big brother finds out about this, he, not to mention him, even the entire Wushan city will be slaughtered." Yunming's expression changed slightly. The cold sword let out a violent sword cry. A cold killing intent crazily surged out from her body. Hyosaurus frowned, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly returned to normal. In his heart, he said in shock, "Ice sword intent. I didn't expect that in just 2 months she would actually comprehend the profound meaning of the ice sword intent." Yunmeng coldly spat out a word and said, "Get lost!" Hyosaurus smiled coldly and walked a few steps. He looked back at Luo Tian and said, "Kid, remember what I said. She's not someone you can touch. If I find out that you meet her again, I'll kill you." Humph. Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious and then relaxed. He smiled faintly and said, "You're also a student of Cloud Mist College?" Hyosaurus said, "Why?" Luo Tian's smile became cold and his eyes were filled with the killing intent of the Grim Reaper. He said, "I don't mean anything else. I just want to confirm it. Because the next time we meet, I'll beat you up." He was really angry. Looking at Hyosaurus's cold and arrogant expression and the disdain in his eyes, Luo Tian was unhappy. He was also a man. Thinking about it, he was still a young man. Being crushed in front of the woman he liked, he was very unhappy, very unhappy. This made Luo Tian's determination to become stronger once again. Hyosaurus laughed. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Surnamed Luo, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You want to beat me with just you? Do you think that with your talent, breaking through the 4 symbols realm in a month is very powerful? In Cloud Mist College, any student is stronger than you. And me. It only took half a month to step into the essence condensation realm. You want to beat me? What a joke. Geniuses with superior talent were all abnormal in their cultivation. The reason why Hyosaurus had the capital to be arrogant, and the reason why he dared to be impudent in front of a Yunmeng, was not because his family was strong, but because his own strength was a very terrifying existence. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, without any fear, nor was he shocked by Hyosaurus's superior talent potential. Instead, he smiled coldly and said, "Just wash your butt and wait for me." Yunmeng said in a low voice, "Luo Tian, don't say any more." Hyosaurus wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yunming's gaze and said, "Scram!" Hyosaurus's face revealed a playful expression, looked at Luo Tian and said, "Brat, if you have the guts, come to Cloud Mist College. I will beat you up until you look for me everywhere." Finished. He turned around and left with a body full of anger. If it wasn't for Yunming, he believed that Luo Tian would have already knelt in front of him and called him father. Of course. He didn't know. If it wasn't for Yunming, he would already be a corpse. Seeing Hyosaurus leave, Yunming's expression recovered, looked at Luo Tian and said lightly, "No matter what happens in the future, I hope you don't come to Mist City and don't enter Cloud Mist College." Luo Tian, remember my words, this is good for you. He is someone you can't deal with, and the family behind him is an existence you can never shake. Chapter 2. Chapter 934. If this was said by someone else, Luo Tian would laugh it off. He wouldn't take it to heart. But when this sentence came from Yunming's mouth, he felt different. He sneered and said, "Thank you for the reminder." He knew that Yunming was worried that he would do something stupid. She thought that Luo Tian would find Hyosaurus to settle the score or something. But it would have been better if she didn't say that. Now that she said that, it would be terrible. Who cares if people died and burned houses? If he didn't have asterisk CK Hyosaurus over, he would have lived in vain. You won't let me go to Misty Cloud City? You won't let me enter Cloud Mist College? Then I'll go in and take a look. This had nothing to do with Yi Yunmeng. Luo Tian just wanted to F asterisk CK Hyosaurus over. Since Yi Yunmeng only treated him as a younger brother, then there was no need to have any thoughts about her. Moreover, from Hyosaurus's words, Luo Tian knew that there should be a super-talented, peerless genius pursuing her in Cloud Mist College, and this person was very strong. No one could afford to offend him. Yi Yunmeng looked at the sneer on Luo Tian's face and said, "I'm very serious. Don't go to Misty Cloud City, and don't think about getting back your face. This is a very childish way of doing things. Do you understand?" "Understood. I'm not a child. How can I not understand?" "Sister Queen, you should go back and rest early. I still have to find my friends." Luo Tian was a little irritated. These words came from Yi Yunmeng's mouth, and he was very irritated. Yi Yunmeng looked at Luo Tian's expression. She knew that the man in front of her didn't take her words to heart, but she had no other choice. She said, "You must remember what I said." Okay. Hurry up and rest." Luo Tian waved his hand and left without waiting for Yi Yunmeng to leave. His heart ached whenever he looked at Yi Yunmeng. Her tone sounded more like an elder sister's instructions to her younger brother, which made him feel even worse. He might as well leave early. As for whether or not to go to Cloud Mist College, of course he had to go. Furthermore, the next time we meet, I will beat up Hyosaurus. If I don't break his ass, I will write my name backwards, except for Hyosaurus. Luo Tian also had to go to Cloud Mist College because the Patriarch of Huashan had left something behind in Cloud Mist College. The Patriarch of Huashan had used this item before, and it was extremely powerful. This was the reason why he had to enter Cloud Mist College. Yi Yunmeng looked at Luo Tian's receding figure, and her heart ached again. She stared at a dark spot and said coldly, "If you still dare to make a move on him, I will make the three of you disappear from this world forever." In the darkness, the black figure trembled. Then it disappeared. The two of them had received orders from Hyosaurus to kill Luo Tian. However, they had neglected Yi Yunmeng and even neglected Yi Yunmeng's cultivation. She was ranked 3rd on the demon sex bounty list. Her cultivation was much more terrifying than the rumors said, and her talent was even above Hyosaurus's. Hyosaurus was very angry. "Yi Yunmeng, do you really think you are Haijiao's woman? You actually dare to lecture me? If it wasn't for Big Brother liking you, even if the dean came forward and asked me to protect you, don't even think about it. Isn't it just because you're a little pretty? You are still F asterisk head by others. Son of a B asterisk to ch, if you dare to provoke me again, I will definitely teach you a lesson." In the room, Hyosaurus's expression was filled with anger. One of the two attendants beside him said, "Second young master, do you still want to make a move on that brat?" Hyosaurus glared coldly and directly scolded. "Do you have a pig's brain? Do you want to disappear forever? Do you think Yi Yunmeng, that woman, is joking? She is a lunatic. If she is crazy, she will do anything." He knew more about Yi Yunmeng than the average person. She was a complete lunatic. Moreover, her hands were stained with unimaginable blood. That person's face darkened, and he immediately retreated to the side. The other person said, "No matter how hard that trash kid works, it's useless. With his cultivation, he won't be able to enter Cloud Mist College. As for entering Cloud Mist City, killing him is as easy as flipping my hand." Hyosaurus said coldly, "Do you mean that I am afraid of him? A trash with a broken dantian who cultivated some evil techniques thinks he is my opponent? Compared to me, he is worlds apart. Even if he has the right to enter Cloud Mist College, I will instantly kill him. Brat, if you have the guts, then come at me. I will wait for you at Cloud Mist College. If you don't come, then you are my grandson. On Luo Tian's side, Luo Tian walked to beyond the Heaven's restaurant and realized that Dongfeng Shuo and Yao Hai were not in the room. There was no point in drinking alone, so he asked the waiter and found out that they had left in a hurry. What was the reason? The waiter was not sure. Luo Tian stood outside the restaurant and looked around at the pitch-black darkness. He muttered, "Did they go to find me?" Suddenly, a few commoners suddenly appeared on the streets and shouted, "Fire! Fire! There is a fire in the direction of the Heavenly Feather Sect." Luo Tian raised his head and looked. As expected, Luo Tian was stunned. He did not care so much and immediately walked towards the Heavenly Feather Sect. Heavenly Feather Sect, West Courtyard. There were 6 corpses in the courtyard. There were 2 children and a beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's clothes were torn, and there were a few deep bruises on her body. Black blood flowed out from her lower body, and there was a small life in her stomach. However, it was gone now, and there were 3 people dressed like servants. All of them were lying in a pool of blood. There was a huge fire around the courtyard. A man reeking of alcohol knelt at the entrance of the courtyard. He wanted to cry, but did not make a sound. Tears flowed down his face. Looking at the fire and his family, his heart felt like it had been hollowed out. It was really unbearable. Ah! Suddenly, the man stood up and roared into the sky. His eyes were filled with blood. "Wei Kunlun, I will kill you!" The moment he said that, he held a large steel blade and charged to the entrance of the Heavenly Feather Sect. "Elder Yao, without the permission of the sect leader, you are not allowed to enter." The 2 disciples guarding the gate immediately said as they looked at the murderous Yao Hai. Yao Hai clenched his teeth and said, "Get out of my way. Whoever blocks me today will die." "Elder Yao, don't make things difficult for us." "That's right. Furthermore, the sect leader is also very distressed about what happened to your family. What about the real group of brothers and sisters who are preparing to put out the fire?" From their gazes, Yao Hai saw a mocking expression on his face. He was even more certain that his family of 7 was killed by Wei Kunlun. The steel blade in his hand shone with a white light. The blade slashed down, and 2 heads fell to the ground. With a clang, they rolled down the stairs. Blood splattered all over Yao Hai's face. Coupled with the killing intent on his body, he looked even more sinister and terrifying. "Wei Kunlun, get the hell out here." Chapter 3. The old cow was still writing. Chapter 935. Annihilation. Other than Yao Hai himself, his entire family was annihilated. He had also entered the ancient world from a lower plane. He had risked his life and tried his best, but due to the limitations of his talent, his cultivation had remained at the 4 symbols realm, unable to advance any further. He had also accepted his fate. He had married and had children in Wushan City, placing all his hopes on his 2 sons. In the Rising Sky Feather Sect, he was cautious and conscientious, doing everything he could. If not for him, the Rising Sky Feather Sect would have been defeated long ago. But what did he get in return? His wife and children were all killed. His wife was raped, and even the 1-month-old child in her womb. He hated. Furious hatred. This kind of hatred could not be described with words. His world had suddenly collapsed. He felt as though there was nothing left. His heart had been hollowed out, and there was only one word in his mind: revenge. 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 Of course. He also knew who killed his family. When he left in the afternoon, he could faintly feel the resentment in Wei Kunlun's tone. At noon, Wei Kunlun found him and asked him to think of a way to pull Luo Tian into the Rising Sky Feather Sect. Yao Hai did not even think about it and refused. At that time, Wei Kunlun did not reveal anything, because he knew that Luo Tian would not be able to withstand the backlash after consuming the Heaven Profound Pill. Even if he recovered, he would be crippled. But when he heard that Luo Tian was completely fine, his heart changed. His tone had also turned into a commanding one. No matter what, you have to pull the Luo family into the Rising Sky Feather Sect. Or else, Your position as an elder will be removed. Yao Hai still refused. He had his own principles. Moreover, in the plaza, he had requested Wei Kunlun to accept Luo Tian several times. But Wei Kunlun had rejected him time and time again. Wei Kunlun even told him not to mention this matter again. Now, Wei Kunlun wanted him to accept Luo Tian into the Heavenly Feather Sect. No one was a fool. But what Yao Hai did not expect was Wei Kunlun actually used his family to threaten him. Although he did not say it out loud, Yao Hai could feel the meaning behind his words. For his wife, for his child, he agreed to give it a try. However, Luo Tian didn't hesitate at all. As long as he nodded, Luo Tian would follow him back to the Heavenly Feather Sect. This made him feel extremely ashamed. Luo Tian treated him as a friend, but he wanted. The Heavenly Feather Sect had no future. Luo Tian's arrival would only be a waste of his time. At that time, he refused without any hesitation. Wei Kunlun happened to find out about this. When Yao Hai and the other two went to Beyond the Heavens sect to drink, Wei Kunlun went to Yao Hai's house in a fit of rage. He raped his wife and killed his son. Hatred. This kind of enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. No matter how weak Yao Hai's cultivation was, he still had to risk his life because he was a man, a father, and also a husband. If he didn't do anything when something like this happened, then he wasn't human. Bastard, get out here. Yao Hai stood on the inner practice field of the Rising Sky Feather Sect as he swung the steel saber in his hand. The steel saber was dyed red as drops of blood dripped down. Behind him, several Rising Sky Feather Sect disciples were lying in a pool of blood. Humph! You still dare to come to the Rising Sky Feather Sect? Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from a house opposite the practice field. The black shadow quickly shuttled back and forth. As soon as the voice fell, a sword pierced towards Yao Hai. Yao Hai's eyes were filled with rage. Seeing the black shadow approaching, he didn't hesitate and directly rushed forward. The steel saber moved, not caring about his own life and death, chopping down. Boom! The saber split the black shadow into two. Yao Hai's expression suddenly changed. He felt a chill on his back as a thin sword pierced through his chest and came out of it. Ha ha ha! Yao Hai, you are really too weak. You think I am that black shadow? That's just a disciple. You didn't expect me to sneak attack, right? Wei Kunlun was in another house. The moment Yao Hai chopped down, he stabbed out with his sword. Despicable to the extreme. Ah! Yao Hai roared angrily as he grabbed the sword in his chest. Blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. He suddenly turned around and swept his saber across. Phew! The sound of wind breaking was heard as a white light flashed. The saber missed. Wei Kunlun's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He flipped backwards and dodged the saber again. Ah! Yao Hai's attack missed. He sealed his yuan qi and forced the thin sword out of his chest. Blood gushed out from his chest. Why? Why? Why did you harm my family? Wei Kunlun directly admitted. Why? Yao Hai, you have to ask yourself. I asked you to recruit Luo Tian. What did you do? He already said that as long as you nodded, he would follow you into the Rising Sky Feather Sect. What about you? You traitorous dog. The Rising Sky Feather Sect has raised you for decades for nothing. I never expected you to not nod your head. Where do you place the Rising Sky Feather Sect? Where do you place me? Do you still see me as your sect master? Wei Kunlun said angrily. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think I, Wei Kunlun, am a pushover? I might be afraid of others, but for you, Yao Hai, killing you is as simple as squashing an ant. This was his hatred. He hated that Yao Hai only needed to nod his head to bring Luo Tian into the Rising Sky Feather Sect, but he actually shook his head. After this year, the Rising Sky Feather Sect would not even have a bronze qualification. How could he not be angry? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. When he came to Yao Hai's house and saw his beautiful wife, he killed everyone and even set fire to the house. He wanted Yao Hai to pay the price. Yao Hai stared straight at Wei Kunlun as he laughed maniacally. How many times have I mentioned Luo Tian to you? In this month, I have mentioned Luo Tian to you at least 100 times. What about you? Have you ever taken Luo Tian seriously? This morning in the square, I repeatedly reminded you that Luo Tian was extraordinary. Accepting him into the sect was extremely important to the future development of the Rising Sky Feather sect. What about you? Have you forgotten what you said back then? You knew of his talent and potential. You knew that the Heaven Profound pill did not harm his body. Now, you want to accept him into the sect. What do you take him for? What qualifications do you have? What qualifications does the Rising Sky Feather sect have to accept him? Wei Kunlun, the Rising Sky Feather sect has become like this all these years because of your mismanagement. Back then, the old sect master must have been blind to pass the position of sect master to you. All these years, I have worked hard for you. Even if I am dissatisfied with you, I have never done anything to let you down. But you killed my wife and my son. This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. With every sentence, Yao Hai took a step forward. The murderous aura on his body intensified. The yuan qi in his dantian rapidly rose. He did not consider the consequences of doing so. He only wanted to kill Wei Kunlun. He wanted him to die. Wei Kunlun sneered and said, "With just you? Do you have the strength?" At this moment, a figure landed. His killing intent was even more intense than Yao Hai's. He said coldly, "What if I were included?" Chapter 4. Yesterday, I stayed up until 2 a.m. During the day, I was working outside and did not have time to write. At night, I was in a daze and could not persevere. Today, I can only update this much. It is a little too little. Old Bull is sorry. Let's summarize the past 3 days. Yesterday, I owed 8 chapters. Today, the 160 monthly votes are also 8 chapters. In total, I owe 16 chapters. Minus the 4 chapters one updated today, I still owe everyone 12 chapters. In the following days, I will update 5 chapters a day. 3 chapters are guaranteed, and the other 2 chapters are to make up for what I owe. For these 3 days, thank you all for your monthly votes. Thank you. Old Bull bowed to my brothers. Chapter 936. Luo Tian had been to Yao Haijia and saw the corpses in the courtyard. He knew what had happened. After asking someone, he found out that Yao Hai had killed his way into the Heavenly Feather sect and immediately rushed over. In the darkness, Luo Tian walked forward step by step. His forehead was dripping with sweat. Because he had run too fast, he was panting a bit. However, the killing intent in his eyes was not any weaker than Yao Hai's. He felt a bit of guilt in his heart. He didn't think that because of him, Yao Hai's family would be killed. Luo Tian. Wei Kunlun's face slightly shook. After seeing that it was Luo Tian, he sneered and said, "He was right, the backlash from the Sky Profound pill in your body did not harm you at all. You are completely fine. You are really mysterious. However," Wei Kunlun laughed sinisterly and said, "I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you join my Heavenly Feather sect today and pledge your loyalty to me, I will consider sparing his dog life. Of course, you don't have to die. If you don't agree, then the 2 of you will be here." That's right. Let me tell you something. My cultivation is not at the 3rd stage of the 4 symbols. I am not a useless trash like Baixian. In front of me, you have no way to retaliate, do you understand? Ha ha ha. You better be tactful. He was very pleased with himself. He was also very surprised that Luo Tian would appear. That was even better. Since Luo Tian had appeared, it meant that Yao Hai was very important to him. If he used Yao Hai's life to threaten him, Luo Tian, this kind of emotional person, would definitely agree. However, Wei Kunlun was thinking too much. He did not understand Luo Tian at all. Just as he finished speaking, Luo Tian roared like an angry lion. I know what's good for you, your 18 generations of ancestors. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the second stage of the four symbols burst out and rushed towards Wei Kunlun. It was just that, at this moment, Yao Hai stopped him and said in a low voice, Brother Luo, you're not his opponent. He's at the fourth level of the four symbols. Hurry up and leave. This is my personal matter. Even if I die today, I won't let him have it easy. He stopped Luo Tian. His family was gone, and he felt that there was no point in living alone in this world. He might as well die with his wife and children. That way, his family would have company on the road to the netherworld. But before he died, he would do everything he could to kill Wei Kunlun. It was just that Yao Hai didn't expect Luo Tian to appear. He didn't want Luo Tian to get involved. Although the rising Heavenly Feather sect was in dire straits, it was still a bronze sect. More importantly, it was protected by the House of Bai in Lingyun City. If Luo Tian interfered, he would offend the House of Bai and challenge the authority of the House of Bai. This was very disadvantageous for Luo Tian. Furthermore, just as Wei Kunlun said, his cultivation was at the fourth level of the four symbols. No matter how strong Luo Tian's talent was, it was impossible for him to be his opponent. Once they fought, Luo Tian would very likely die here. This was not the result Yao Hai wanted to see. It didn't matter if he died, but he couldn't let Luo Tian die with him. If he did, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Luo Tian naturally knew what Yao Hai was thinking. He said, Uncle Yao Hai, the tragedy that happened to your family was all because of me. If I leave, am I still human? Even if I have to risk my life, I will kill this bastard. Saying this, he instantly broke free from Yao Hai's hand and rushed forward again. Because it happened so suddenly, Yao Hai didn't catch him. He saw that Luo Tian had already rushed a few meters away. His heart sank as he quickly followed, thinking, My wife and son are already gone. There's no point in me living in this world. I'm already a dead man. But I can't let Brother Luo die with me. Absolutely not. Immediately, Yao Hai's speed exploded. Wei Kunlun sneered disdainfully, Ungrateful dog. Since both of you want to die, then I'll help you. Sky Feather Sword Technique. Wei Kunlun pulled out another sword from his body. The long sword moved, emitting a low sword sound. His eyes sank as he locked onto Luo Tian. He sneered, What kind of dog shit is this? A newcomer like you dares to be arrogant in front of me. Die for me. Like the wind phantom, Sky Feather Sword. Break. A sword attack came. It was very fast, with the sound of breaking wind. At the same time, countless sword shadows appeared in the dark night. In the wind, it was impossible to see which one was real. The sword shadows changed too fast. Luo Tian simply didn't have time to distinguish, but he didn't hesitate to roar, Divine Fire! His palm moved. A divine fire shot out. A trace of fear flashed past Wei Kunlun's eyes. Bai Xian was killed by this flame to the point that not even a speck of dust was left. This was his understanding of the divine fire, but it was already too late to dodge. The long sword in Wei Kunlun's hand suddenly condensed. All the illusions merged into one point and directly pierced towards the divine fire. No matter how strong the flame is, it will still be scattered by this sword. Piercing through that flame, you will die in the next second. Wei Kunlun was extremely confident. When his sword struck the divine fire, the essence that had been brewing in his dantian for a long time suddenly exploded. With a shake of his arm, a vigorous essence rushed into the long sword, and at the tip of the sword, it suddenly shook and exploded. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Just as Wei Kunlun had said, the divine fire had been scattered. A hole was pierced through, and it directly turned into dozens of small fireballs. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I have already understood this cultivation technique of yours. You want to use it to kill me? Luo Tian, you really think too much. Wei Kunlun laughed complacently. Seeing that the flame was defeated, the fear in his heart towards the divine fire completely disappeared. The sword continued to stab towards Luo Tian. It was just that he looked at Luo Tian with a cold smile on his face. That smile was very abnormal. What is this kid laughing at? Even the flame was broken by me. How can he still laugh? In that instant, Luo Tian did not retreat, but suddenly accelerated. The one who is thinking too much is not me, but you. If the divine fire was so easy to defeat, then it wouldn't be called the divine fire. The most important point was, it was the evolved version of the deviant fire. No one could dodge it, and no one could defeat it. Even if a god came, it would be the same, just based on Wei Kunlun, who was at the fourth step of the four symbols. He was really thinking too much. Luo Tian watched as the divine fire was shattered into dozens of small fireballs. He did not panic in the slightest. Although there was some shock in his eyes, he was not worried at all. In the blink of an eye, dozens of small fireballs instantly condensed. It instantly rushed out. It instantly exploded. Rumble! It exploded on Wei Kunlun's body, interrupting the cultivation technique he was using. Luo Tian leaned his right shoulder, and both of his fists sank fiercely. Mountain River Fist! Bang, bang. Wei Kunlun retreated quickly. Wolf King Claw, come back here. Swish! Swish! Receive the Mountain River Fist again. Bang, bang. After throwing out 2 punches, Wei Kunlun's chest was in pain, but he still laughed arrogantly and said, Luo Tian, your strength is too weak. The second step of the 4 symbols is simply unable to kill me. Ha ha ha! As soon as he finished, with a flash of white light, a huge blade image cut through the moonlight and chopped down. Today's first chapter was delivered. Chapter 937. This slash could be said to be earth-shattering. The coordination was perfect. Everything seemed to have been carefully arranged. After Luo Tian's cultivation method was finished, Yao Hai jumped up and took advantage of Wei Kunlun's lack of time to take a breath. He chopped down with his saber and fiercely shouted, Bastard, give me your life! Voila! The wind from the blade wreaked havoc. Cold light flashed. Wei Kunlun was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His back was drenched in cold sweat as he looked at the blade that was coming down at him. However, he, who was scared half to death, did not panic. His eyes turned sinister as he coldly snorted. You think you can kill me with just a piece of trash like you? You're underestimating me too much. Suddenly, a wooden shield formed on Wei Kunlun's body. The blade slashed down and landed on the wooden shield. A thick force of impact shot out. Bam! Yao Hai was sent flying dozens of meters away and landed heavily on the ground. His blood and qi churned under his chest, and his internal organs were injured by the rebound force of the shield. He looked at Wei Kunlun in shock and said, It's actually the heavenly feather shield. You really did kill the old sect leader. Wei Kunlun did not deny it and sneered. So what if I am? That old fellow is standing in the toilet and not taking a shit. The heavenly feather sect is half dead in his hands. So it's better for me to take over as soon as possible. If I don't kill him, the sect leader of the heavenly feather sect will not be me. Ha ha ha. The heavenly feather shield was a spirit treasure that the first sect leader of the heavenly feather sect had obtained from somewhere. It looked like an ordinary shield. However, it possessed unimaginable power, especially its defensive power, which no sharp weapon could penetrate. It was also because of this that the heavenly feather shield became the sect leader's keepsake. Whoever obtained the heavenly feather shield would be the sect leader of the heavenly feather sect. Wei Kunlun secretly killed the old sect leader and gave him a fake secret order, saying that the old sect leader had passed the position to him. From then on, the heavenly feather shield had disappeared without a trace, and Wei Kunlun had naturally become the new sect leader of the heavenly feather sect. or else. The position of sect leader was not his at all. Now that the heavenly feather shield had appeared, Yao Hai immediately understood that he was the one who had killed the old sect leader. You despicable and sinister fellow. The old sect leader treated you well. He even married his only daughter to you, but you treat him like this. Yao Hai gnashed his teeth as he spoke. The hatred in his heart grew even stronger. He wanted nothing more than to eat Wei Kunlun alive. Wei Kunlun sneered and said, Junior apprentice brother Yao, every man for himself. You and I are both newcomers who entered the ancient world from the Haidai Plain. We both know very well that in this cruel world, your talent is average. No matter how hard you work, it is useless. You will never amount to anything. If you want to be above others, you can only use some tricks. If the old sect master is not dead, how can I become the new sect master? As for his daughter, I killed her after she found out about my secret. Now you're the only one left. He had cultivated with all his might, but it was useless. His talent was limited, and the laws of the ancient world suppressed him. It was not something that a cultivator from a lower plane like him could shake. Since he was unable to make any breakthroughs in his cultivation, he could only resort to other means. Obviously, he had succeeded. All these years, he was the sect leader of the Rising Sky Feather Sect. He controlled everything in the Rising Sky Feather Sect. But he was not good at management. He took all the cultivation resources given by the house of Bai for himself. This caused the Rising Sky Feather Sect to fall day by day. When he saw Luo Tian, Wei Kunlun saw a glimmer of hope. But he never thought that junior apprentice brother Yao Hai, who used to listen to his every word, would betray him at this juncture. As long as he nodded, Luo Tian would become a disciple of the Rising Sky Feather Sect. As long as Luo Tian became a disciple of the Rising Sky Feather Sect, the Rising Sky Feather Sect's influence in Wu Mountain City would greatly increase. Next year, the House of Bai would definitely support them. When that time came, the Rising Sky Feather Sect would definitely become the #1 sect in Wu Mountain City. It was even possible that they would rise to become a silver family clan that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the House of Bai. He had thought of everything so beautifully. Because of Yao Hai, he had ruined everything. He hated it. He was extremely angry. Yao Hai's face was red with anger. He gripped his steel sword tightly and walked forward step by step. His killing intent soared once again. Sect Master, you killed Sister Qin. My wife and son are all in your hands. Wei Kunlun, you ungrateful bastard. Today, I will kill you even if I have to risk my life. Word by word, step by step. The door was wide open. There was no defense at all. Yao Hai was going to risk his life. Luo Tian stood to the side and looked at the changes on Wei Kunlun's body. Looking at the wooden shield in his hand, he muttered, Boss! Another boss that mutated because of a treasure. Unexpected, too unexpected. Not even in his dreams. In Luo Tian's eyes, Wei Kunlun was no longer a human. He was a boss with a spirit treasure that mutated because of the wooden shield in his hand. This was similar to Wu Feng. Kill him. We have to kill him. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. At the same time, he walked out and walked towards Wei Kunlun. Heinous kill! Wei Kunlun looked at the two of them and sneered. I'm heinous? I'm ungrateful? If it was you, you would definitely do the same. In the ancient world, everyone would do the same. If one is not ruthless, one will not be able to stand firm. Yao Hai, Luo Tian, I've told you so much today because today you will be. Wei Kunlun's eyes narrowed slightly. His sword moved and he shouted angrily, Where are the disciples of the Heavenly Feather Sect? Kill them all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On both sides of the martial arts arena, dozens of elite disciples of the Heavenly Feather Sect quickly rushed out and surrounded Luo Tian and the others. Yao Hai's face darkened and said, You all heard what I said just now very clearly. Is it worth it to risk your lives for such a despicable and shameless sect master? Seeing his former disciple pointing a sword at him made Yao Hai's heart ache. The most important point was, these people did not have any intention of leaving. They did not waver at all. It could be seen that his previous teachings were completely useless. Yao Hai did not expect that not a single disciple of the Heavenly Feather sect would stand on his side. They were very clear in their hearts. Wei Kunlun was at 4 symbols, 4th rank, and he had the Heavenly Feather shield in his hand. No matter how they looked at it, Luo Tian and the others were not his match. There was no doubt about this. Standing together with Yao Hai would only result in death. Elder Yao, I'm sorry. We also want to live. It's better for you to put down your weapon and surrender. This is better for everyone. Elder Yao, why don't you surrender and help us kill Luo Tian? Everything started because of him. Once we kill him, everything will be settled. That's right. It's all because of this damned newcomer. Kill him. All the spearheads were pointed at Luo Tian. The 2nd chapter was delivered today. Chapter 938. At this moment, Wei Kunlun laughed and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. No matter who kills who, I will spare his dog life. Luo Tian, don't you value friendship? Then die. If that's the case, I will spare his dog life." No. Yao Hai immediately shouted, "Brother Luo, thank you for your appearance, and thank you for accompanying me today. I want to walk the rest of the way alone." As he spoke, he gave Luo Tian a look, telling him to leave. Luo Tian laughed, looked at the elite disciples of the Heavenly Feather sect around him, calculated and muttered in his heart, "It should be about right." Immediately after, Luo Tian looked at Yao Hai very seriously and asked, "Uncle Yao Hai, I want to ask a question." Yao Hai was startled and said anxiously, "You're still asking questions at a time like this. Hurry up and leave, I'll be fine by myself." Luo Tian did not care too much and directly asked, "These people are all your disciples. If they are killed by me, you won't blame me, right?" "Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, do you really think you're amazing?" "Exactly. Do you think we're idiots like Wu Feng? Even if your current cultivation is stronger than ours by a bit, with your cultivation of the 2nd stage of the 4 symbols, do you think you're a match for the 37 of us? Let's see if we don't beat the shit out of you." Many of the disciples mocked. Wei Kunlun also laughed mockingly and said, "You overestimate yourself. Do you really think that the disciples of my Heavenly Feather sect are pushovers? Do you really think that you can destroy the entire Martial Mountain City just because you won a few matches in the arena? Luo Tian, you underestimate the Martial Mountain City too much. You underestimate the Heavenly Feather sect too much." Yao Hai also frowned and said, "Luo Tian, don't do anything stupid." He was very clear. Most of the disciples on the martial stage who wanted to show off had just entered the ancient world. They wanted to use all heaven as a springboard to be fancied by the Bai family. These people could only be regarded as the 2nd most outstanding disciples of their sections. Above them were the true elites. These people had been in the ancient world for dozens of years. They were steady, ruthless, and had rich combat experience. They were the cornerstones of a sect, and the elites on the stage couldn't compare to them. Luo Tian asked directly, "Uncle Yao Hai, are you going to answer yes or no?" He didn't want to know anything else. The more elite, the better. The higher the experience, the better for Luo Tian. Yao Hai coldly swept his gaze over the 37 elite disciples. With a bitter smile, he said, "Wei Kunlun killed my wife and child. You may not have participated in it, but you must know that no one tried to stop him. This is enough to show that you do not have an elder like me in your hearts. Since that is the case..." He looked at Luo Tian and said, "Kill them all. I was waiting for you to say that." Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly moved. Yuan Qi poured into his fists. His body swayed slightly and instantly landed in front of an elite disciple. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing the smile of a death god. He said, You are the one who wants to kill me, right? Bang, bang, 2 punches punched out. The power of the second level of the 4 symbols instantly erupted. These 2 punches used all of his strength, directly sending the unprepared disciple flying. His chest caved in from the impact, and he died on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian in the blink of an eye. Everything happened too quickly. No one could react in time. They were all stunned by Luo Tian's sudden attack. Wei Kunlun's face turned sinister as he roared, "What are you all still standing there for? Yao Hai, this dog wants all of you to die. Then what are you waiting for? Kill them all. Kill. Elder Yao, you are too ruthless. Since it's like this, then don't blame us. Brothers, kill them." All of a sudden, all the disciples charged forward. Luo Tian then shouted, "Uncle Yao Hai, cooperate with me." Yao Hai thought of Luo Tian's breakthrough on the stage. Looking at Luo Tian's eyes, he suddenly had a plan for tomorrow, and then nodded his head, saying, "I understand. Today I will stand to my heart's content. From now on, there will be no Yao Hai in Heavenly Feather Sect. Kill." The steel blade swayed. The white light was cold. With a raise of his hand, he directly flipped a disciple over. With a single step of his right foot, he directly kicked the dying disciple to Luo Tian's feet. Luo Tian laughed out loud and said loudly, "Thank you." He stomped down fiercely. Crack! His neck was broken and the system sounded out. At the same time, Luo Tian's mountain and river fist had finished cooling down. He immediately poured his energy into his fists and released it fiercely, sending the 2 of them flying. The encirclement continued to shrink. In the end, Luo Tian and Yao Hai were almost back to back. The 2 of them had all sorts of injuries on their bodies, especially Yao Hai, who had blocked Luo Tian's attacks several times. In addition, he had been struck in the chest by Wei Kunlun's sword at the beginning, and his injuries were serious. If not for the anger in his heart, he would not have been able to hold on until now. "Brother Luo, if I die, I'll leave the revenge of my wife and child to you." Yao Hai laughed out loud and said, "It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight, but I never thought that it would be a disciple that I would hand over to." Luo Tian also said happily, "Uncle Yao Hai, you won't die." Ha ha ha. The 2 of them were like 2 madmen. Even after being forced to such a state, they could still laugh crazily. Wei Kunlun's face was a little ugly, and he shouted gloomily, "Kill them, you bunch of trash! What's the use of raising you for all these years? What are you afraid of? They are all seriously injured. How long have they been holding on for? All of you attack together, kill them." More than half of the 30 disciples had died. More than half of them were killed by Luo Tian alone. His experience points also soared. In that instant, after the cool-down of the divine fire had ended, Luo Tian's brows moved, and he immediately locked onto Wei Kunlun and shouted, "Call your sister!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The divine fire moved and directly rushed towards Wei Kunlun. If only I could kill this scum in an instant. Wei Kunlun slightly raised his eyes and said, "You're still using this move. Luo Tian, is your brain filled with shit? Don't you know that I have the heavenly feather shield in my hands?" He raised his arm to block it. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Wei Kunlun blocked the front, but the divine fire exploded on his back. A bright red damage floated above his head. It didn't cause an instant kill. He was unhappy in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. However, Luo Tian sneered and said, "Scum whose brain is filled with shit." With his back charred, Wei Kunlun's face became even uglier. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Luo Tian, I will kill you with my own hands." Suddenly, Wei Kunlun took a step forward. At this time, Luo Tian was shocked and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Yao Hai, we need to speed up a bit." On both palms, a streak of fire, a streak of frost. Luo Tian couldn't care less and directly used the ice flame palm that Bai Xian had dropped. He wanted to level up. He had to level up as soon as possible. Only the third step of the four symbols would have the power to fight against Wei Kunlun. Otherwise, he could only use the Hulk transformation card. Today, the third chapter has been delivered. There are still 2 more chapters today. Chapter 939, Ice Flame Palm. It's the House of Bai's Ice Flame Palm. When did he learn it? Could it be that this brat was already a member of the House of Bai? If he wasn't a member of the House of Bai, he wouldn't be able to learn such a cultivation technique. This is a level 3 cultivation technique. Seeing the raging flames and frost on Luo Tian's palms, they were immediately shocked. Even Wei Kunlun was slightly shocked. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, what's the relationship between you and the House of Bai? Could it be that Bai Lei has secretly accepted you as a disciple of the House of Bai? Has he already taught you the unique ice flame palm of the House of Bai?" Luo Tian sneered and said, "It's the relationship of your 18 generations of ancestors." As soon as he finished, 2 chapters shot out at the same time, directly killing 2 elite disciples. Haha, Brother Luo, you're really too interesting. Yao Hai was not willing to fall behind. With a movement of his steel blade, he directly chopped off the arm of a stunned disciple. He directly pulled him and sent him in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian naturally would not be merciful. He punched his head. Instant kill. Ding, 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 another 3 people fell. His experience bar increased by a little. Kill again. Luo Tian coldly shouted. At this time he could not care so much. He directly released all of his strength. There was no defense, only attack. He directly rushed out. His fists transformed, and when he found an opportunity, he would use all of his strength. Bam! 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 At the same time that Luo Tian attacked, his body was also attacked. This was because Yao Hai had been blocking a lot of attacks for him. Otherwise, Luo Tian would have already fallen to the ground. These elite disciples who had cultivated for decades were all very powerful. If it wasn't for the difference in realm, Luo Tian would definitely not be their opponent. Die! Die! Luo Tian roared as he saw Wei Kunlun getting closer and closer. If he were to participate in the battle, he would definitely not be Wei Kunlun's match before he broke through to the 3rd level of the 4 symbols. Even with Yao Hai, they still wouldn't be Wei Kunlun's match. Their attacks were completely useless against the heavenly feather shield. The defensive power of this shield was too strong. He could only break through to the 3rd level of the 4 symbols, and then use the divine fire that had cooled down to attack. Seeing Luo Tian go on a killing spree, Wei Kunlun was enraged. Although he didn't place these disciples in his eyes and didn't care if they died, these people were the core strength of the Rising Sky Feather Sect. If they died, the Rising Sky Feather Sect wouldn't be able to maintain its status as a bronze organization and would drop in rank. Furthermore, they would never be able to become a bronze organization. This was extremely fatal. However, as long as he killed Luo Tian and blamed the deaths of Yao Hai and his family on Luo Tian, the Rising Sky Feather Sect would cause a commotion in Marshall Mountain City. When that happened, their influence would increase rapidly and recruiting disciples would be too easy. Most importantly, it was a crucial point. He helped the House of Bai vent their anger. After all, it was Luo Tian who killed Bai Xian. Although Bai Xian was just a small steward, he had a lot of connections in the House of Bai. Among them, his younger brother, Bai Huan, was a teacher in the inner sect of the House of Bai. As long as he could curry favor with Bai Huan, the Rising Sky Feather Sect would definitely receive a lot of cultivation resources next year. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Wei Kunlun's heart grew even stronger, and he laughed sinisterly. Luo Tian, it's useless no matter how many people you kill. Even if all of them die, it won't do any harm to me, but you, ha ha ha, you must die. He had been played like a chess piece. The faces of these elite disciples changed drastically. Their fighting spirit also rapidly weakened. At this critical moment, the weakening of their fighting spirit was extremely fatal. Why else would they say that Wei Kunlun had no management ability? He always thought about himself and never considered the big picture. At this time, saying such words that lost the hearts of the people was extremely fatal. They had no will to fight. Their fighting ability plummeted. Are we just your chess pieces? Sect Master, didn't we agree at the beginning? Why did it become like this now? We have been played. This evil thief, we have been played. Wei Kunlun, you despicable and sinister dog. I will F*** king, 18 generations of ancestors. Many disciples cursed. However, Luo Tian did not show mercy at this critical moment. Just like what Wei Kunlun said, if one was not ruthless, one would not be able to stand firm. If Luo Tian did not kill at this time, then the one who would die in the end would definitely be him. If he had to kill, then he would kill. He would definitely not show mercy. These disciples who had lost their fighting strength. Luo Tian waved his fists crazily. He hit them randomly. People kept falling down. The system also kept ringing out notifications. Yao Hai also hurriedly followed. He was the same. He did not have the heart to kill these disciples just because they had lost their fighting strength. He still remembered very clearly how they treated him at the beginning. Moreover, these people were working for Wei Kunlun for the sake of benefits. One could imagine that he had no place in their hearts. Kill. The two of them were like bulldozers harvesting quickly, constantly crushing. They continued to move forward. Luo Tian looked at the experienced slot and raised his eyes. Seeing Wei Kunlun's sword attack coming at him, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he roared, "Uncle Yao Hai, cooperate with me again!" Understood. Yao Hai's voice sank. Luo Tian killed a disciple with a single punch. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Heavenly Feather School's disciple for obtaining 380 experience, 40 essence values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 6 profound coin. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, 4 symbols stage 3. As soon as the system's voice faded, Luo Tian's injuries were all healed, and the power in his body suddenly became stronger. He secretly clenched his fists, and after feeling the power of the 4 symbol stage 3, he laughed coldly and said, "Power! Power! Very powerful power!" Every time he leveled up, his strength would become stronger. Moreover, he did not need to desperately cultivate like other warriors. As long as he broke through, he would be able to obtain power. He did not need to cultivate like this to be able to unleash all of his power. Yao Hai was startled and said in shock in his heart, "As expected, it can really kill people to level up. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It seems that the profound sky continent is going to shake the ancient continent. Haha, awesome." Wei Kunlun's expression was secretly shocked and said, "For symbol stage 3. In one day, you broke through from the 9th stage of the spirit martial realm to the 3rd stage of the 4 symbol stage. Are you a human or a ghost? Too shocking. Breaking through 3 or 4 times in a day. This was even more of a monster than a monster. Anyone would be shocked." However, Wei Kunlun quickly recovered, sneered, and said, "Luo Tian, your talent is indeed strong, but so what? No matter what, the 3rd stage of the 4 symbols is no match for the 4th stage of the 4 symbols. Not to mention that I have the heavenly feather shield. The cooperation of the 2 of you is completely useless against me." The moment he broke through, Luo Tian did not stop at all, and directly charged towards Wei Kunlun. Hearing his confident words, Luo Tian sneered and said, "Is that so?" The 4th chapter has been delivered. He owed 12 chapters, returned the previous chapter, and still owed 11 chapters. Chapter 940. Isn't that right? Do you think you're my match? Wei Kunlun was very confident. In the primordial world, the difference between each level of cultivation was huge, an insurmountable existence. What's more, he had a spirit treasure, the heavenly feather shield. Even if this shield couldn't block Luo Tian's strange flame, other moves couldn't hurt him at all. Even if he was hit by the flame, it wouldn't hurt him much. He wouldn't be as stupid as Bai Xian to use his palm to block Luo Tian's move. So, Wei Kunlun was very confident. At the same time, he was also arrogant and proud. The more powerful Luo Tian was, the higher his achievements would be, and the greater his influence in Wushan City would be in the future. In a flash, Luo Tian moved his right palm and shouted, "Divine fire!" Wei Kunlun frowned and directly protected his chest with the heavenly feather shield. He shouted coldly, "Luo Tian, don't think you can hit me with that move again. I definitely won't take the same move 3 times." But when he used the heavenly feather shield to protect his chest, Luo Tian didn't shoot out divine fire from his palm. Luo Tian sneered playfully and said, "Idiot, I lied to you." "You, how dare you?" Wei Kunlun was fooled by Luo Tian, and his face was even more furious. But at this moment, Yao Hai's steel saber suddenly slashed down. "Bastard, give me your life." Wei Kunlun's face turned ferocious, revealing a disdainful sneer, and said, "Yao Hai, your wife's figure is really too good. It's a waste to be with you. Fortunately, I had a good time just now, or I would really regret it. Ha ha." Yao Hai was so angry that his whole body trembled. Wei Kunlun laughed loudly and said, "I've never played with a pregnant woman in my life. Today is the first time. I didn't expect it to be more pleasurable than ordinary women. Now I'm a little regretful that I killed her. I should have locked her up and made her my slave. Ha ha ha. Yao Hai was so angry that he shouted loudly. The killing intent in his heart made him forget everything. Luo Tian's heart sank as he thought to himself, "Oh no!" Wei Kunlun had angered Yao Hai in order to force him to use his full strength and slash down with his blade. This way, he could use the heavenly feather shield's rebounding force to directly kill Yao Hai. Seeing Yao Hai's anger soar to the sky, Wei Kunlun laughed even more happily and said, "Your wife really has a lot of water, ha ha ha. Well, Lala, it's probably because my guy is too powerful, causing your wife to cry out loudly. She must be overjoyed. F***CK. Not to mention Yao Hai, even Luo Tian couldn't hold back his anger. F***CK. Luo Tian cursed angrily. Right now, he didn't care about cooperation or planning. To deal with a scum like Wei Kunlun, Luo Tian needed to use his 2 fists to fiercely punch him. He had to make him regret everything he had done. "Kill," Luo Tian said fiercely in his heart. "If only I had the power of striking, it would be great, but it's a pity. Even the shop's special items do not have the power to unlock the Berserk seal. Otherwise, this scumbag would have exploded in an instant." Walala, under his rage, Yao Hai's blade slashed down with endless power. Wei Kunlun laughed out loud and said, "You dog, have you forgotten the use of the heavenly feather shield? The stronger the power, the stronger the recoil." Obviously, Wei Kunlun wanted to anger Yao Hai. He wanted to use the recoil from the heavenly feather shield to kill Yao Hai. That way, he would be able to easily deal with Luo Tian. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The blade slashed onto the heavenly feather shield. Wei Kunlun's body sank, and his expression changed slightly. The power of the steel blade was too fierce, and it was beyond his expectation. However, he was not afraid at all. He snorted and said, "Go to hell!" Buzz, a light wave of power shot out from the heavenly feather shield. The recoil directly rushed into Yao Hai's body from the steel blade like lightning. Yao Hai instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body leaned back slightly, but his feet did not move at all. This was because he did not know when it had been inserted into the ground, but did not reach his knees. The recoil did not send him flying. However, the force he was enduring was even more powerful. The sound of bones cracking rang out from his knees. His legs were almost broken. Intense pain filled Yao Hai's entire body, but he did not care about it at all. His 2 bloodshot eyes were sinister as he gripped the hilt of his blade with both hands and roared out again, "Bastard, return my wife's life!" Bam! Another slash with all his might. Buzz! The rebounding force rushed into his body again. His clothes were torn apart by the rebounding force. His entire body was in disarray, visible to the naked eye. Yao Hai spat out blood again, but his body still didn't move. He raised the steel blade with both hands and slashed down again. He no longer cared about his life. His life was no longer important to him. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to kill Wei Kunlun and avenge his wife and children. Wei Kunlun was scared silly by Yao Hai's 2 slashes. Madman, he's a madman. Fear rose in his heart. He wanted to leave, but he could not move at all. The steel blade slashed down again and again, and his body was constantly pressed down. Although the heavenly feather shield blocked the power of the steel blade and could not hurt him, but the impact did not weaken at all. His arms were numb from the shock. His body was getting lower and lower, and his body was being pressed down. His knees were trembling. In the end, he could not bear it and directly knelt on the ground. He could only use the heavenly feather shield to protect his body. He could not do anything else, let alone kill Yao Hai. Luo Tian was stunned. He never thought that a person could be angry to this extent. Looking at Yao Hai, his heart suddenly twitched. I can't let him go on like this, or he will die. Luo Tian's heart sank. Yao Hai's heart was filled with unimaginable anger. Once this anger was vented, he would also die. He could not understand the anger of his wife being raped and his child being killed. But Yao Hai was the first person who was good to him since he came to this world. Luo Tian would not let him die, even if he was like this. Absolutely not. Immediately, Luo Tian moved and directly landed beside Yao Hai. He hugged Yao Hai's waist and fiercely pulled him up. "Uncle Yao Hai, calm down!" Ah, cluck, cluck, the sound of kneecaps breaking. Yao Hai's face was extremely pale from the pain. "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him." Luo Tian picked him up and put him aside, saying, "Leave the rest to me." "Madman! Madman!" "Yao Hai, you are a madman." Wei Kunlun trembled under the heavenly feather shield. Feeling that the steel blade did not continue to descend, he stretched out half of his face, only to see that the person standing in front of him was not Yao Hai, but Luo Tian. "You dog!" Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Luo Tian directly slapped Wei Kunlun's face, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Today, I will let you see what is Madman Luo mode." The 5th chapter has been delivered. He owes 12 chapters. After adding the 2nd chapter, he still owes 10 chapters. The old cow will continue with the 5th chapter tomorrow. Good night, brothers. In addition, I would like to ask for a recommendation ticket. There are recommendation tickets every day. If any of the reading brothers like this book, please help me vote. I am extremely grateful. Chapter 941. The words that Wei Kunlun said, even if it was any man, would be filled with anger and lose all reason. Yao Hai did not care about his life. He wanted to kill Wei Kunlun. It was just that no matter how fierce his steel blade was, no matter how reckless he was, it was completely useless against Wei Kunlun, who was under the heavenly feather shield. The heavenly feather shield was able to withstand the power, and Wei Kunlun was only able to withstand some of the impact. Moreover, after a long time, no matter how hard Yao Hai tried, there would be a time when his strength would be exhausted, and there would be a time when his Yuan Qi would not be able to withstand it. Luo Tian looked at everything. The anger in his heart was like pouring gasoline, exploding upwards. For a moment, he directly gave up on using the divine fire to attack Wei Kunlun, moved his fists, took a step forward, leapt into the air, pulled his right fist behind his back, clenched his 5 fingers, and shouted in a deep voice, "Lunatic Luo mode, a fist like a mountain. A heavy blow came down. Wei Kunlun's face revealed a disdainful sneer. You really don't know what's good for you. No matter how strong you are, you cannot penetrate the heavenly feather shield. He did not try to hide. Instead, he used the heavenly feather shield to protect his entire body. Wei Kunlun was very clear about the role of the heavenly feather shield. He did not need to use his backhand, and the backlash from the heavenly feather shield could directly kill Luo Tian. He would be shaken to death by the backlash, just like Yao Hai, who was twitching all over and constantly spitting out black blood from his mouth. He laughed. Laughing very complacently, he said, disdainfully, "This is the result of going against me. I give you face, but you don't want it. Do you really think of yourself as a scallion? If you can't even handle a small matter, you deserve to die. Go to hell with your coquettish wife and 2 sons." Boom! Before his voice faded, Luo Tian's fist landed. Wei Kunlun's body trembled, and his originally upright body was once again smashed down by Luo Tian. His knees directly knelt on the ground, breaking a piece of bluestone. The pain in his knees was unbearable, his face was pale, and his eyes were sinister. "You dog, just wait for the backlash from the heavenly feather shield to smash your bones into pieces." Buzz. The wooden surface of the heavenly feather shield emitted a ray of light. The ray of light shot out and then abruptly retracted, directly penetrating Luo Tian's fist and rushing into his body. Ha ha! Ha ha! There was a critical explosion, and heart-wrenching pain rushed into his body as if his bones had cracked. It was extremely uncomfortable. This kind of energy aura was completely different from ordinary Yuan Qi backlash. This kind of energy was like the wood of the 5 spirits. It was filled with wood elemental energy. It drilled directly into the dantian and then bounced back from the dantian, bombarding the entire body. However, Luo Tian only felt a slight pain from the force rushing into his dantian. After the energy entered his dantian, it completely disappeared. Huh. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian suddenly laughed and said, "I didn't expect that there would be benefits to having a dantian shattered." His dantian was shattered. The backlash force was unable to have any effect in his dantian. Instead, it was offset by his shattered dantian. This was because Luo Tian's dantian did not have the slightest bit of Yuan Qi. How could he reflect it? Luo Tian's dantian was 0. Even if the force rushing into his dantian was 10 million, 100 million, 100 million, when the 2 were multiplied, it would still be 0. This was something that no one had ever thought of. A shattered dantian was the nemesis of the heavenly feather shield. Wei Kunlun didn't expect this even in his dreams. Looking at Luo Tian's somewhat stunned expression and seeing him standing motionlessly in the same place, Wei Kunlun asked in surprise, "You should have been smashed to pieces. How could you?" "I will be smashed to pieces. Your entire family." Boom. Luo Tian punched down. Boom. Wei Kunlun's arm was numb, and the heavenly feather shield almost flew out of his hand. His body also sank, and his forehead heavily hit the ground. Blood burst out from his head, and his face became very ugly. He exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one can offset the backlash of the heavenly feather shield. Impossible, your ancestor." Boom! Luo Tian punched down again. He did not hit anywhere else, but the heavenly feather shield. Wei Kunlun kowtowed again. "This is for Uncle Yao Hai." Bam! Both fists punched down. Wei Kunlun's body could no longer straighten up. After 2 punches, he knelt down again. "This is for Uncle Yao Hai's wife." Bam! "This is for Uncle Yao Hai's son." Bam! "This is for those who were killed by you." Bam! "This is for your 18 generations of ancestors. To give birth to such an ungrateful scum like you who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors." Punch after punch, he punched down. Yao Hai lay on the ground, looking sideways at Wei Kunlun, who was constantly kowtowing to Luo Tian. Tears flowed from the corner of his eyes, and he grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and said, Yun did you see that? Who, did you see that? Father is sorry. I was the one who harmed you. I'm sorry. As he spoke. Yao Hai began to wail. The anger in his heart disappeared, and his heart suddenly relaxed. He could no longer resist the pain of losing his wife and son. He tried to hold it in, but he couldn't. Tears gushed out of his eyes like a spring, crazily gushing out. Very sad. He cried very sadly. Hearing his cries, Luo Tian gritted his teeth. Damn it, you dog is not dead yet. Then let's do it again. Boom! With a punch, Wei Kunlun's head, which had bounced up from the ground, was smashed down again. This punch is for Uncle Yao Hai. Bam! Wei Kunlun's forehead cracked, and a large hole was formed in the ground. With a punch, his body was bounced up, and then another punch. His heart's line of defense was completely destroyed by Luo Tian. He didn't expect that this madman was even more terrifying than him. Even if Luo Tian could resist and no longer suffered from the backlash of the heavenly feather shield. But he saw with his own eyes that Luo Tian's arm was twisted and blood was seeping out of his pores. It was obvious that his arm was in great pain, but his strength was getting stronger and stronger, with no intention of stopping. Don't hit me. I know I was wrong. Spare my dog life, Luo Tian. I beg you. Wei Kunlun's heart was filled with fear. For Symbol's 4th level was beaten to the point of kneeling on the ground by Luo Tian, who was a 4 Symbol's 3rd level. Beg your sister. What were you doing earlier? If I let go of a scum like you today, would I still be considered human? Luo Tian punched down again. Whether Wei Kunlun was a boss or not, no matter what he dropped, Luo Tian would kill him. Because of Yao Hai, and also because of those filthy words that Wei Kunlun said. So, he had to die. Wei Kunlun saw that Luo Tian didn't stop, and his aura sank as he said angrily, If you kill me, the House of Bai will not let you off. The Heavenly Feather Sect is a subsidiary sect of the House of Bai. If you kill a sect leader of the House of Bai like this, the House of Bai will definitely kill you. Kill your sister. Die for me. The first chapter was delivered today. Chapter 942. At this moment, it wasn't just the House of Bai. Even if Wei Kunlun was the king of heaven, he still had to die. In his anger, Luo Tian didn't care so much. Even if he wasn't angry, Luo Tian wouldn't care so much. This was his personality. If he had to die, he would kill. But, at this moment, his fist was raised high in the air. Wei Kunlun laughed coldly and took away the sky feather shield. He laughed and said, Luo Tian, if you kill me, you will die too. Ha ha ha. The House of Bai will definitely not let you go. Just you wait. I will wait for you on the road to hell. The 13 sects in Wushan City were all affiliated to the House of Bai in Lingyun City, although they were only a bronze force. The House of Bai wouldn't let go just because the Sky Feather Sect fell. Instead, the House of Bai would use this matter to strengthen the House of Bai's prestige in Wushan City. They would definitely send people to kill Luo Tian. Killing Wei Kunlun and killing Bai Xian in the arena were completely different. The House of Bai couldn't find any excuse to flip out about Bai Xian's death. Even if they were unhappy, they had to hold it in. But Wei Kunlun was the leader of the Sky Feather Sect. Luo Tian was an outsider. Interfering in the affairs of the Sky Feather Sect was the same as interfering in the affairs of the House of Bai. The House of Bai definitely wouldn't let go of this. Moreover, no matter how bad the Sky Feather Sect was, it wasn't someone else's turn to teach them a lesson. This, undoubtedly, touched the bottom line of the House of Bai. This matter definitely wouldn't be settled peacefully. Wei Kunlun knew that he was going to die, but he still wanted to make a final struggle before he died. He wanted to scare Luo Tian and make him retreat, but a figure landed on the ground. Behind the figure were several martial artists with high cultivation. There was only one person with such power in Wushan City, the gambling house, the Dongfang family. It was Dongfang Shuo. He furrowed his brows and roared in a deep voice. The House of Bai dares to be impudent? Then I'll kill you. If you have the guts, get Bai Qi to come and find me. Then he took a step forward. Dongfang Shua looked at Yao Hai in the pool of blood and blamed himself. At Beyond the Heavens sect, he thought that something had happened to Luo Tian, so he didn't follow Yao Hai back to the Heavenly Feather sect. Instead, he went to look for Luo Tian. If he had come back with Yao Hai, then none of these things would have happened. He felt a little vexed. Just now at Yao Hai's house, when he heard people talking about these things, the anger in his heart rushed to his brain with a boom. The killing intent in his body was exceptionally cold and valiant. He stood beside Wei Kunlun and roared, "If he can't kill you, what about me?" Wei Kunlun was in complete despair. You, Dongfang family, Dongfang Shua, you haven't forgotten the rules of the Dongfang family, right? You are not allowed to interfere with the affairs of Wushan City. Once you interfere, you will break the rules of the Dongfang family. When that happens, the Dongfang family will not let you off. He was putting up a dying struggle. When a person is dying, the desire to live is stronger than ever. Seeing Dongfang Shua appear, he knew that even if the 13 sects of Wushan City were all destroyed by him, the House of Bai would not dare to fart. Not to mention that he was the only one who died, so they would not say anything. They would even say that it was good to kill him, but he still did not give up. Everyone in Wushan City knew that the rules of the Dongfang family gambling house were not allowed to interfere with local affairs. Otherwise, it would be breaking the rules. You dare to threaten me? Wei Kunlun, do you think I am afraid of the Dongfang family's rules? Then you underestimate me too much. Dongfang Shua's eyes turned ferocious as he prepared to step on Wei Kunlun's head. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "Brother Luo, leave him to me. You can rest on the side. I will let him die miserably, very miserably." The House of Bai did not dare to deal with him, but the House of Bai would not let Luo Tian go. If Luo Tian really killed Wei Kunlun, he wanted to protect Luo Tian. If that was the case, the House of Bai would not have a reason to touch Luo Tian. In addition to his relationship, the House of Bai would not dare to touch Luo Tian. Only Luo Tian was grateful in his heart. He looked at Wei Kunlun with a cold smile and said, "Do you think I am afraid of the House of Bai? Wei Kunlun, you think too much. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, I would not be afraid. Are you threatening me?" While they were talking, Luo Tian stood up and fiercely stomped his foot. "I will first break your family jewels." Gotcha! Pung! First, there was the sound of something breaking. Then there was the sound of 2 eggs exploding. Wei Kunlun's body caved in. His 2 hands held onto his crotch. He was in so much pain that there was no trace of blood on his face. He could not even shout. His 2 eyeballs were about to pop out. Looking at Luo Tian, he could not understand why he would make a move. How did he dare to make a move? How could a newcomer who had just entered the ancient world dare to offend the House of Bai? Did he want to die? Does it feel good? While speaking, Luo Tian took out a sharp mountain wolf tooth, grabbed Wei Kunlun's arm, and fiercely slashed. "Break your right hand. Sila. Break your left hand. Sila." Fresh blood spurted out. This check caused Wei Kunlun to cry out in pain. His screams pierced through the night sky of Wushan City. The sect leaders of the other 13 sects were all paying attention. Among them, the sect leader of the Spirit Gathering sect, Wang Huan, coldly smiled and said to one of his disciples, "Immediately report to the House of Bai and tell them everything that happened in the Tianyu sect." "Yes, sir." "Luo Tian, aren't you arrogant? Kill Wei Kunlun and destroy the Tianyu sect. I want to see how many lives you have for the House of Bai to kill. This time, even Dongfang Shua won't be able to protect you. Just you wait, ha 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 ha." Wang Huan laughed coldly in his heart. He didn't expect Luo Tian to be so stupid. He actually personally killed Wei Kunlun. This was a public challenge to the House of Bai. A mere newcomer was simply asking for death. Break your right leg. Jie-cha. Break your left leg. Wei Kunlun, don't you like to scream? Scream for me again. At this moment, Luo Tian was like a grim reaper. His cold eyes stared at Wei Kunlun. Wei Kunlun was so scared that his shit came out. His heart was filled with fear. He was so scared that he wanted to die. Looking at his hands and feet in front of him, he wanted to scream. But Luo Tian didn't wait for him to speak. His right hand moved and directly cut off his head. He coldly roared, "Go to hell and scream for Hades." Jie-cha. Wei Kunlun's head was cut off by Luo Tian. With a kick, he flew out. This was the first time Luo Tian had killed someone like this. Because he was really too angry. Thinking about the tragic scene in Haijia, the anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Dongfang Shua, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Seeing Luo Tian go crazy like a demon, the cold blood in his heart was once again ignited. He laughed in his heart. What is there to be afraid of in life? From today onwards, I will be like him. I will live according to my heart. Whatever I want to do, I won't be afraid of anything. Luo Tian's body was covered in blood. He stood up. At this moment, a system notification sounded out. Ding! The second chapter has been delivered. Chapter 943. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wei Kunlun for obtaining 1600 experience, 100 essence values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1 origin condensation pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1 spirit imperial pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1024 profound coin. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heavenly Feather Shield. When the last notification fell, Luo Tian's heart heaved a sigh of relief. Killing the boss, it would be a lie if he didn't want anything to drop. Wei Kunlun was a scumbag. Luo Tian had used the cruelest method to kill him. His family jewels had been crushed, and he had been scared shitless. Wei Kunlun believed that he was scared to death. Even if he became a ghost, there would be a shadow in his heart. However, he was a boss, so Luo Tian still hoped that he would be able to get something good out of it. Luo Tian had personally experienced the power of the Heavenly Feather Shield. If it didn't drop, then it would really be a joke. At this moment, Luo Tian was a little excited, and immediately checked the attributes of the Heavenly Feather Shield. Item: Heavenly Feather Shield Grade, Semi-God Level Sealed. Description: this item is the shield of the Ultimate Equipment Destiny Set. After gathering the Destiny Set, the Heavenly Feather Shield seal can be unlocked and the power of the Semi-God Realm can be triggered. Description 2. The Destiny Set will receive a hint of the second piece after obtaining a change. Would you like to drip blood to recognize it as the owner? What the F*** CK? Semi-God level? The hell? Is this a joke? Luo Tian was stunned. He was really a little stunned. Happiness came too suddenly, and he didn't even have time to react. Everything was too sudden, and a semi-God level spirit treasure suddenly dropped. More importantly, it was a piece of the teleportation set. Destiny set. Wasn't this too much? Luo Tian thought that the Heavenly Feather Shield was at most a spirit treasure, but it was actually a semi-God level spirit treasure. His heart was trembling. Good stuff, ha ha ha. It's really a good thing. With this shield, killing people and killing demon beasts will be much easier. However, although the Heavenly Feather Shield was a demigod level spirit treasure, its power was sealed and could only block some ordinary attacks. Moreover, this shield was completely useless against experts, unless they used the power of the Heavenly Fate attribute. With a thought, Luo Tian condensed a drop of blood essence. The blood essence dripped onto the Heavenly Feather Shield. The Heavenly Feather Shield emitted a red light, and a notification appeared behind the shield. Heaven's Secret City. The next Destiny set should be in Tianji City, right? Luo Tian mumbled and couldn't help but say, the ancient world is too big, It's 100 times bigger than the profound sky continent. We don't even know where Tianji City is, but it's good that we know the location. We won't have to worry about not being able to find it in the future. Luo Tian was not in a hurry. His current cultivation still needed to be improved, so leveling up at this time was the key. Brother Luo, you're in big trouble. Dongfang Shua's brows furrowed as a look of anxiety appeared on his face. Why were you so rash just now? I was the one who killed Wei Kunlun. Why did you have to do it? The House of Bai can't touch me, but you sigh. Dongfang Shua sighed. He understood Luo Tian's current situation. Killing Wei Kunlun was a public challenge to the House of Bai. No matter how weak the House of Bai was, they would still intervene. Moreover, Dongfang Shua would be restricted. Moreover, even if he intervened, he wouldn't be a match for the House of Bai. Luo Tian smiled and hurriedly walked to Yao Hai's side, saying, Brother Dongfang, you don't have to worry about me. Right now, saving Uncle Yao Hai is more important. He's heavily injured. Yao Hai's eyes were filled with gratitude as he watched Luo Tian cut Wei Kunlun into 6 pieces. The hatred and anger in his heart were all vented out. But he also knew that Luo Tian was in a very dangerous situation. The House of Bai would soon send people to Wushan City. Immediately, Yao Hai hurriedly said, I'm fine, I won't die. Luo Tian, quickly leave Wushan City. Leave immediately, the further the better. Don't ever return to Wushan City again. Luo Tian still faintly smiled, saying, Uncle Yao Hai, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Even if the House of Bai comes, I won't be afraid. Dongfang Shua's brows furrowed as his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, You're right. If the House of Bai dares to send people to kill Brother Luo, they have to ask if I'm willing. Men, bring Yao Hai back to the gambling house. Brother Luo, don't worry about the House of Bai. Although I, Dongfang Shua, was sent to this place by the Dongfang family, I, Dongfang Shua, am still a member of the Dongfang family. Even if you give the House of Bai 100 guts, they won't dare to act wildly in front of me. Suddenly, Dongfang Shua's expression changed 180 degrees, as if he didn't care about the House of Bai at all. Luo Tian was also stunned. However, after thinking about it, he didn't think much of it. The Dongfang family's strength couldn't be compared to 10,000 of the House of Bai. Naturally, his words weren't false. The House of Bai definitely wouldn't dare to touch him. Immediately, he didn't think too much about it. Saving Yao Hai was more important. He immediately followed Dongfang Shua and the rest back to the gambling house. A doctor walked into the room. Luo Tian and Dongfang Shua anxiously waited outside. Yao Hai's kneecap had shattered into powder. They didn't know if it could be cured. If it couldn't be cured, then his life would be ruined and he would have to lie in bed forever. Half an hour passed. The doctor walked out of the room, covered in sweat. He looked at Dongfang Shua and sighed. His life is saved, but his injuries are too heavy. There's no energy in his body to help him recover. Especially his knees. I'm afraid he'll have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. Dongfang Shua frowned. His face changed. What do you mean by lying in bed for the rest of his life? If you dare to speak nonsense again, do you believe that I won't kill you here? He's my friend. I definitely won't let him lie in bed for the rest of his life. As he said that, Dongfang Shua grabbed the doctor's collar and lifted him into the air. His aura was extremely ferocious as he shouted, Speak clearly, is there no way? Luo Tian also looked at the doctor. Is there really no way? The doctor's face was ashen white, cold sweat dripping down. He hurriedly said, It's not that there's no way. However, to cure his broken knees, we need to find a spiritual grass. As long as we have this spiritual grass, I can definitely cure his leg. Dongfang Shua immediately shouted, What kind of spiritual grass doesn't my gambling house have? Just say it. The doctor said, Not to mention the gambling house, even the entire Wushan City doesn't have this spiritual grass. This is a spiritual grass of heaven and earth, the moon god grass. It grows in the depths of the Wushan mountain range beside the crescent moon spring. Not waiting for him to finish, Dongfang Shua's face sank. He put the doctor down and said in shock, "Moon god grass?" The doctor said, "That's right. Yao Hai's kneecap has shattered into powder. Without the moon god grass, there's no way to recover it. However, the moon god grass is too hard to find. Even Wushan City doesn't have one, so I said, he'll have to lie in bed for the rest of his life." Chapter 3 delivered. Chapter 944. The doctor left. Dongfang Shua was a little distracted, revealing a bitter smile. Who would have thought that I, Dongfang Shua, would be so useless I couldn't even save a friend? I'm really useless, really useless. He was blaming himself. Dongfang Shua clenched his fists. His teeth were about to shatter. Seeing him like this, Luo Tian's heart sank. "Brother Dongfang, is the moon god grass hard to get?" Dongfang Shua smiled bitterly. "It's not just difficult. We don't even know where the crescent moon mountain is. Moreover, the moon god grass only grows beside the crescent moon spring and doesn't grow anywhere else. No one knows where the crescent moon valley is. They only know that it's somewhere in the Wushan mountains." Wushan mountain range, right? Luo Tian frowned. "Uncle Yao Hai's family was all because of me. His injuries were also because of me." Luo Tian blamed himself for what happened to Yao Hai's family. If he didn't give Yao Hai a choice and directly entered the Tianyu sect, then none of this would have happened and Yao Hai's family wouldn't have died. But what Luo Tian didn't know was that even if he agreed, Yao Hai wouldn't agree. Dongfang Shua said, "Luo Tian, don't blame yourself. This would have happened even without you. Wei Kunlun, that scum has been looking for a chance to get rid of Yao Hai. You just happened to appear." Luo Tian looked at Dongfang Shua and asked, "Brother Dongfang, can the moon god grass heal Uncle Yao Hai's knees at any time?" Dongfang Shua said seriously, "That's right, the moon god grass has the power to heal. No matter how long it takes, it can heal. What do you want to do?" Luo Tian said, "Everything happened because of me. I will find the moon god grass, and I will heal Uncle Yao Hai's injuries." He had already made up his mind. Dongfang Shua was shocked and immediately said, "No, you're only at the Four Symbols realm. The Wushan mountain range is filled with monsters. It's very dangerous for you to go in. I won't allow you to go." Luo Tian said gratefully in his heart, "When I came to this world, Uncle Yao Hai was the first person who helped me. If it wasn't for his help, I'm afraid I would have been killed by Asi. I can't be blamed for his family's misfortune and his injuries. I have made up my mind. I must go. We'll talk about it later. I entered the martial mountain when I was at the first stage of the spirit martial realm. Now that I'm at the 4-division stage, I have the ability to protect myself." Demonic beasts running amok? That was Luo Tian's paradise. Naturally, he wasn't afraid. Dongfang Shua frowned. He took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it over. "Here are 10 Origins spirit pills. They are rank 2 healing elixirs. Take them with you. They will definitely be useful in the Wushan mountains." Luo Tian, "I can't stop you if you want to go, but it's better to be careful." Luo Tian was once again grateful. He took the small bottle and said, "Thank you, Brother Dongfang. I will take care of myself. This matter should not be delayed. I will go to the Wushan mountains to find the moon god grass. I will be back as soon as possible. Tell Uncle Yao Hai that I will be back." Luo Tian said he didn't go in to see Yao Hai. He just wanted to find the moon god grass quickly and heal his knees. Not being able to cultivate for a martial artist was a death sentence. Lying in bed for the rest of one's life. This was fatal to anyone. They would even lose the confidence to live. Dongfang Shua said in a dignified tone, "Don't worry, you don't have to worry about taking care of Yao Hai. Even if the head of the house of Bai Qi, comes, he won't be able to touch Yao Hai." Then I'm relieved." Luo Tian exhaled. Dongfang Shua said, "If you need anything else, go find Old Li. He will give you everything you need." Luo Tian didn't waste any time and walked out of the courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard, an old man was waiting for Luo Tian. Half an hour later, Luo Tian left the Wushan city in the dark and rushed towards the Wushan mountains. Full speed, under the bright moonlight, a black shadow quickly passed by. Gambling house. Yao Hai's room. He was already standing there. Other than him, there was also the doctor, Dongfang Shua, and manager Old Li. With the strength of the gambling house, it was too easy to treat the broken bones. Before the doctor walked out of the room, Yao Hai was already able to stand up. It was all for the sake of acting. Everything was so perfect. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Brother Luo definitely didn't think that we were lying to him, ha ha ha. Dongfang Shua laughed. Thinking of Luo Tian's serious expression, he felt that lying to Luo Tian was the right thing to do. Such a good kid must not die in the Wushan city. Yao Hai also smiled faintly and said, "It's just that it's hard for him." Dongfang Shua said, "There's no other way. If not, he wouldn't have left the Wushan city. I just received news that the Spirit Gathering sect had already sent a disciple to Lingyun City to report. Before dawn, the House of Bai will definitely send someone. When that time comes, even if speaking up to here." Dongfang Shua smiled bitterly and said, "I'm also useless. After all, my surname is Dongfang, but I'm afraid that I can't even suppress the House of Bai. I'm afraid that when the time comes, I'll implicate Luo Tian." Wushan City's Dongfang Shua, the House of Bai, knew everything about him. This information was given to the House of Bai by a member of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Shua himself knew this. He was very clear that he, Dongfang Shua, could not stop the House of Bai, could not protect Luo Tian. Rather than this, it was better to let Luo Tian leave the Wushan city forever. This was the best way for him. Only, they all knew that with Luo Tian's personality, he would definitely not leave. They could only think of this method. Immediately, Dongfang Shua looked at the doctor and asked, "How did you fabricate the moon god grass? You're too good at fabricating, ha ha." The doctor scratched his head and laughed. "I saw the moon god grass in an ancient book." Immediately, Dongfang Shua was stunned and immediately asked, "You're saying that the moon god grass really exists in this world?" The doctor's expression tensed up and said, "Young Master Dongfang, don't worry. Even if there is, he won't be able to find it. This kind of spirit, grass, only exists in legends. Crescent Moon Valley, Crescent Moon Spring all exist in legends. It's impossible to find it." "Are you sure?" Dongfang Shua was still not at ease. He thought that the moon god grass was just a fabrication. He did not expect that there really was such a spirit grass that even he had never heard of. The doctor immediately said, "I'm sure." "That's good." Dongfang Shua's heart relaxed. If Luo Tian found it, then he would come back. At that time, just that. The doctor saw that Dongfang Shua was so nervous. What he did not say was that although the moon god grass only existed in legends, but it was indeed in the Wushan mountain range. Just that no one knew if it was there or not. The 4th chapter has been delivered. Another chapter will be delivered tonight. Make up for the 3rd chapter. Still 9 chapters. Chapter 945. Old Li, what did Luo Tian ask you to prepare? A huge pile of clothes. Clothes? Other than clothes, what else? And a small furnace for alchemy. What? Dongfang Shua couldn't understand Luo Tian at all. Could it be that Luo Tian is practicing alchemy? Even if he is practicing alchemy, but why would he bring so many clothes into the mountain? A normal person would only need 1 or 2 sets of clothes. But Luo Tian brought a huge pile of clothes. What was going on? Yao Hai also shook his head. "I don't know, Brother Luo is not a normal person. He must have his reasons for bringing clothes into the mountain. Now we can only hope that he is safe in Wu Mountain and that he will never come back." He was very clear about how Luo Tian treated him. He didn't want Luo Tian to go against the House of Bai. They all knew how strong the House of Bai was a silver organization was not something a bronze organization like Wu Mountain City could compare to. The House of Bai was really strong. Dongfang Shua's face also calmed down. Looking at the dark night outside the window, he said, "Yes, I just hope that he will never come back." At the entrance of Wu Mountain, Luo Tian handed over 10 cultivation coins and stepped into the pitch-black Martial Mountain. "Moon God Grass, I will definitely find it. Uncle Yao Hai, I will not let you lie in bed for the rest of your life." Luo Tian swore the moment he stepped into the mountain. He didn't know that Yao Hai and Dongfang Shua had teamed up to put on a show. They hoped that he would leave Wu Mountain City. They hoped that he would never come back. This was also to protect him. Luo Tian's acting skills were very good, at least at the level of a movie king. But in the face of Yao Hai's crippled knees that could not be healed, he would never have thought that Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai would work together to deceive him. He was not familiar with the ancient world at all, so naturally he did not know about the moon god grass. So, Luo Tian naturally didn't know that they were doing this for his own good, hoping that Luo Tian would leave Wu Mountain City. Moon god grass, Crescent Moon Valley, Crescent Moon Spring. I will definitely find them this time. Luo Tian looked at the incomparably dark forest and quickly rushed in. He was now a third-rank 4 symbols monster beast, and some of the third-rank monster beasts in the periphery of Wu Mountain were no longer his match. As long as Luo Tian didn't encounter a rank 5 monster beast, he could deal with it. He didn't stop at the periphery of the mountain. Even if he encountered a demonic beast, he didn't kill it. His purpose in entering the mountain was to find the moon god grass. Where was Crescent Moon Valley? It must be in a very hidden place. It's very difficult to find. This kind of place should be deep in the mountain range. Luo Tian pondered as he walked. Looking at the majestic mountains and rivers that resembled ferocious beasts, Luo Tian's heart sank. He raised his head to look at the stars and thought, "Shwe! Wait for me to find the moon god grass to cure Uncle Yao Hai. I will immediately search for the antidote to the soul poison. Wait for me. I will definitely find the antidote as soon as possible." Looking at the stars, Luo Tian thought of Li Shuer. During the more than a month in the ancient world, he didn't forget his purpose in entering the ancient continent. He didn't forget that Li Shuer had been controlled by the soul poison and turned into a vegetable. He remembered it all the time. However, he looked up some information, but there was no record of the soul poison at all. Maybe Wu Mountain City was too small. He had to enter a bigger city to look for it. Unknowingly, the sun rose in the east. Wu Mountain City, East City Gate. 2 rows of incomparably valiant cavalry majestically charged into Wu Mountain City with murderous intent. As they entered the city, just then, for people walked out of the city. "The cavalry of the House of Bai is here." It looks like the House of Bai is really angry. How can they not be angry? A mere newcomer dares to be so arrogant and disregard the House of Bai. Last night, he even destroyed the Rising Sky Feather Sect. Isn't this a declaration of war against the House of Bai? If the House of Bai doesn't do anything, won't they be laughed at? Speaking of which, Luo Tian is really amazing. He destroyed the Rising Sky Feather Sect the moment he entered. He's not afraid of anything. This kid's character is very unyielding. Ha ha ha. It's just a pity that he has offended the House of Bai. I'm afraid there won't be anyone like him in Wu Mountain City in the future. That's not necessarily true. Haven't you heard? Luo Tian broke through another level when he killed the elites of the Rising Sky Feather Sect. Who can break through 3 levels in one day? Even a peerless genius with extraordinary talent can't do it. As long as he has enough time, who knows when the House of Bai will be destroyed? Under the black cloak, Yunmeng frowned slightly when she heard this. She knew that the Rising Sky Feather Sect had suffered a tragic defeat last night. However, she didn't know that Luo Tian was involved in this. What she didn't expect was that Luo Tian would offend the overlord of this area, the Silver Organization, the House of Bai. Looking at the murderous expressions of the 2 groups of cavalry, She stopped in her tracks. Hyosaurus reminded her, "Senior, Uncle E, and Big Brother are still waiting for us to go back. Don't let them worry. We've been outside for too long." Yun Meng said coldly, "They are them, and I am me. They can't interfere with my business. The same goes for you." Hyosaurus's expression changed and said, "Luo Tian, that useless trash, has already escaped from Wu Mountain City. He's not in Wu Mountain City anymore, so you don't have to stay. However, a trash like him will die outside sooner or later. How dare he be so arrogant when he's only in the 4 Divisions realm? Does he really think that the ancient continent is a low-level realm? Humph, what an ignorant dog." Suddenly, Hyosaurus felt a chill at his neck. A cold sword was pressed against his neck. He didn't even have the slightest reaction. His face turned pale, and the 2 guards beside him immediately rushed up. Yun Meng said coldly, "If I hear you say the words useless, trash, and dog again, I'll pierce your throat. You won't be able to say a word for the rest of your life." It was very cold, and it was filled with cold, murderous intent. Even the armored horses that passed by her suddenly neighed wildly, breaking free of their reins and running away madly. Hyosaurus didn't dare to move. He was furious, but he didn't dare to show it because he knew that Yun Meng wasn't joking with him. He smiled and said, "If Senior doesn't want me to say it, then I won't say it in the future." Humph! Yun Meng coldly snorted and walked out of Wu Shan City. She looked back and quickly left. Hyosaurus also looked back at Wu Shan City. He coldly snorted and said, "Luo Tian, you useless trash. Dog, if you have the guts, come to Cloud Mist College. I'll beat you up like a dead dog. I really hope you can come to Cloud Mist College. Then I'll be able to kill you." Ha ha ha, the 3rd day. Luo Tian was still running. After running for 3 full days, he finally realized that this area was different from the outer area of Wushan. "Looks like I've reached the depths of Wu Shan mountain range." Chapter 5, Delivery. Chapter 4, still lacking 8 chapters. A new day has begun. If you have a recommendation ticket or a monthly ticket, please vote for me. Old Neo is very grateful. Chapter 946. In the gloomy forest, the stench of rotten meat permeated the air. Coupled with the damp and moldy air, the 2 smells intertwined, making it impossible to breathe. Creak! The sound of a twig being stepped on was heard. It was very thin and light. The moment the sound was made, it was quiet for more than 10 minutes, as if the twig just broke by itself. Nothing happened. However, more than 10 minutes later, another light footstep was heard. Its 2 eyes moved left and right. After confirming that there were no creatures around, it slowly walked up to the pile of rotten meat that had been there for 2 days. As it walked, a long slime was left at the corner of its mouth. It was too hungry. It had not eaten for almost 10 days. It found the pile of fresh meat 2 days ago, but it did not rush up immediately. Instead, it waited. After waiting for 2 full days, it could not take it anymore. If it did not replenish its food, it would starve to death. After several attempts, it confirmed that there were no humans or monsters around. It finally let down its guard and boldly rushed to the pile of rotten meat. Gulp! The sound of it swallowing could be clearly heard. In another place, on the path that the monster passed by, under a thick layer of dead leaves, a pair of eyes covered with black mud moved slightly. A trace of light flashed in his eyes, and he said fiercely in his heart, "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for 3 full days. This Damu mountain range is completely different from the mountains in the Tianqian continent. Even the monsters are much smarter. Half-starved and still worried about being hunted down, isn't this too careful?" Under the leaves was Luo Tian. After entering the depths of the Wu mountain range, he suddenly found that it was very difficult to go further. Everywhere he went, he would encounter powerful monsters. If he wanted to pass through this place, unless he killed the monster, it was impossible. In the mountains where monsters ran rampant, Monsters were the same as humans, secretly divided into levels of power. Powerful monsters controlled more territories, and weak monsters naturally had fewer. Once a strange aura entered the territory, it would immediately be detected. After entering the Wu mountain range, Luo Tian escaped from the tiger's mouth several times. It's too difficult. How difficult is this game? No, this is not a game, this is survival. He sighed inwardly. After waiting for a few days, he finally lured this striped tiger out. This was a peak fourth rank demonic beast. It was somewhat difficult to kill it with the cultivation of the third rank of the four symbols. Moreover, if he fought in this place once he was injured, he would definitely not live for more than a few days. It's close. It's close. My tiger meat is coming, ha ha ha. Luo Tian suppressed the joy in his heart. Because his current level was still not a match for a rank 4 monster, he could be considered to have killed a monster above his level. This way, he could obtain a lot of experience. Not leveling up. Without strength, it would be impossible to find the moon god grass in the Wu mountain range. With Luo Tian's current cultivation, if he were to enter the mountain and search aimlessly, there would only be one outcome. He would be dismembered by the demonic beasts. His thoughts were very clear. I'll level up first, then slowly enter the heart of the Wu mountain range. Then he searched for the crescent moon valley. One step further, Luo Tian looked at the striped tiger, his eyes shining. You'll be free soon. You'll never feel hunger, coldness, or fear again. Ha ha ha, take a step forward. Suddenly, just as the striped tiger and Luo Tian were only one step away from the trap set up by him, 5 people suddenly walked out of the forest. Their faces were covered in dust, and they looked a little embarrassed. The leader was Bai Lingling and her group that Luo Tian had met when he first entered Wu Mountain. Luo Tian wasn't in the mood to care about who came out. He only cared about the striped tiger. As long as he took a step forward, he would be able to kill it. That way, he would be able to obtain a large amount of experience and primordial energy. But at this critical moment, the 5 of them actually rushed out. The striped tiger opened its eyes, turned around, and with a roar, rushed into the dark forest. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Luo Tian suddenly stood up and wanted to chase after it, but he found that the striped tiger had long disappeared. Where could he find it? He waited for 3 full days. He stayed under the withered leaves for 3 days, just to kill this striped tiger, but now he was scared away by this group of people. He was extremely angry now. His eyes darkened. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, the 5 people were suddenly startled by Luo Tian, who suddenly rushed out of the leaves. Luo Tian was fully armed and covered with black soil to cover his smell. He looked like a savage. Bai Lingling was still in shock, cold sweat seeping out of her back. Zombie. Why did it run out? Could it be that there are zombies outside? Bai Xiong was much calmer. It seems to be a person? Ouyang Yi snorted coldly. You dog, trying to scare me with your tricks. Kill him for me. Without saying a word, he directly ordered a guard behind him. Luo Tian frowned. He stood there motionless. Originally, he wanted to get angry and curse at them. Then he would tell them that there was a trap not far from their feet and that they shouldn't fall into it. He didn't want to remind them at all. Looking at Ouyang Yi, his eyebrows twitched slightly. The corner of his mouth drew back, and he thought to himself, "It's you, the hedonistic young master, right?" He thought of the scene when he was being made difficult for when he entered Wu Mountain. His heart turned cold, and he had no intention of reminding them. Instead, he sneered and said, "You chased away my prey, and now you're trying to kill me. You guys are really overbearing." Overbearing? So what if I'm overbearing? Ouyang Yi was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent it. But he just happened to meet Luo Tian. In the ancient cave just now, he did not perform well in front of Bai Lingling. This time, he would definitely perform well. Then, Ouyang Yi sneered and said, "Little sisterling, this brat scared you. Watch how I teach him a lesson." Bai Lingling rolled her eyes at him and said, "Did he look for you to provoke you? Teach him a lesson? Why didn't you teach the zombie inside a lesson just now? What are you doing in the outer sect? Ouyang, your cultivation is really not that good." Bai Xiong also said indifferently, "Brother Ouyang, I think we should forget about it. After all, we were in the wrong first and scared away his prey." He was despised. Ouyang Yi was even more unhappy in his heart. He clenched his teeth tightly. Originally, he wanted to do it himself, but now, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it. Yes, sir. Suddenly, one of them took a step forward. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "I advise you not to move." "Brat, are you afraid? Die." The elemental energy on that person's body burst out, and with a gust of wind under his feet, he took a heavy step forward. "Pudong!" "Ah," Luo Tian sneered, "idiot force." Today, the first chapter was delivered. Chapter 947. "Ah." "Puchi!" The attendant fell directly into the deep pit. Blood splashed out from the pit, and there was not the slightest sound. How could the trap used to deal with the striped tiger be an ordinary trap? Even the striped tiger would die if it fell in, let alone an ordinary warrior. There was a sudden change. Ouyang Yi was taken aback. He took a step forward and looked at the attendant who had died miserably in the deep pit. A chill ran down his spine. If he did it himself, then he would also die in the pit. Immediately, Ouyang Ye's heart was filled with rage. "Brat, you are looking for death." Luo Tian sneered confidently and said, "I'm courting death. Come if you have the guts. Come if you have the guts. You mother asterisk cur. Come if you have the guts. Come if you don't have the guts. Go to the side and rest if you don't dare." He cursed. He did not give Ouyang Yi the slightest bit of face. Ouyang Ye's face was ashen, anger rushing to his head. He wanted to tear Luo Tian into pieces, but he did not dare to take a step forward. He was worried that there would be a trap in front of him. And looking at Luo Tian's fearless face, he sneered, "You want to provoke me? You want me to fall into a trap? Humph! Do you think I'm an idiot who will fall for your trap?" Everything around seemed to be a trap. Thick, withered leaves, messy weeds. It looked like there was a trap everywhere. Luo Tian laughed. "Damn, you are really too smart. Why are you so smart? Does your mother know you are so smart?" Looking at Ouyang Ye's cautious appearance, Luo Tian sneered disdainfully. The striped tiger had also run away. It would never leave its territory again. There was only one way to pass through, and that was to kill it. This might be a difficult battle, but there was no other way. Luo Tian glanced at Bai Lingling, then looked at Ouyang Yi, whose face was ashen, and mocked. "Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, come on. Come on up here if you have the guts." "Stop dreaming. I won't be fooled by you," Ouyang Yi mocked. Luo Tian coldly snorted and said, "You're not coming up?" Ouyang Yi said, "I'm not going." "If you don't want to come up, then I'm leaving. You cowardly trash. Your crotch must be so small that it's pitiful. You don't even have the guts, yet you still want to show off in front of a beauty. You even dream of being a hero and saving the beauty. What a joke." Luo Tian said contemptuously, "If you don't want to come up, then forget it. I'm leaving." Shortly after, Luo Tian turned to leave. He couldn't be bothered to waste time with these people. He had to find a way to kill the striped tiger and pass through its territory to enter the depths of Wu Mountain to search for Crescent Moon Valley. However, the moment Luo Tian turned around, Bai Lingling suddenly said, "Hero, please wait." Luo Tian turned his head to look at Bai Lingling. He did not have a good impression of this girl. If it wasn't for her at the entrance, he wouldn't have caused trouble. Although the guard disciple was killed by him, the anger in his heart from being bullied was still there. Of course, Bai Lingling naturally did not recognize him. Bai Lingling smiled politely and said, "You killed our people." Luo Tian said, "So what? If you have the guts, then come up, one of you." Otherwise, you'll just stay here and talk nonsense. I don't have time to waste with you." He didn't give her any face at all. So what if she was beautiful? Did he really think that everyone was infatuated with him? Did he really think that Luo Tian had never seen a beauty before? Bai Lingling immediately explained, "Don't misunderstand. I don't have any intention of doing anything to you. What I mean is that one of my team members is dead now, and the teamwork can't be formed. I need you to join me. Don't worry. As long as you help me get what we want, the reward will be very generous. Even if we don't succeed in the end, I will still give you a certain amount of reward." Bai Lingling glanced at the rotten meat beside the trap and said, "Hunting rank for monster is very risky, and the success rate is very low. It's better to join my team, and as long as you do as I say, you will definitely earn more than you do now." Judging from everything around him, Luo Tian was not a bounty hunter, but a warrior who hunted monster for a living. In short, it was all for money, or else, who would set up a trap and stay here for several days. Bai Lingling thought that she had seen through Luo Tian, but she did not expect that Luo Tian did not consider it at all, and said, "Not interested." After saying that, Luo Tian immediately left. Bai Lingling tensed up every day and said, "Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I will give you 100 profound coin." 100 was not a small number. If it was an ordinary bounty hunter, it would definitely be an amount that they could not refuse. However, Luo Tian did not even say a word. 100 was too little for him, and this was not a matter of money. The key was that he did not want to do childish things with these rich young ladies, young masters, and dandy. He had no interest in accompanying them at all. Bai Lingling's eyes froze again and said, 500. Luo Tian still did not stop. Ouyang Yi, who was at the side, was unhappy and directly scolded. "Little sisterling, a trash like him only knows how to set up some traps. Even if you buy his life, you don't need 500. Isn't it just one less person? Let's go out first. I will immediately gather the elite disciples of the Ouyang family. I want to flatten this damned ancient martial cave." "Shut up." Bai Lingling immediately stared and angrily scolded. "If it weren't for you, he wouldn't be, and our team wouldn't be missing people. Now that we're missing one person, our fighting system can't be used. There are so many bloodthirsty zombies in the ancient cave. How can we kill them? Return to the Ouyang family. Ouyang Yi, we ran out on our own. If we can't find that thing, do you think we have the face to go back? Think about those people's faces. They can't wait to see us fail and laugh at us." He flipped out. Bai Lingling immediately flipped out. She scolded Ouyang Yi to his face, not giving him the slightest bit of face at all. There was a ball of fire in her heart. Originally, being chased by the bloodthirsty zombie in the cave was already irritating. After running out of the ancient cave with great difficulty, she was prepared to find a place to rest, then go in and fight again. This time one person had died, so their fighting system could not be used at all, and it was impossible to enter the depths of the ancient cave. Bai Xiong at the side also said, "We're missing one person now. Although this position is not important, but we can't be missing without the formation system. We can't use it, Sai. It seems that we can only return in failure this time." Listening to their conversation, suddenly, Luo Tian turned and laughed. "I want 1,000 profound coin if you are willing. I will stay. If not, I will leave immediately." The second chapter has been delivered. Chapter 948. Deal. Bai Lingling didn't say anything else and immediately nodded in agreement. 1,000 profound coin was not a small amount. Even a bronze sect's annual income was not more than 10,000 profound coin. She agreed without hesitation. It could be seen that she did not put this little bit of money in her eyes at all. Ouyang Ye's eyes darkened and said, "Brat you," not waiting for him to finish. Bai Lingling suddenly shouted, "Ouyang Yi, shut up. If you say one more word, get lost. If you provoke me, I'll make you suffer. You're so angry that you keep causing trouble for me. If it weren't for Uncle Hong's face, you would have been kicked out by me a long time ago." It was fine if he didn't get angry. Once he got angry, no one would be able to stop him. Bai Lingling was also a fiery girl. She looked gentle and quiet, and sometimes liked to play some pranks. However, once she got angry, no one could stop her. Ouyang Yi was the same. He was angry in his heart and was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to say anything. Looking at Luo Tian, he narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, "Brat, just you wait for me." Luo Tian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Bai Lingling's personality to be so fiery. His impression of her had changed. The reason why he agreed was naturally not because of money. Money was important. However, for the current Luo Tian, leveling up was the most important thing. If he wanted to continuously enter the depths of Wu Mountain, he would definitely not be able to protect himself without a bit of strength. In the past few days, he couldn't even pass through the striped giant tiger, so it could be seen what kind of powerful demon beasts were waiting for him. For now, he could only level up first. As long as his level was raised, he wouldn't be afraid of going deeper. So, Luo Tian agreed to the ancient cave filled with zombies that Bai Lingling had mentioned. When he heard this, his heart immediately shook, and he thought to himself, could it be a dungeon filled with experience? Luo Tian was immediately tempted. Luo Tian strode over, not falling into any deep pits along the way. Ouyang Ye's eyes darkened as he said in a low voice, "There are no traps." Luo Tian sneered and said, "Of course not. Otherwise, why would I say that you have no guts? You don't even have the guts, coward." Ouyang Yi became angry and shouted, "You brat, I think you are tired of living. There are no traps here, I want to see." Bai Lingling glared at Ouyang Yi, her eyes filled with killing intent. She stared at him and said, "What are you looking at?" "Ouyang Yi, how dare you be so presumptuous? If he dies, you can forget about stepping into the house of Bai for the rest of your life." "Huh. Sisterling, Ouyang Yi was a little flustered. Luo Tian's heart trembled as he thought, the house of Bai? Could it be the house of Bai in Lingyun City? He didn't think too much about it. Looking at Bai Lingling's angry look, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You fell for me so quickly. Am I really too eye-catching? Are you captivated by my handsome appearance?" Bai Lingling's gaze turned and looked at Luo Tian. Then she looked down at his face and said coldly, "I can't see anything handsome about you. If the savages are handsome, then these monsters in the mountains are too cute." Bai Xiong patted Luo Tian's shoulder and said, "Brother, if I didn't see you during the day and saw you at night, I would definitely think that I saw a ghost." Luo Tian's body was covered in tree leaves. This was a mini-colored outfit that he made. His face was covered in black mud. Not to mention handsome, even his aura was stinky. Immediately, Luo Tian smiled and said, "I like to take money first. If you don't give it to me, then wouldn't I lose out? There's one more thing. I don't like this person. If he does something behind my back, I will immediately withdraw and not return a single cent to you. I also don't want to die with you." Although he wasn't afraid of Ouyang Yi, but he didn't know what the situation in the ancient cave was like. What if he did something behind his back during the battle? If he said it in advance, Ouyang Yi would be afraid. Bai Lingling dug around in her bosom, and in the end only took out 100 cultivation coins and looked at the white bear. Bai Xiong shook his head like a rattle drum. Then he looked at Ouyang Yi. He originally hated Luo Tian and wished that he could kill Luo Tian. Even if he had money, he wouldn't take it out. He immediately said, "I don't have any money on me." Bai Lingling was a little embarrassed and said, "I don't have that much money on me right now. Take these 100 coins first. When we leave the mountain, I'll make up for it. What do you think?" "No way," Luo Tian immediately said. He had to find the moon god grass before leaving. Otherwise, there was no point in him going out. Although 1,000 profound coins wasn't much. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Moreover, the items in the shop system were all bought with profound coins, so profound coins were very important to him. Bai Lingling revealed a difficult expression. She reluctantly took out an exquisite bracelet from her bosom and handed it over, saying, I'll leave this bracelet with you first. It's worth 10,000 gold. Is this okay? This is what Mother left you before she died. You can't give it to him. Bai Xiong immediately said. Ouyang Ye's face changed, and he immediately regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would have taken out 1,000 profound coins, so that she would be grateful to him, now that he had taken out her mother's belongings. At this moment. He couldn't say that he had it on him. Otherwise he would be despised even more by Bai Lingling. Bai Lingling smiled faintly and said, Brother, it's fine. Anyway, it's just pressing on his body. It's not like I'm really giving it to him. Listen to me. This is my most precious thing. If you break it, I definitely won't let you off. As he said that, he stuffed it into Luo Tian's hands. This bracelet, he looked through the system for a moment. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. Damn, this is a good thing. He was different from others. He could see things through the system, and he could tell whether something was good or bad with a glance. At this moment, the bracelet in his hand was glowing. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Luo Tian couldn't help but check its attributes. Item: Phoenix Sobbing Blood Bracelet Grade. Divine Level Sealed. Description: This item was forged from the Phoenix's blood essence and contains the power of the Phoenix's Nirvana flames. Unlocking the seal requires the Phoenix's blood essence. Description 2. This item can only trigger 1/10,000 of the Phoenix's Nirvana flames power. F***CK. Another holy artifact. My luck is off the charts, right? Luo Tian became excited. He never thought that he would be able to obtain another holy artifact so easily. It was even more awesome than the Heaven's Feather Shield. The Phoenix Weeping Blood Bracelet was worth 1,000 profound coins. Even if it was 10 million profound coins, it would be more than that. Luo Tian didn't reveal any expression on the surface, but from Bai Lingling's expression, Luo Tian knew that they didn't know how powerful this bracelet was. They only treated it as a relic. All right, let's rest here for half an hour, then enter the ancient cave. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. There will be 2 more chapters at night. Chapter 949. Half an hour later, Luo Tian followed Bai Lingling and the other 3 to a hidden cave entrance. Near the cave entrance was a large area of desolate graves. The weeds were bleak, and there were small mounds of different sizes. From time to time, the desolate cries of crows could be heard. The surroundings were very bleak, and there was a yin qi that made people panic. In this area, there was not a single demon beast to be seen, and even birds rarely passed by. Only a few large crows stood on a withered tree and caught a few times from time to time. At the entrance of the cave was a smashed, desolate grave. The tombstone was broken into 2 pieces, and the marks were very new. It could be imagined that it was broken in the past few days. Luo Tian observed the surroundings and couldn't help but secretly say, "Why is there such a large area of desolate graves in the depths of Wu Mountain?" Ouyang Yi said disdainfully, "How would a muggle like you, who has just entered the ancient world, know? There used to be many glorious sects in Wu Mountain, and there were even king's forces among them. When there are people, there will be dead, and when there are dead, naturally they will be buried. What's so surprising about such a desolate grave? You've never seen the world." Ouyang Yi was very unhappy with Luo Tian. Along the way, he didn't stop mocking Luo Tian. Several times, he was stopped by Bai Lingling. Luo Tian treated him as a fart. His thoughts were on the ancient cave. If there really was a large number of zombies inside, then he would really be rich. A large amount of experience was waiting for him. Bai Lingling said, slightly, "This should be a place where a sect buried people." Luo Tian asked, "Since it's a place to bury people, why did you come to such a place? Even if these dead people had good things, I'm afraid they would have been taken away when they were buried, right?" "TSK, I knew you were an ignorant person. Haven't you noticed that the temperature within a few kilometers of here is lower than other places? This is the land of extreme yin. Otherwise, those dead people would not have turned into zombies. This kind of land of extreme produces a kind of profound crystal. Ouyang Yi looked at Luo Tian and said disdainfully, this was what he had read in a book. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known. Bai Lingling said, he's right. This time, we must get the profound crystals. Otherwise, we won't have the face to go back. Thinking of those hateful faces at home, Bai Lingling's heart was filled with a ball of fire. I will definitely get the mysterious crystal. I will definitely save father. You all just wait for me. Land of extreme negative energy? Luo Tian knew about it as soon as he appeared, but he didn't expect that there would be a profound crystal in the extreme place. According to legend, this crystal could absorb the qi in a person's body. It could also be said that it was a poison that could increase one's lifespan. This kind of crystal was worth tens of thousands of cultivation coins. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian's thoughtful appearance and thought that Luo Tian was afraid. After all, with his cultivation, it would be difficult for him to enter the ancient cave to fight against the zombies. However, she must succeed this time. No matter what, she had to try again. She comforted Luo Tian and said, just do as I say. Nothing will happen. I will protect you. Luo Tian smiled and said, then I will thank you in advance. Protection? That's not necessary. He was only afraid that these people would play dirty. They stayed for a few minutes. Bai Lingling said, enter the cave. Then, she took the lead and went into the muddy grave. It was pitch black below. Luo Tian was slightly surprised. He secretly said, it's so dirty. In such a horrible place, she didn't even frown. It seems that she is a little different from other girls. His impression of her changed a little. The 5 people went into the ancient cave. The rotten smell, the gloomy and bone-chilling cold, the howling of the wind came from the depths of the cave, causing people to panic. Light the fire! Bai Lingling ordered. Keep your distance. You must not act rashly. If you take a few more steps, there will be bloodthirsty zombies. Don't be hurt by their sharp nails. Otherwise you will be poisoned, your wounds will be paralyzed, and you will even faint for a short time. Once you are poisoned, immediately take a healing pill. This poison is very mild. Any healing pill will be able to cure it. These were what she said to Luo Tian. Their own people all knew about it. So, Ouyang Ye's face showed an impatient look and said sarcastically, do you know what a healing pill is? Bai Lingling was startled and immediately walked to Luo Tian's side and said, your position is to block the zombies, so you will definitely be injured. I still have some healing pills here. Take them and use them first. No need. Luo Tian directly refused. I will take care of myself. When the time comes to complete the mission, just remember to give me the money. Bai Lingling did not insist. She did not bring many healing pills, not to mention that she had already consumed most of them after entering the cave twice. She did not know how deep the ancient cave was, and whether she could find the mysterious moon crystal was even more uncertain. It was not a bad thing to keep the healing pills with her. Ouyang Yi saw that Bai Lingling cared about Luo Tian, and his heart was unhappy. In the darkness, his eyes flashed a cold light. Let's move forward, Bai Lingling said. Luo Tian and Ouyang Ye's attendant Zhao Hai. The 2 of them took the lead and walked at the front. They acted as tanks. Bai Lingling and Ouyang Yi acted as the output position. Bai Xiong was the secondary tank, and at the same time protected Bai Lingling and Ouyang Yi. This kind of formation was very common, just that Luo Tian had some opinions about this formation. If he was the output position, it would be better. This way, the speed of advancement would be faster. However, since he was paid to do this, he naturally would not say anything. Moreover, it was best for him to act as the tank. He was the closest to the zombie, and when there was a trace of blood left, he could finish it off. This way, all the experience would belong to him. Luo Tian was very familiar with the position of the tank. It was also a very important position. It was not that they said it was not important. This was the first line of reassurance. If the tank was good, then the output position would be guaranteed, and everything would be much smoother. The 5 people slowly advanced. Because it was very dark, they could not see far. In addition, they did not understand the level of the bloodthirsty zombie, so Luo Tian was very careful. In this team, the most dignified expression was bilingual. She was incomparably serious. "Slow down." Suddenly, bilingual whispered, "There is a bloodthirsty zombie lying on the ground in front of us. Xiao Hai, go and lure it over." Zhao Hai did not speak. Ouyang Yi said first, "Why, Xiao Hai? Let this kid go. He took so much money and did not do anything. Who does he think he is?" Bilingual looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled and said, "I will go." Bilingual reminded and said, "Be careful. Do not get entangled by it. Otherwise it will be difficult. Most importantly, do not get bitten by its teeth." Bai Xiong also smiled. "Brother, be careful. It will be fine." Luo Tian strode out. Was there a need to be like this to lure a monster? In the game in his previous life, Luo Tian could take on end positions. Luring monsters was too easy for him. Chapter 4. After adding the 5th chapter, there are still 7 chapters left. Recommend a good friend's book, Ultimate Heaven's Chosen. Brothers, please collect it. Old Bull thanks. Chapter 950. Hey, grandson. Come and bite me if you have the guts. Luo Tian activated his taunting mode. He saw the zombie on the ground was completely indifferent. Its 2 rotten maggots stared at Luo Tian as if it was looking at an alien. At this moment, Ouyang Yi almost burst out laughing. If not for bilingual staring at him, he would have laughed out loud. This kid, this muggle, is simply a joke. He actually called the zombie grandson. It has been dead for tens of thousands of years. Do you think he can hear it? What a joke! Bilingual almost laughed out loud as well, but she held it in and reminded him, "You have to attack it to lure it over." Taunting to lure monsters was useless. There was no reason. Any creature that was taunted would be angry, and humans were the same. This zombie could be considered to have some intelligence, right? How could it not attract its hatred? Moreover, Luo Tian turned around and glanced at Bilingual and the others. He discovered that they were extremely nervous, as if the bloodthirsty zombie that was moving on the ground was very powerful. Luo Tian looked around again. There was only this guy. He strode forward. He aimed at the zombie's neck and stomped on it. Crack! Its head broke, and its body was split into 2 halves. What are you doing? Are you crazy? This kid is a complete idiot. We will be killed by him. I told you to lure the zombie over. What did you do? Bilingual and the others were about to go crazy. Luo Tian's actions made them have the urge to die. It was too unexpected for them. The attendant Zhao Hai was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Luo Tian looked at them one by one, his gaze somewhat dazed. Damn, isn't it just a zombie? Is there a need to do this? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bloodthirsty Zombie for obtaining 190 experience, 10 essence values. The experience is not bad. If only it were as easy as this. Luo Tian inwardly rejoiced. He had seen the zombie's HP from the very beginning. It only had a sliver of HP left, and he could kill it in 1 hit. Seeing their nervous expressions, he couldn't help but laugh. Luo Tian said to them, "Hurry up and come over. I've already killed them." What? Ouyang Yi was stunned. Kid, what are you joking about? You killed him. Who do you think you are? Killed in 1 move. His cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the 4 symbols. When did he become so strong? None of them believed it. However, Bilingual still took a step forward and walked over. Ouyang Yi pulled her back and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. With his cultivation, it's impossible for him to kill a zombie. He's definitely lying to you." Bilingual broke free from Ouyang Ye's hand and walked forward. Luo Tian found it funny, looked at Ouyang Ye and said, "You really don't have any guts with a person like you. I reckon that your eggs are filled with dead bugs." "Brat, who are you talking about?" Ouyang Ye was unconvinced and said, "If you can kill a zombie, I can even eat it raw." At this moment, Bai Lingling walked forward and looked at the zombie on the ground. Indeed it was, and said to Bai Xiong, "It's indeed dead. Come over here. We'll continue forward." Luo Tian said, "Wait. What did he say just now? If I kill a zombie, he will eat this zombie. You, come over here and eat this guy. If you don't eat it, you are my grandson." Ouyang Ye's face was ashen and extremely ugly. He had fought against zombies before. He knew that bloodthirsty zombies were extremely difficult to kill. So he said those words. He thought that Luo Tian was afraid and didn't kill the zombie. Who would have thought that Luo Tian really killed a zombie with one move? Zhao Hai looked at Ouyang Ye and hurriedly ran away, as if he was afraid that he would ask him to help eat the zombie. Ouyang Ye's face was cold, and he walked up and mocked. "Did you kill this zombie? It was obviously dead. You just stepped on it and stomped it in half. And it became you who killed it? Ridiculous! I'm afraid that you will be scared to the point of peeing your pants when you see a zombie." Luo Tian was about to speak. At this moment, the corners of his mouth hooked up and he laughed, and at the same time protected Bai Lingling with one hand, and said, "Who will be scared to the point of peeing their pants will know later." No one knew when. A zombie with a ferocious face drilled out of the mud, standing right behind Ouyang Ye. 2 rotten hands were placed on his shoulders, and a cold corpse aura came into his ears. Half of its ugly head was split open, and its hair was disheveled. Insects fell out of its nostrils, one by one. Gloomy, terrifying to the extreme. Bai Lingling's eyes widened, and her expression tightened. After Zhao Hai discovered it, he immediately exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, behind you, behind you!" At this moment, Ouyang Ye's face was still full of confidence, and a proud smile hung on his face. "What have I not seen, not to mention zombies? Even if I meet a zombie king, I won't be afraid in the slightest." "Zhao Hai, what is behind me? You brat, you teamed up with outsiders to play with me? Do you believe that I won't make you look good?" "No, no, young master Yi, behind you, there is a zombie behind you." Zhao Hai's voice was trembling. Bai Xiong said naively, "It seems that the formation needs to change. Brother Bai Xiong, I'll have to trouble you to act as a meat shield and resist the zombie. We're coming." He didn't know if it was Ouyang Ye who was too handsome, or that female zombie was in heat. Just as Ouyang Ye didn't believe it and turned his head, the female zombie directly hugged him and kissed him. "What the F***CK? Your taste is too heavy. You won't even let a zombie go. You're a beast. Worse than a beast." Luo Tian burst out laughing. This kind of strange thing was rarely seen in 1,000 years, and this guy was really... Luo Tian wanted to laugh. Ouyang Ye's eyes suddenly spat out. "Ah. Woo. Woo." His mouth was blocked. He couldn't even scream, and the insects drilled into his mouth one by one. He felt nauseous and couldn't spit them out. His face was as pale as paper, and his crotch was wet all of a sudden. A mixture of feces and urine flowed out of his pants. He was scared out of his wits. His body was incomparably stinky. "Save! Save me! Save me!" Ouyang Ye loudly called for help. The female zombie hugged him tighter and tighter. The 2 people's bodies were about to merge into one. You and me, I and you. Soon XXOO would start moving. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Wonderful, too wonderful. This is the first time I've seen a scene unsuitable for children with a zombie. It's really wonderful. I really want to know how you did it. Bai Lingling's face was anxious. Hurry up and save him! Although she didn't like Ouyang Ye, she needed him alive right now. Her team couldn't be without one. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Still 6 chapters to go. Thank you, good brother, for your reward. Thank you for your support. A new day has begun. Looking for recommendation tickets. Don't forget those with monthly tickets. _carrot. Chapter 951. Save him, hurry up and save him. Yes, we have to save him. If we don't save him, he will be raped to death by a female zombie. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed. Being screwed by a zombie, this scene was really rare. However, he laughed and laughed. He was happy. Luo Tian also made his move. Of course. Ouyang Yi was annoying, but just as Bai Lingling thought, this team was indispensable. If he died, I'm afraid that this ancient cave exploration trip would end early, which was not what Luo Tian wanted. Zhao Hai, restrain it. Bai Xiong, you attack from the left. Bai Lingling quickly gave the order. With a flash, she instantly attacked Ouyang Yi's side. Just don't move! The zombie hugged Ouyang Yi tightly, turning itself into a live target. In this case, it was very easy to attack. Just that, Ouyang Yi was already scared out of his wits. It was impossible for him to not move. Moreover, the worst thing was that he kept retreating, losing his balance and falling to the ground, rolling directly with the female zombie. What the F *CK? Your taste is really not ordinary rolling in the sheets? Do you want me to prepare a big bed for you? Luo Tian almost laughed out loud again, but at this time if he did not save Ouyang Yi, even if he did not die, he would become a cripple, without any fighting strength. Immediately, Luo Tian rushed forward and said in a deep voice, Don't move, don't move! F *CK! You like to move, right? There's no other way. Everything I do is to save you. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian kicked him. Bang! Directly kicked Ouyang Yi's back. Ouyang Yi's body twitched, and he was in so much pain that he could not even scream. Kid, what are you doing? Zhao Hai shouted. Luo Tian spread his hands and said, I told him not to move. He moved on his own. Don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian kicked down again. This time he kicked the zombie. The zombie's body trembled slightly. Its two eyes that were about to pop out stared at Luo Tian, as if it wanted to eat him alive. At this moment, Ouyang Yi's mouth finally escaped from the zombie's mouth. Panting heavily, he said, Kill it, kill it. What are you all still standing there for? At this time, Luo Tian said seriously, It's not a problem to kill it, but the problem is that you two are hugging too tightly. It's inevitable that I will hurt you when I attack. If you blame me, then I'd better not do it. I don't blame you. Why would I blame you? Hurry up and get this ugly guy away from me. Hurry up. Ouyang Yi was afraid that the female zombie would kiss him again. His heart was trembling. Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Looking at Bai Lingling and the others, he said, What are you waiting for? Everyone come together. Do you want to save him or not? Do you have any sense of civility? While talking, Luo Tian stomped down fiercely. He accidentally stepped on Ouyang Yi's place. Oh, Ouyang Yi screamed. Luo Tian was not embarrassed at all. I told you not to move, but you still moved. If you are stepped on by me again, don't blame me. As he spoke, he stomped down a few more times. The zombie also let out a low scream. Everyone saw that Luo Tian's method was effective. At this time, they did not care so much and all rushed up. For people and 8 feet, the left foot finished and the right foot finished. The scene was like in Journey to the West, where student Zhou Xingxing's crotch was on fire. So many people crazily stepped on it. This zombie was really a pervert. Hugging Ouyang Yi, he did not let go. Ouyang Yi was also scared and shouted, Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and kill him, kill it. Luo Tian said seriously, I say, why don't you use your strength? You are not saving him at all, but harming him. You are too cruel. Finished. Luo Tian's foot accidentally stepped on Ouyang Yi's crotch again. Ouyang Yi's body caved in, and he cried out in pain, Zhao Hai, do you want to kill me? Give me some strength, you mother * cur. If something happens to me, you won't be able to live. Sisterling, Bai Xiong, use some strength. Luo Tian said very seriously, "That's right, use some strength." While talking, he accidentally stepped on Ouyang Ye's crotch again. Luo Tian was laughing in his heart. "You want to break my family line and laugh at me? You want to play with me? I can't play you to death. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, your little brother and little egg would have exploded long ago." Bai Lingling glanced at Luo Tian, and the look in her eyes changed slightly. But at this time there was no other way. The zombie was constantly struggling, and Ouyang Yi was also struggling. Even if they kicked fast, sometimes they would kick Ouyang Yi. And now, they could only kick like this. 10 minutes passed. Ouyang Yi's entire body was bruised, especially his crotch area, which was swollen. It was unknown if it was his balls that were swollen or his little brother. Suddenly, Luo Tian fiercely shouted and said, "Everyone stop! Let me do it!" Everyone was startled. They all looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian jumped with all his might, locked onto the back of the female zombie's head, and stepped on it heavily. Crack! His head was broken. Moreover, it just so happened that he directly pressed down on Ouyang Ye's mouth and kissed it again. Ouyang Ye could no longer hold it in. His stomach churned, and all of a sudden he vomited out everything he had eaten in the past few days. Miserable. It was too horrible to look at. It was also at this moment the system sounded out. Luo Tian laughed in his heart. Awesome. After separating from the zombie, Ouyang Yi covered his crotch with both hands, his body slightly arched, and he screamed in pain. "Ouyang Yi, Ouyang Yi, Ouyang Yi!" Zhao Hai stepped forward to support him and asked with concern, "Young Master Yi, are you all right?" "Pa." Ouyang Yi fiercely slapped him and scolded loudly. "Do you have no F***ing eyes? Do I look like someone who's fine? Did you want to kill me just now? You dog." Anger. Extreme anger. Then, Ouyang Ye's eyes were incomparably cold as he stared coldly at Luo Tian. A strange smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Thank you for saving me, brother. If not for you, I would have definitely been killed by this brat today." Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. We're all brothers of the same team. What's there to thank me for? If you really want to thank me, then give me 100,000 profound coin. It'll be more practical this way." "Huh." Ouyang Yi was startled. His brain could not react in time, and then laughed. "All right, when we return to the city, I will definitely thank you for saving my life." His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was incomparably strong. However, with his current state, coupled with what he had just said, even if he wanted to kill Luo Tian, he wouldn't be able to do it. Bai Lingling wouldn't let him do it either. Bai Xiong glanced at Ouyang Yi and said, "Brother Ouyang Yi is injured like this. Do we still have to continue?" Without waiting for Bai Lingling to speak, Ouyang Yi said, "Of course, for the sake of Sisterling. Even if I die, I will continue." Today, the first chapter was delivered. Chapter 952. She would be lying if she said she wasn't moved. Bai Lingling was a little touched. The mysterious lunar crystals were very important to her. If Ouyang Yi withdrew at this time, she would definitely return empty-handed. At that time, her father wouldn't be able to save her, and she would be laughed at by those who were waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Ouyang Yi said such words. As long as it was a girl, she would feel a little touched. However, he didn't say this for Bai Lingling to hear. He said it for Luo Tian. He wasn't a fool. Although it was Luo Tian who saved him, the process of saving him made him extremely unhappy. It was obvious that there was revenge in it. Ouyang Ye's heart went cold. He said to himself, "You just wait for me. See how I'll play you to death." Luo Tian pretended that he didn't know anything. He was the clearest in his heart. He sneered in his heart, "You want to play with me? Sooner or later, I'll kick those 2 balls of yours until they explode." Bai Lingling checked Ouyang Ye's injuries. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you want a rest?" Ouyang Yi smiled and said, "I'm fine. I can continue. Don't worry about me." He really didn't suffer any injuries. Apart from Luo Tianquang stepping on the thing, under his crotch a few times and causing unbearable pain. He wasn't attacked by the female zombie, nor was he poisoned. He was just badly frightened, now that he had recovered. He took a pill to replenish his strength, and his expression immediately returned to normal. Bai Lingling didn't say much. She said, "Continue forward. Same formation as before." Luo Tian stepped out. He walked in the front. Zhao followed, then Bai Xiong, Bai Lingling, Ouyang Yi, and finally Bai Xiong. Ouyang Ye's face secretly changed. He saw Luo Tian's muscles twitching. He wanted to say in his heart, "Son of a bitch, just wait for me." However, Luo Tian suddenly turned around. He was shocked and said, "Master Yi, behind you." Ouyang Yi was scared and trembled. He ran out crazily, almost peeing himself. Luo Tian laughed and said, "There's nothing behind you. I was just joking with you." Ha ha ha, looking at Ouyang Ye's scared appearance. Even Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong. This made Ouyang Yi very embarrassed. His face became very ugly. Bai Lingling coughed and said seriously, "Be serious. Don't scare people. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Luo Tian smiled, turned around, and strode forward. Huff, 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 a cold wind blew. It scraped his face. The deeper he went, the more pungent the stench of rotten meat in the air. After walking for about 10 minutes, Luo Tian suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Bai Lingling's face tightened, and she immediately asked. Luo Tian said softly, "There's a situation in front." Zhao poked his head out and looked at the pitch-black front. He used his mind to sense and said, "What's the situation? Why can't I sense anything?" Ouyang Yi laughed disdainfully and said, "Don't tell me you're scared? Are you deliberately saying there's a situation?" He wanted to find an opportunity to attack Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't care. He smiled and said, "I don't know who was so scared that even his shit came out." Bai Lingling frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense. What's the situation in front? Why can't I sense it?" Luo Tian said seriously, "I don't know what the situation is, but my intuition tells me that there's danger in front. It's very likely that there are several zombies together. How many zombies can you withstand?" "What's intuition?" "I also have an intuition that you'll die soon. Are you dead?" Ouyang Yi said disdainfully. Intuition was something that couldn't be described. It was completely based on experience. There was a corner in front. He couldn't see clearly. He could only hear the cold wind blowing. The smell of rotten meat was strong. It was very light, but Luo Tian could clearly distinguish that this was the difference between him and the others. Intuition told him that there were zombies behind the corner, and it could be a large wave of zombies. Bai Lingling was anxious. She also didn't believe that a warrior who hunted demon beasts would have any intuition. Intuition was a completely fabricated reason, so she said in a deep voice, "Continue forward." "Sisterling, I think he's afraid." Ouyang Yi sneered. Luo Tian immediately said, "I'm just afraid." "Young Master Yi, you go forward. You'll be the first." Ouyang Yi was at a loss for words. After pondering for a second, he said, "My mission is to be in charge of attacking. If I'm in charge of luring the monsters to open a path, can you attack? Just based on your strength of the 3rd stage of the 4 symbols, how much attack can you have?" Bai Lingling immediately said, "Stop arguing, let's continue forward." Luo Tian exhaled and said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. You'd better be prepared. Don't be scared to the point of pissing your pants." Then Luo Tian glanced at Bai Lingling and said, "If a large group of zombies comes out later, don't panic. Walk into a long corridor on the left not far behind you. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. It's very advantageous for us." Finished. Luo Tian took a step forward and directly stepped into the dark corner. Ouyang Ye's face was full of disdain, and he said, "If you're afraid, then be afraid. You're still trying to quibble, as if you're very powerful. Sisterling, I think he's just here to get money." Bai Lingling did not say anything, but frowned. "Why hasn't he come out yet?" There's no sound at all. Could something have happened? If there's no sound, it means that he's safe. If he meets a bloodthirsty zombie, he'll definitely scream like a woman. Ouyang Ye's face was full of disdain. He didn't believe in Luo Tian's intuition. Bai Xiong's brows also tightened and said softly, "Something's wrong." Bai Lingling's mind tensed up and immediately shouted, "Prepare for battle!" She also did not sense the existence of any zombies, but a sense of fear rose in her heart. Ouyang Ye's face froze and said, "Sister Ling, there are no zombies at all. If there were zombies, the brat would have been scared out of his wits long ago." At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly rushed out, roared, and said, "Run!" Ouyang Yi first laughed disdainfully and said, "You're scaring us again. Do you think we're scared? With your low cultivation, you definitely won't be able to survive if you meet a zombie and you still want to run out? There are definitely no zombies behind you." Luo Tian didn't even look at him, but looked at Bai Lingling and shouted again, "Run! Run to the place I just said. Zombie horde, zombie horde." As soon as he finished, a violent trembling sound came from the darkness. His footsteps seemed to be tired as he crazily crushed out. A female zombie with disheveled hair was the first to jump out. Ouyang Yi thought of the scene just now. His face turned ashen, and he ran away. With one less person, the formation was broken. Chapter 2, Delivery.